at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too, to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free world. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area in the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. To now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
Well, Durud, Patriots. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 110 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Mr. Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Ghamari.
Thank you so much. Armin, how are you doing today?
Good. We got some really new, interesting updates.
Okay.
Especially from Pete Hexet. So we might want to go and watch that interview. I don't have the full version, but there's clips of it. Apparently, we have more confirmation that Mujtaba is alive. We have confirmation that the Houthis have not entered the fight, which is really good, which means that the blockade, American blockade, will continue. We got some more videos from inside Iran. We have President Trump being very happy with regards to the peace negotiations between Lebanon and Israel, which is really infuriating to the Islamic Republic right now. So yeah, so we have a lot of interesting updates.
Absolutely. Armin, speaking of President Trump, someone in our chat stream just said that President Trump is live on Fox News. So we're about a few minutes behind, but I have it ready to go. So why don't we start off by watching this and seeing what President Trump is saying?
Sounds good. Let's do that.
And thank you so much to our viewers in the live stream chat for letting us know. And yeah, so let's get to this and see what this is all about.
President, anything to say to the Italian Prime Minister Meloni? Can you do something? Can Meloni do something?
You had a conversation on the Pope, Mr. President. On the Pope criticized people who, quote, manipulate religion for political or military gain. Do you think that he was talking about you, sir?
It's very important that the Pope understands. Very, very important. It'd be nice not to say it. Iran killed 42,000 people that were totally unarmed. They were protesters. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they did, every country, including Italy, where he's stationed, every single country in the world would be in trouble. So we're doing very well with respect to that, having to do with the whole situation on Iran. The blockade is amazing. It's holding up very strong, very powerfully. And I think we're making a lot of progress in that. But the Pope has to understand Iran, very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. The world would be in great danger.
Oh,
What happened?
what happened?
Now, your differences with Catholics are torn.
I don't think it's necessary.
Mr. President, you spoke with Prime Minister Modi just a couple of days ago. What was the conversation like? What is it that is on the table now?
I had a very good talk with him, and he's a friend of mine from India, and he's doing great. We had a very good conversation.
Extending the ceasefire with Iran.
With who?
With Iran.
We're doing very well, I can tell you. Maybe it'll happen before that. I'm not sure it needs to be extended. Just so you know, Iran wants to make a deal, and we're dealing very nicely with them. We've got to have no nuclear weapons. If we do, that's a big factor. And they're willing to do things today that they weren't willing to do 2 months ago.
Do you have any news about Ukraine? Do you have any news regarding peace in Ukraine?
Will Hezbollah stick to the ceasefire? Are you confident about that?
I think they will. I think it's going to be absolutely very exciting because it's 48 years. We're going to be meeting with Bibi Netanyahu, as you know, and the president of Lebanon. And I had a great talk with both of them today. They're going to be having a ceasefire, and that'll include Hezbollah. And I think it could be number 10 for me.
Mr. President, do you have any news regarding peace in Ukraine? Do you have any news regarding peace in Ukraine?
Ukraine is moving along. I wish they could get along, frankly. A lot of people are dying in Ukraine. We'll see what happens. There's things happening there. We're focused so much right now in Iran, seeing who we can get that completed. And I think we're going to. And I think if you look, the stock market is good. The oil prices are coming down, and it's looking very good that we're going to make a deal with Iran. And it's going to be a good deal. It's going to be a deal with no nuclear weapons.
Mr. President, when is the next in-person round of negotiations on the war in Iran? When will
They're
that
all
take place?
important. I mean, it's not a question of around. All of them are
When will
important.
the next in-person
Probably,
meeting take
maybe
place?
over the weekend.
Mr. President, will you send the Vice President? Mr. President, will you send the Vice
Just so you
President?
understand, the blockade has been incredible. It's held. They're not doing any business. They're unable to do any business because of the blockade. And so the combination of having no Navy, having no Air Force, having no anti-aircraft equipment, they have nothing. Everything is gone, including their leaders. Now they have a new set of leaders, and we find them very reasonable.
And Mr. President, on the 20-year minimum to stop enriching uranium, would you?
Well,
would that
we
be
haven't agreed to
acceptable
any.
you?
We
Would
haven't
that be
agreed to any.
acceptable to you, sir? If that's the final sticking point.
What we have is we have a statement, very powerful statement, that they will not have beyond 20 years, that they will not have nuclear weapons. That's beyond. There's no 20-year limit.
Anyone interesting? Can you please give us more information on it? They'll go against the weaponization.
I think that Todd Blanche is doing a very good job, from what I'm saying. All I can say thus far, I think Todd Blanche is doing a very good job.
If there's no deal, would you be willing to extend the ceasefire, or will the fighting resume, Mr. President?
I would say the fighting. If there's no deal, fighting resume.
Okay. And then on gas prices, how much longer will Americans continue to see these high gas prices?
Well, they're not very high. If you look at what they were supposed to be in order to get rid of a nuclear weapon, with the danger that entails. So the gas prices have come down very much over the last 3-4 days. I know, and that's what ABC says. But the fact is that if you look at the stock market's up, Everything's doing really well. And the big thing we have to do is we have to make sure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, because if they do, you want to talk about problems, you'd have problems. So very important is that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, and they've agreed to that. Iran's agreed to that, and they've agreed to it very powerfully. They've agreed to give us back the nuclear dust that's way underground because of the attack we made with the B-2 bombers. So we have a lot of agreement with Iran, and I think something's going to happen very positive. Very complicated subject. It's. I don't think we're waiting. I think we're moving very fast. It could happen pretty quickly. Say it.
How long you could sustain the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz?
The what?
How long you could keep the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz?
We're doing very well with the blockade. It's very routine for us. The Navy is incredible. And I think the blockade is doing very well. It's no ship is even thinking about entering. No ship is going past our Navy.
Why are you fighting with the Pope? And are you worried it's upsetting your
No, I don't. I have to do what's right. The Pope has to understand that. Very simple. I have nothing against the Pope. His brother's MAGA all the way. I like his brother, Louis. I'm not fighting with him. The Pope made a statement. He says Iran can have a nuclear weapon. I say Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if the Pope looked at the 42,000 people that were killed over the last 2 or 3 months as a protester with no weapons, no nothing, I mean, you take a look at that. So I can disagree with the Pope. I have a right to disagree. I have a right to disagree with the Pope.
What do you say to people who see that, who see your criticism of the
look, nothing. I have no disagreement with the fact the Pope can say what he wants, and I want him to say what he wants, but I can disagree. I think that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they do, the whole world would be at jeopardy. The Middle East will be blown up, and the whole world will be at jeopardy. We're very close to making a deal. That'll be a great thing. The Pope has to understand, Iran has killed more than 42,000 people over the last few months. Think of it, protesters without guns, without anything. They were totally unarmed protesters. The Pope has to understand that. This is the real world. It's a nasty world. But as far as the Pope and saying what he wants, he can do that. Now, I know the Pope's brother. He is a big MAGA person. He's got MAGA all over his house. His name is Louis. He's actually a great guy. And I'm sure the Pope is a great guy. I haven't met him. But I disagree with the Pope. If the Pope would allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, you can't do that.
There are people that are saying that the Pope is not.
Anthony Mershak from MTV.
No, not really.
Anthony Mershak from MTV Lebanon.
What?
Anthony Mershak from MTV Lebanon. I would like to ask you regarding congratulations for the 10th board.
Yeah, it's very exciting. With Lebanon, it's very exciting. I think we're going to have a deal. We're going to have a meeting, first time in 44 years. And Lebanon will be meeting with Israel, and they're probably going to do it at the White House.
When do you think, President, when do you think they will?
Over the next week or two.
Or the next week. And do you think this agreement can reach?
I do. I think
without
we're gonna,
Hezbollah
I
agreeing
think
with
we
the
will have an agreement between Lebanon, and they're going to take care of Hezbollah. But they're going to be working on Hezbollah right now. But we'll have an agreement between Israel, very importantly, and Lebanon.
Will you support our Lebanese army as well?
I would. Yeah.
Iran's going to
Has Hezbollah agreed to the ceasefire? I mean, how do you even?
They're all agreeing. It's a very nice little package for about a week. And we're not going to have lots of bombs dropping. And we're going to see if we can make peace between Lebanon and Israel.
And is someone the Pope, General President, because there was a group of bishops that did put out a statement saying the Pope isn't merely exercising his opinion, he's preaching the gospel. I mean, what do you say to people that do this?
Well, I want him to preach the gospel. I'm all about the gospel. But I also know that you cannot let a certain country, which is a very mean-spirited country, have a nuclear weapon. If they did, they would use it. And I think they'd use it quickly, and they would kill many millions of people. So, you know, the Pope could disagree with me on that, but certainly we're allowed to have that. I'm all about the gospel. I'm about it as much as anybody can be. But I can't allow, as President of the United States of America, I can't allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And here's the story. They won't have. They've already agreed not to have. That's good news, and I think the Pope will be very happy.
The Federal Reserve should wait and see about this Iran war before lowering interest rates. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree. I think we should have lower interest rates.
Iran's going to execute 4 more protesters, reportedly, including the first woman protester. What do you tell Iran?
Well, tell that to the Pope. What did you say? Tell that to the Pope.
You want to patch things up with the Pope?
That Iran is going to. Did you just hear that? Iran is going to execute 4 people, including the war?
Trump, the Lebanese love you so much. Will you visit Lebanon?
Do you extend the ceasefire? What makes you extend that?
I don't know if we're going to have to, but if we need to, I would do that.
Wait, that's important. Sorry.
Airlines. What are you telling the airlines and the oil companies about the ways you're going to open up the trade?
So if you look at the oil and if you look at the price we're paying, it's about half what people thought it would be if you did what I had to do. We had to take this journey to the Middle East in order to get rid of a nuclear weapon. There would have been, if we didn't hit it with the B-2 bombers, or if I didn't kill the Barack Hussein Obama deal, the nuclear deal, which was a disaster, we would have had nuclear weapons exploding in the Middle East and beyond. I believe I've been able to stop that. I think we have a very successful negotiation going on right now. And I think it'll be, if it happens, it'll be announced fairly soon. And that'll give us free oil, free Hormuz Strait. Everything will be nice. And I think your oil price will go down to lower than what it was before. And I think a lot of good things will happen.
Just for clarity, you're willing to extend the ceasefire through?
So we'll see. I don't know that we'll have to. Ideally, we will, but if I needed to, I would.
The Lebanese people love you so much. What do you say? The Lebanese people love you so much. What's your message for them? And you will visit Lebanon after this deal?
I will do that. At the right time, I would certainly go there.
You think this war in Ukraine, Putin doesn't want to stop it apparently. He keeps bombing Ukraine. Do you think this war has the potential to go on for years more?
Well, it should have never started. If I were president, the war in Ukraine never would have started with Russia. But it's going on. Hopefully, it'll get over soon.
The First Lady came out last week and said she had no link to Jeffrey Epstein.
Who did?
The First Lady, Melania.
She had none.
Why did she come out and say that last week?
Because the fake news was saying she did, and she had none, and I think that's been proven. It bothered her that the fake news was being fake news, and so she just wanted to clarify.
Who's taking care of Hezbollah? Do you think that they are?
But they'll be working and coordinating. If you know Lebanon, right? So they'll be working with Hezbollah.
Are you still interested in acquiring Iranian oil?
What?
Are you still interested in acquiring Iranian oil after?
Well, we'll see. I mean, we have a very good relationship with Iran right now, as hard as it is to believe. And I think it's a combination of about 4 weeks of bombing and a very powerful blockade. The blockade is maybe more powerful than the bombing, if you want to know the truth.
Are you going to make the Arab countries pay a portion of all of the costs?
I think they'll make that. I think they're going to make that contribution. I think the Arab countries, because we've done a lot, I think they'd make a contribution toward the cost.
United Airlines and American Airlines possibly
not been involved.
Mr. President, do you release any Iranian assets without any condition if you make a deal?
We'll see what happens. But I think we're very close to making a deal with Iran. You'll be the first to know, but I think we have a chance. And if that happens, oil goes way down, prices go way down, inflation goes way down, and you're going to have, much more importantly than even that, you won't have nuclear holocaust.
What's happening now?
Possibly. I would be foolish not to. I mean, if we're close to a deal, would I extend? Yeah, I would do that. But we're close to a deal. We're getting along very well with the new Iranian leaders. It really is its regime change. These are people that are a lot different than we were dealing with at the beginning. As you know, they're no longer around. They're no longer with us. But we have a very good relationship. And I think there's a very good chance that we're going to make a deal. Also, Israel and Lebanon, I think there's a good chance that they'll make a good deal. So,
any reaction to Russia's overnight attack on Kiev? They killed
I think it's terrible.
Are you going to send any cabinet members to China before your visit?
Well, I have a great relationship, as you know, with President Xi, and I look forward to being there. We have a very special relationship, so I look forward to being in China.
Thank you. Mr. President, you impose sanctions on Rwanda because they keep violating the Washington Accord.
I do.
But President Kagame just said he don't care about sanctions, and he said he will not withdraw from Congo. His troops will continue in Congo. What is your reaction to
We're
that?
going to look into it very strongly, but they do have very big sanctions.
Mr. President, there was a G20 meeting in Washington today. Why did you invite Poland instead of South Africa?
Well, Poland's a great country. We like it a lot. We're friends with Poland. The president is doing a great job, so we invited him.
I saw your good social posts about Bruce Blakeman in New York. He's being denied up to $7 million of public campaign funds in New York by partisan Democrats. Have you seen that, and what's your reaction to it?
I can just tell you this. Bruce Blakeman is running for governor. He will be a great governor if he wins. I don't know that he wins or not because it's New York, and you know, people cheat on elections and a lot of other things. But Bruce Blakeman is a great gentleman. As you know, he comes from Nassau County, which is a Democrat area, and he wins by a landslide all the time. And if Bruce Blakeman gets in, your taxes are going to go way down, and a lot of good things are going to happen, including cleanliness and all of the things that you want to see. I know him very well. He's been a great leader, a great executive in Nassau County. Even though it's largely Democrat, he wins in a landslide. Everybody loves him. He's a very talented guy, very great politician, and I think he probably has a chance. If Bruce Blakeman gets in, your taxes are going way down, and you know what else is going down? Crime.
There are these 10 missing scientists with access to classified stuff, nuclear material, aerospace. They've all gone missing or turned up dead in the last couple months. Based on what you've been briefed, what do you think is happening here, and do you think that this is connected or totally random?
Well, I hope it's random, but we're going to know in the next week and a half. I just left the meeting on that subject, so pretty serious stuff, but we're going to be hopefully, I don't know, coincidence, if you want it, whatever you want to call it, but some of them were very important people, and we're going to look at it over the next
Is it possible that some foreign adversary is in the United States scooping these people up?
Well, you know, Biden had open borders. It wasn't very hard to get here, but we've gotten many of them out. You know, we've caught many people, many very bad people, including thousands of murderers that we've taken out of our country, thousands of drug lords that we've taken out of our country, hundreds of thousands of prisoners that were let into the U.S. that we've taken out of our country. As far as the scientists are concerned, we'll probably have a pretty good answer over the next week.
And with the peace talks in Iran, does it have to be a big deal all at once, or would you accept a little deal to start?
Well, I have a little deal. I can make a little deal. I want to get it done and get back to keep going with low. You know, our pricing is doing great. As soon as the war is over, we're going to be lower than we were 2 or 3 years ago. So I want to get back to that. We had to do something. We had to make sure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. And we're at that. They've agreed to that. They've totally agreed to that. They've agreed to almost everything. So maybe if they can get to the table, there's a difference. They agree. They're going to get to the table with a pen. We'll have that over with. And then we can focus on our great economy. And also, you know, I inherited the highest prices in the history of our country, the worst inflation in the history of our country. I'll get it down to a very low number. We had it to a very low number, and it's still low. But the most important thing right now is to make sure Iran can never have a nuclear weapon.
Would you ever go to Pakistan to seal the deal yourself?
I would go to Pakistan, yeah. Pakistan has been great. They've been so good. Islamabad, I might go, yeah. If the deal is signed in Islamabad, I might go. The field marshal has been great. The prime minister has been really great in Pakistan. So I might go. They want me.
The First Lady last week called on Congress to further look into and uncover the truth on the Epstein files, the Epstein saga. Do you believe that there should be a public hearing for more of these Epstein survivors?
Well, I'm okay with it. I think we've had a lot of public hearings. I'm okay with it, but I understand that the women didn't want to go under oath. That's what I heard. That the women, the victims or whatever, they refused to go under oath, which was a little surprising. So Melania felt strongly about it because she was accused of that I met her through Epstein, but it turned out to be totally false. It was a false story.
Don't these fires also include Iraq and region?
Are we talking about the one with Lebanon?
Lebanon, Iraq, and
Okay. So we just made a deal with Lebanon. As of 2 hours from now, we have a ceasefire with Israel and Lebanon, and that'll be great. And they'll be meeting, probably coming to the White House over the next 4 or 5 days. And that'll be the first time they've met in 44 years, which is pretty unneighborly when considering they're neighbors. But there's a really good chance that that'll work out with Lebanon and Israel. I met with through the telephone with the president of Lebanon, who's a really good guy, highly respected, and with Bibi. And I think there's a chance we'll be meeting right here in the not too distant future.
Israel and Lebanon have tried to make peace before. What's going to be the difference this time?
Me. I'm with you. Big difference. Me.
Taxes. States like Virginia, North Carolina, and New York, Democratic states are looking at raising taxes. Is that going to take away from the tax cuts that
What's
you have?
happened? No, because, no tax on tips. I'm going over no tax on tips today. That's why I'm going to Nevada. I'm going to Arizona. But this is sort of a no tax on tips. What's happening is people are finding out that in their tax returns, they're getting a big refund, much bigger than they thought. So it's no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. I think it's, wait. I think it's going to be amazing.
Are those
But if you look at what they're doing in New York, in California, they're raising taxes, and they're driving people out. It's a shame.
Australia has just announced that it's increasing its defence spending to 3%. You've been asking for 3.5%. Are you satisfied?
Well, we're going to see what happens, but on defense spending, look, we built the greatest military anywhere in the world. There's nobody even close. All you have to do is take a look at the blockade. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That blockade is the best thing. And I'll tell you something. I think the blockade has been more powerful than the bombs. The bombs were powerful, and it weakened them. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anything. They have no leaders. But their new leaders, the ones that have replaced them, it's a regime change. They are much more, I think, frankly, more intelligent and more moderate. But we have a real chance to make a deal very soon with Iran.
On Australia, Mr. President, you asked for 3.5% increase, like 5% you did with NATO. Australia has only gone to 3%. Are you satisfied with that decision? Would you?
Well, I'm not happy with Australia because
Why,
they were not there when we asked them to be there. So Australia,
what did you ask for?
Australia was another one. They were not there, having to do with Hormuz. The Hormuz.
What do you mean by that?
I'm not happy. I'm not happy.
But why specifically? Do you still have a good relationship with the Australian Prime Minister?
What message do you think the ceasefire in Lebanon sends to the UK and other European allies who chose not to get involved in the war?
Well, we spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO. And when I asked them to get involved on a much smaller situation, which is Hormuz and Iran, they weren't there for us. Remember what I said. They weren't there. None of them. They weren't there. So we were there on Ukraine. I mean, we shouldn't have been. It would have never happened if I were president. But nevertheless, when they've had problems over the years, we were there. When we asked them to get involved on a very minor skirmish by comparison to what it could be, they weren't there. So I don't think they'd be there for a large skirmish, and therefore I think they've got themselves a problem.
Do your policies like no tax on tips, no tax on overtime show that the Democrat Party is no longer the party of the working class and the Republican Party under your leadership actually?
I love this question. This is the greatest guy. Look how handsome he is. What a great guy he is. Yes, the Democrats don't know what they're doing. They want to tax everybody out of business. They want men playing in women's sports. They don't want voter ID. They don't know what they're doing. We've had an unbelievable run, and the people getting their tax returns, and they're coming back, and they're ending up getting $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 more than they thought possible.
The Pope. Do you think he was being disrespectful to you?
I don't think about it that way. The Pope has to understand that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And the Pope has to understand that you can't let a country kill 42,000 protesters, totally unarmed protesters. You can't do that. So the Pope, you know, I know his brother. His brother's MAGA all the way. You know that. Louis is a great guy. But the Pope has to understand you're not allowed to kill 42,000 protesters who are totally unarmed. And you cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon, or the entire world could be gone. And, you know, when the Pope realizes that, I think we'll have a different understanding.
Do you think he was providing energy problems mean that Europeans should be buying more gas and oil from the United States?
Well, they should be buying more from us, and what they should be doing is using the North Sea. I can tell you, UK, I've been telling that to your Prime Minister, UK should open up the North Sea as one of the greatest in the world, and they should use it instead of buying oil from Norway and other places that use the same source. They should use it, and they're not doing it. They're doing windmills, and windmills do one thing. You know what they do? Put you out of business.
All the regional leaders about the peace deal or the peace talks about
We're dealing with everybody. We're dealing with all of the leaders on many different subjects. We're very close to a deal with Iran. Thank
All right, as you see there.
Okay. That was interesting.
Wow. Wow. Oh my God. Goldie. President Trump said, we got the exact words, is going to be beyond, there is no 20-year limit. And he specifically said that somebody from the Islamic Republic side has told them clearly and boldly that they're going to give up the nuclear dust. Holy crap. I don't know who's he been talking to. So that whole rumor regarding the Islamic Republic being on 5 years, and remember when I was saying yesterday, like 20 years means that we're officially recognizing the Islamic Republic's right to enrich uranium. So that's not on the table. President Trump clearly confirmed that there is no 20-year limit. So given that, you would assume that the Islamic Republic is going to say, no way in hell I'm going to agree with that. But President Trump says that they have already agreed to that. And they have already agreed to giving up the nuclear dust. And they have already agreed to just give up enrichment of uranium. What is that? Who is he talking to? Who has agreed to that? Is he messing with our head, with everyone's head? Or is this real? If this is real, this is a bending the knee from the Islamic Republic side that was unimaginable, unless President Trump is just taking us on another roller coaster that is not like necessarily, objective reality. So he specifically said the deal is looking very good, very, very good. And it would include that they have agreed to give up on enrichment of uranium with no limit, basically no sunset clause, and they're going to give up the nuclear dust. I mean, I have those clips from those most important parts ready if you want to revisit them, those important parts.
Yeah. Yeah, let's replay that. I'm gonna go see what Oliboff and Arokchi are saying on X about this, because
they're probably gonna get lies. We never agreed to any of this. That's what I'm gonna say. My prediction of what they're saying. Okay. Hold on.
Which means President Trump knows that the strategy that he's using to go after what's left of the IRGC is working, because there are, various factions within the IRGC, and the crazy factions they're going to be freaking out right now. They're going to be like, wait, they're going to be like, who said that? Like, they're going to be pointing internally.
But okay, yes, for sure that we will have a, like, if this is ends up being true, like we have like a major civil war. My question is, did that actually happen? Like, is Trump like doing like messing with everyone's head, or do we have actually somebody from the Islamic Republic offering the thing that seemed impossible from the Islamic Republic to offer? Like, do you think that President Trump is really like is basically explaining what actually happened when he says that they're giving us the nuclear dust and also giving up enrichment of uranium? Because giving up enrichment of uranium requires international or American observers to come to Iran, which is the most humiliating, embarrassing capitulation of the Islamic Republic that would be undeniable. Like Goldie, like I keep watching pro-regime content, like they wouldn't even see this coming. Like they think that there's no way. Like they're still butthurt over Lebanon not being included in the the farthest, like the most unimportant parts of the deal. They're still butthurt over that. So they can't even fathom the Islamic Republic giving up enrichment of uranium. Like they're going to have their minds are going to explode if that happens. So
there's three possibilities here, Armin. There's three possibilities of what's happening. The first one is that someone within the IRGC has in fact agreed to this. Of course, we already know that whatever they agree to, they're lying anyway. So they could be desperate in terms of agreeing and assuming that, okay, well, President Trump's term is going to be up in like 3 years. So, let's agree to this just so that we can survive. And then when President Trump is gone, we can then continue nuclear enrichment behind the scenes. So that's the first possibility. The second possibility is that no one has agreed, and President Trump is playing mind games with the Islamic regime. The third possibility is that President Trump, when he says they have agreed to get rid of, nuclear and all of that, he's not speaking about the Islamic regime. He's speaking about Pahlavi's team. Those are the three possibilities. We don't know which one it is, but those are the three scenarios where I see this statement working and making sense. And, unless and until it's all over, we won't know. One thing I do want to point out, though, before you play these clips, is that, something is not adding up in what President Trump is saying, because President Trump is aware and has acknowledged the fact that the Islamic regime is planning on executing at least 4 people, including 1 woman. So President Trump knows that. But then he's also saying, we're dealing with people that are more moderate and more reasonable. So something is not adding up here, right? Because President Trump is aware that the Islamic regime is still murdering Iranians. So I don't know what to make of that, but President Trump is a very intelligent person, and right now he's keeping his cards very close to his chest.
Okay, those are very interesting points. So let me actually think about each one of them. So, with regards to with the Islamic Republic lying, the issue is, even if they are lying and they're like, let's just agree with this, and when Trump which is obviously like that would be the main policy of the Islamic Republic. If they are agreeing to this, let's wait for Trump to go away, and then we will go back to enriching uranium. The issue with that is that even in this couple of years, if they bring international observers into Iran to verify that they're not enriching uranium, that would still look like a humiliating defeat that is very hard to sell internally. Like the fact that they're capitulating even to that point, because from the regime supporters perspective is that we didn't even have to do that. We were winning. Like why are we even doing that? So even if it's temporary, it will still be an extreme like embarrassment, and it will be hard for the Islamic Republic to save face among its own followers. Then also I don't like obviously everything is possible. I think the Princess of Pahlavi option is the least likely one, because President Trump is like being clear with regards to him talking to somebody within the regime, and also he's talking about the deal happening within the next week or two rather than longer term. So that's why like we're talking to people that there's going to be a deal with like within the next week or two. There is a fourth option, is that maybe, like, this is not, I'm not saying this is likely, but I just want to add it to the options, is that it might be that parts of the IRGC are now doing a coup against regime supporters as well. And they want to, I'm just saying maybe they want to completely bend the knee to President Trump, because they could see that they're being completely destroyed, and they're bringing in the mercenaries from outside to also shut up the regime supporters as well, in case they want to complain about that. Like they want to do a complete capitulation and bending the knee to Trump, because they realize that they're going to completely go bankrupt if the blockade continues. And maybe President Trump has figured out exactly to hit them where it hurts the most. President Trump, for example, in this interview here, in this live interaction here, confirmed that the blockade is hurting them more than the missiles, which is true, because for the IRGC, even if they keep bombarding them, they think that they could rebuild everything. But if you cut off their revenue source, then that is when they start tapping out. And that might be the case. With regards to why President Trump calls them reasonable, even though they're continuing to show extreme brutality and massacring Iranian people, it might be the case that President Trump is talking about the word reasonable not as in good reasonable, but evil reasonable, and he's talking about them being reasonable only when it comes to finally accepting the terms of the surrender in a way that Ali Khamenei would never accept. So these people are more self-interested rather than Durka, rather than ideological. They're more self-interested. Even though they're evil, their motivations is mostly based on survival and self-interest. So maybe like reasonable doesn't mean good. Okay, you could be like really, really evil and more reasonable at the same time. Like there are evil villains, for example, in the movies that are still reasonable, right? Which makes them more dangerous, actually. If you're evil and reasonable, you're actually more of a problem than evil and retarded. Evil and retarded we can defeat. Evil and reasonable is harder to deal with. And maybe that's what President Trump is saying. He's not telling them that they're good people. So those are my thoughts. But anything is possible, obviously.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. I mean, I think that I honestly, I don't know. Anything can go, but if I had to guess, I mean, I could be wrong here, but I'm thinking that someone within the IRGC is desperate to remain alive, and desperate to survive, and to keep the Islamic regime going, which is why they're agreeing to this. But the President Trump knows that, even if like someone agrees to this, the other factions are not going to agree. So this is going to cause even more internal strife and conflict. So I'm very curious to see what Araghchi and Ghalibaf post and the others post in the next 24 hours.
I mean, think about this. It's really tempting to just like if I was head of IRGC and I would be like, screw Mahdi, screw Islam. If I survive this, the mullahs are gone. I have the guns. That means that I will have all the oil and gas revenue. So forget about destroying. Like it's very like there's so much money to be made here that I can see somebody from IRGC saying, forget about destroying Israel, forget about Mahdi, forget about destroying the United States. The Israelis and Americans killed so much of my competition. If I survive this, I will be richer than God. So it could be extremely tempting to some people within the IRGC to just completely capitulate and be like, sure, whatever you want, just let us rule, and we'll just like give you what you want. We're willing to throw everybody under the bus. We'll throw Hezbollah under the bus. We'll throw our regime supporters under their bus. Just give us a situation where we could keep the oil and gas money. That might be the case. So but we don't know. Let's see like what President Trump said here.
To stop enriching uranium. Would you?
Well, we haven't agreed to any. We haven't agreed to any.
To you, sir, that's the final sticking point.
What we have is we have a statement, very powerful statement, that they will not have beyond 20 years, that they will not have nuclear weapons. That's beyond. There's no 20-year limit.
There is no 20-year limit. Who? Like, I'm dying to know who gave you this statement. Who? If anybody. Who gave you the statement? And Goldie, I don't think they would take the statement, if there is a statement. I don't think they would take the statement seriously unless it was from somebody important, because JD Vance confirmed that they already figured out that the people that they were talking to in Islamabad, they were not the real decision makers. So obviously, if JD Vance knows that, President Trump knows that well, and they wouldn't consider the statement to be strong unless it was coming from somebody that was involved in the decision making, somebody above Ghalibov. Oh, and Murad Vaisi yesterday said this. Murad Vaisi, he analyzed that the head of the army of Pakistan, the Manur guy, he went to Iran because after JD Vance said that these people that we were talking to were not the main decision makers, he went to Iran so that he could figure out who's the decision maker, right? He went there to figure out who's making the decisions. That's why he wanted to. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah, that's a very good point.
Right. So that was Murad Vaisi's analysis, which is interesting. Okay, and then there's a second clip here. Here, this is the bigger part. The another big part, which is the dust, the nuclear dust.
The big thing we have to do is we have to make sure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, because if they do, you want to talk about problems, you'd have problems. So very important is that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, and they've agreed to that. Iran's agreed to that, and they've agreed to it very powerfully. They've agreed to give us back the nuclear dust that's way underground because of the attack we made with the B-2 bomber. So we have a lot of agreement with Iran, and I think something's going to happen very positively.
I think something's going to happen very positively. We'll see. We'll see. Again, like Goldie says, none of this could be real. This could just be causing division within the Islamic Republic. It could all be a play, and you'll never know. But we'll see. This is a big. I mean, the other side of the major statement that President Trump made is that apparently the Lebanese and Israelis are going to meet in the White House. He said they're going to meet in the White House. That is historic. Holy crap. That is going to really anger Hezbollah and the Islamic Republic. And I actually do really feel for threatened for when it comes to the life of the Lebanese government right now, the prime minister. Like, protect that man at all costs, because right now Hezbollah, it is very, very much in the interest of Hezbollah to assassinate the current government officials, the prime minister of Lebanon. So Lebanese people, for the sake of saving your country from Hezbollah, protect that man. I don't know, that man's life is in danger right now. Oh, we have Tusi coming?
Yeah, he's coming up. So you get to maybe put the links for your discussion group in the chat.
Oh, Okay, let me do it. Oh, wait, 1 second. I was not prepared. I didn't know. Okay,
That's
guys.
okay. We'll wait.
Within 15 minutes, I'm going to go to the discussion group of liberty politics. Okay, link is in the chat. I'm going to pin it on my channel as well. So in the chat on my channel. So come talk to me in 15 minutes over there. See you guys there. You could ask me questions.
Okay, guys, and I'll come back when 2C is done, and we'll see Armin in a few hours. Armin, now you get a little bit of a break too. You can eat something before your discussion.
Oh yeah, I could do that. Thank you. Okay.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and it's kicking off inside the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps leadership team as they continue to be divided. The blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is suffocating financially the Islamic regime in Iran. There is now going to be a ceasefire in Lebanon, but there is a big but coming, which we're going to explain. So, in this live stream, we're going to talk about the so-called 10-day ceasefire in Lebanon. We're also going to be discussing the latest figures from the IRGC in Iran, who have now been assassinated and taken out by the armed Iranians, the anti-Islamic occupation Iranians on the ground. Of course, the latest update on the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, despite what President Trump said a couple of days ago, that we are permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz. Of course, what President Trump says is very different to what he actually does. And the Russians have now warned the IRGC in Iran that President Trump and also the State of Israel are tricking them with this so-called ceasefire. They are rearming themselves, regrouping, and are preparing for the next phase of the conflict. Now, we're going to discuss all this because some things, actually a lot of things, will definitely change over the next few days and a few weeks. I'm going to get your reaction as well. First, we're going to talk about what President Trump announced earlier on in terms of the ceasefire in Lebanon. All right. President Trump said, I just had an excellent conversation with the highly respected President Joseph Aoun of Lebanon and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel. These two leaders have agreed that in order to achieve peace between their countries, they will formally begin a 10-day ceasefire at 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday. The two countries met for the first time in 34 years here in Washington, D.C., with our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. I have directed Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Rubio together with the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Raising-Kane, to work with Israel and Lebanon to achieve a lasting peace. It has been my honor to solve 9 wars across the world, and this will be my 10th, just adding to it now. So let's get it done, President Donald J. Trump. Just adding to it. We've now stopped 5 million wars now. Now, there are a few issues with this. So people who don't understand geopolitics have been having a bit of a meltdown over the last couple of hours. But it's important to translate the real situation for you guys in case you're watching the establishment liberal media. We first got the update that the Prime Minister of Israel said that despite the ceasefire, we, the Israeli Defense Forces, will remain in Lebanon. We will remain in the security zone during the ceasefire. Where we are, there we stay. So when this announcement came, and of course, the issue when it comes to global diplomacy and geopolitics in general is that any statement that you receive from any world leader or government or a group of people is what they want you to receive. Now, sometimes that could be true. Most of the time, it's not true. So, for example, if something happens in Norway and the leadership in Norway tell you that we are very concerned about what's happening in South Africa, for example, it's because they want you to think that. And the same applies to, for example, when you hear, we call it in politics, self-leaking. So, for example, we've had some updates about the Israeli government ministers being outraged. Now, this is a self-leak from the Israeli government to the media so that the media would tell you. They are outraged. They don't show the outrage. They tell the media, we are outraged. And that is all called controlled leaking. And I'm going to explain what that is. First, despite the ceasefire, the Hezbollah leader has now said that Hezbollah will not respect the ceasefire. That's lovely. And the US State Department has also confirmed that even though we're going to have a 10-day ceasefire, during the whole thing, obviously, Netanyahu said, we're not going anywhere. We will still be occupying the southern parts of Lebanon. State Department and Marco Rubio said, Israel shall preserve its right to take all necessary measures in self-defense at any time against planned, imminent, or ongoing attacks from Hezbollah. Which means that despite the fact that those who don't understand geopolitics have been creating this paranoia that, oh, this is the end, this is a surrender. President Trump has forced the Israelis to surrender to Hezbollah in Lebanon. Oh, we've also heard that the Israeli ministers are outraged because this has been imposed upon them. Firstly, the reason this is a self-leak is because they make it sound like a surprise development. Nobody was expecting it. And suddenly President Trump imposed it. We knew for days and days and days that this was coming anyway. Nobody is actually surprised. They are showing outrage, but they're not actually surprised because this is part of the game that they have to be seen as, well, the Israeli government, we didn't want to do a ceasefire. We are forced to do the ceasefire. But is this actually a ceasefire? Is this actually a surrender ceasefire? No, of course not. Because part of the condition is the Israelis are allowed to stay in Lebanon. Secondly, they can still take military action against Hezbollah if the Hezbollah terrorists do any level of activities. So not much has really changed. This is just forcing Hezbollah into a corner so that the Lebanese government and the Israeli government can legitimately, for the first time, directly work together against Hezbollah. This way, in the international community, we can say, look, everybody's trying now. The Lebanese government, the Israeli government, they want peace in southern Lebanon and northern Israel. It's just one group who are not helping, and that's Hezbollah. So everybody move against Hezbollah. Meanwhile, while that's happening, heavy fighting continues between Hezbollah and the Israeli Defense Forces in Bin Jabal in southern Lebanon. We're also getting some more videos. Let's go to the first one. Now, let's quickly also talk about what's going on in Iran, because we also have to cover the economic collapse of the IRGC in the country. And this is just the beginning of chaos for the Islamic leadership. And then we're going to talk about what President Trump has been saying over the last few minutes. His tactic is to create a new reality by basically saying, yeah, this is basically happening. And everyone's like, well, it's not happening until it actually happens. That includes the IRGC surrender. Now, Islamist women, a lot of people who have now been utilized by the IRGC as their new soldiers, because the grown-up male adults, they are running out of them because they're either dead or they have fled. So they now have child soldiers, they now have foreign proxies from various countries, and they now have also women who are not even professionally trained, but the Islamist women, part of the IRGC, have now been given machine guns mounted on vehicles, driving around the streets of Iran, terrorizing people, trying to scare them. The only issue is that nobody's actually scared of these guys. Let's watch this. What is this? What is this? This is so weird. This is... Yeah, I don't think anybody's terrified. Nobody's scared. They're trying to intimidate the civilians by enforcing essentially martial law on the streets. They've got heavy machine guns. They also have RPGs. They have rifles and everything else. But again, if they were to use it, like the so-called child soldiers that they have, well, they're not going to be able to stand against the Israelis or the Americans, or in fact, the rest of the Iranian population, those of them who are armed. Now, we do have some good news from the IRGC. Assassinations continue across the country. We now have 3 more senior IRGC operatives who have been eliminated in Saravan. We have the Second Lieutenant Mahdi Nasiri Sadeh. On the left, we have the First Sergeant Ahmed Sheikhi. And also on the right, we have First Sergeant Mohammad Reza Shahuzai. All of them have now been taken out by the armed resistance groups inside Iran against the Islamic occupation forces. Of course, there are more that have been taken out. And of course, over the last few days, we've been showing you guys the videos of these targeted attacks. But a lot of them, obviously, there's still an issue with the internet in Iran. And in terms of the identity, the IRGC takes some time to even admit that they've lost more personnel. And then by the time they announce it, it's going to be another week. So expect more names to come out over the next few days in terms of the IRGC losses during the ceasefire. Because the war in Iran, at the end of the day, is between the Iranians and the IRGC. They received some help from the Americans. They've got obviously assistance from Israel, Mossad, IDF. But at the end of the day, the war in Iran is not going to stop until one side is eliminated. Either the whole of the Iranian population completely surrender, or the IRGC get taken out. Now, at the same time, the US Navy have been doing something very quietly, in a very clever way over the last few days, and that's the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. The interesting thing about this is that since they started the blockade, the IRGC said, we're going to hit back. This is the end of the world. And we also had people like Tucker Carlson saying this is now the beginning of World War III. Everybody was saying, oh, yes, China is going to attack, Russia is going to attack, and everybody's going to get involved. It's chaos. Nothing. None of that happened, obviously, as I mentioned before. What we've had is that the Americans have continued to take control, which might seem like a tiny thing, but the effects are becoming more visible every single day. First, let's go to this audio communication from the U.S. Central Command saying that the U.S. naval vessels are on a patrol in the Gulf of Oman as CENTCOM continues to execute a U.S. blockade on ships entering and departing Iranian ports. U.S. forces are present, vigilant, and ready to ensure compliance. Watch this, listen to this, and then I'm going to explain the outcome and the result of the blockade of Strait of Hormuz, what it actually means, what it's actually doing in the south of Iran.
The U.S. has announced a formal blockade of Iranian ports and coastal areas. This is illegal action. All vessels are advised to immediately return to port if leaving and discontinue transit to Iran if that is your next port of call. Do not attempt to breach the blockade. Vessels will be boarded for interdiction and seizure, transiting to or from an Iranian port. Turn around and prepare to be boarded. If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force. The whole of the United States Navy is ready to force compliance. Now.
Yeah. Turn around or be prepared for us to come on board, basically, and take over the ships. And everybody is basically complying, despite all the rumors coming from the IRGC that they were claiming the opposite was happening, but there was absolutely no evidence of the opposite, of any sort of challenge coming from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. They kept saying the IRGC Navy will get involved. How? With what naval assets? You don't have anything right now. Everything has been destroyed. The capabilities, the system of the Navy in Iran has been destroyed. Now, they do have ships. They have all these tiny, fast ships. They're not going to do anything. There is no leadership. The Americans and the Israelis took out the head of the Navy. The next day, they replaced him with a new guy, and they took him out as well. So at this point, they've decided not to announce a new head of the IRGC Navy. What do you think that's going to do? A lack of central command for the rest of the so-called naval personnel. Anyway, the reason that this is important and what it's actually doing in terms of the effects in Iran is that they are now, the Islamic Republic, entering economic Armageddon. So the signs are quite clear. The central bank in Iran have now warned that recovery, even if the Islamic Republic somehow wins this, would take up to 12 years, with inflation reaching 180% and unemployment rising by another 2 million. Oil and the budget for the resources have been completely shut down. The United States, obviously, with the blockade of Hormuz, have also halted the export coming from Iran, roughly 2 million barrels of oil per day, choking the IRGC's finances, where the internet blackout is obviously destroying the businesses in Iran, because obviously everybody's relying on the internet, from banking to merchants and everybody else, basically. Shortages in terms of goods and products and food, obviously basic necessities, is becoming quite problematic, critical condition right now in Iran. And the damages of the war in Iran for the Islamic Republic's infrastructure is unstoppable right now, because they continue to get hit by various groups in Iran, whether it's Mossad operatives, whether it's the armed Iranians against the IRGC. The regime in Iran carrying on by pouring hundreds of millions of the rial to their proxies. They are now spending more money funding the Iraqis, for example, to come to invade Iran. They're not paying their own IRGC members. And a lot of them are completely paralyzed. They can't even pay their own rent. They can't even pay for electricity or water when they have access to electricity or water. The regime itself is losing their own energy and personnel because they don't have money. And the more this continues, the harder it will get. This blockade and their so-called ceasefire is doing more damage than the 40 days that you had the strikes going left, right, and center. Because this is hitting the soul of the regime, the system in general. They have no other option but to accept the surrender deal that President Trump is offering. They have absolutely no other option. Over the next few days, when we have the final round of talks in Islamabad, Pakistan, they have to say yes. They have to surrender the enriched uranium, the nuclear program, and everything else. They have no other option. Because even at that point, even when they signed a surrender deal for nuclear, they're not saved. The regime is not saved, because then they have to continue the war. The war is not going to stop, because the Iranian people are still at war with the Islamic occupation. And now they have to fight the Iranians at their weakest point, the regime. It's going to be very, very difficult for them. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary in the United States, who, by the way, a few months ago, just before the war kicked off this time, during the so-called negotiations that you had a couple of months ago, when everybody was panicking, saying, oh, President Trump is selling out, he's saving the regime, Scott Bessent also came and said, we've been working on this for over a year. The United States Treasury, with the help of the State Department and CIA, have been manipulating the currency, freezing assets, which resulted in the collapse of the currency in Iran in December 2025, which then resulted in the uprising. The Americans were behind it. While people were going around saying, oh, the Americans, President Trump seemed to have helped the Islamic Republic, behind the scenes, they were bringing down the currency to cause mayhem. And it worked. And then, of course, they've done this. While people were saying, oh, President Trump has chickened out, there's negotiations going on in February and March. Well, February. They were mobilizing the troops. And, of course, they started. And they destroyed the leadership. They destroyed the Air Force and the Navy. And now the infrastructure, financial infrastructure. So Scott Bessent, the reason I mentioned him is because earlier on at the press conference in the White House, he also confirmed that the Americans are continuing to put more pressure. It's not just about ceasefire. It's not even just about the blockade of Hormuz. The bank accounts of the regime are being frozen now across the Persian Gulf countries. For the first time, every single Arab country, every asset, every finance element is now being frozen. Let's quickly go to Scott Bessent.
Yeah, I think that's not a correct characterization. Yesterday, we announced Operation Economic Fury, and we, for over a year, we have had maximum pressure on the Iranians, both on blocking payments into the Iranian state and going after the accounts of the IRGC. One of the what may prove to be fatal mistakes that the Iranians made was bombing their GCC neighbors, and who are now willing to be much more transparent in terms of the funds, or do a deeper dive in investigating the funds that are held within their banking systems. So we have pushed out to them the request that we want to freeze more funds of the leadership of the IRGC and any members of Iranian leadership. The other thing that we have done is we have told countries that if you are buying Iranian oil, that if Iranian money is sitting in your banks, we are now willing to apply secondary sanctions, which is a very stern measure. And the Iranians should know that this is going to be the financial equivalent of what we saw in the kinetic activities.
Is this an example of?
Yeah.
This is the guy they didn't take seriously when President Trump announced his appointment at the time. And of course, he's been doing so much behind the scenes for the American people and for the free people of the world. And meanwhile, the Russians have now conveyed a message to the Islamic Republic, which was also broadcast by the Kremlin, which is fascinating because the Russia's Security Council has now told the Islamic Republic, basically Ghalibaf and Vahidi and those who are in charge of the IRGC, that the United States and Israel are using these so-called peace talks and ceasefire as a trick to prepare for a ground operation against the Islamic Republic. They've claimed, and we do know, that since ceasefire was announced, and even just before that, over 50,000 US ground troops have been deployed to the Middle East. And also the 82nd Airborne, the Delta Force, Ranger units, everybody has been getting prepared while we have ceasefire. We also have over 500 US aircrafts, the US Navy strike groups getting closer, including USS George H.W. Bush, that is almost getting there now in the next few days. Massive buildup continues. Again, we are at a point where the IRGC have no other option. This time round, and I've been saying that the Islamic Republic, even in February, even in May, before the 12-day war, I said it's probably not a good idea for the Islamic Republic to accept any deal because obviously it's going to be the downfall if they accept if they surrender the nuclear program to the Americans. At this point, they have no other option. It's a bit of a lose-lose. They have to accept the deal. And I hope they do, because obviously then that will create the next phase of the downfall. If they don't, then it's even better if they don't accept the deal, because obviously that means a huge escalation. The only issue with not accepting a deal next week, for example, is that we might still go back to airstrikes by the US and Israel. And that's not really a good thing. Strikes are not going to do anything. They've done their job. You can't bring down the regime using airstrikes. Things need to happen on the ground. And again, at the end of the day, it has to be the job of the Iranian people. But you need to create the environment for the Iranian people to be able to finish the job on the ground. Unless the United States are prepared to do tactical ground operations, not a full-on invasion and occupation, because Iran is a big country. You can't just occupy Iran. There's going to be a lot of US soldiers who will lose their lives. That's a terrible idea. But if they are willing to do tactical operations, specific operations, to do some ground troops, Delta Force, to go in to take out someone, to pick someone up like Maduro, or to occupy or destroy the enriched uranium in nuclear sites, then fine. That could definitely work. If you go back to strikes, it's just going to go on for weeks and weeks and weeks and months, and it's just going to continue. So the best idea is for the IRGC to accept the deal. It's kind of good for them for now, but they will still go down. Because once the deal is accepted and they surrender the nuclear program, if they get to that point, by the way, it's very difficult to see, then we're going to get to the next phase and the Iranian uprising. But are they being clever right now? Do they know that they have to accept? Or are they being stupid like Mohsen Rezai? Mohsen Rezai, who is the senior military advisor of the IRGC, he is essentially number two. He's the supposed to be the military advisor to the supreme leader. You know, the cardboard supreme leader with one leg, who's a little bit gay, Moshtaba. But his job is basically number 2 after Vahidi, who is basically in charge of the IRGC. He says, I'm going to show you what he's saying, that he's saying that President Trump will have to admit defeat and kill himself like Hitler. But he says, I doubt that President Trump will be brave enough, have the courage that apparently Adolf had. This is literally what Mohsen Rezai said on the Islamic Republic state media.
الان لانچرها رو احتمال قوی میدن برادران ما بردن نشان روی کردن برای آبراهام لینکلن و همه ناوها الان زیر لانچرهای ما هست. همه رو غرق میکنه. یکی رو نمیذاریم.
They're going to sink all the ships.
آتش بس رو معمولا باید اولین حکم بعد از کل توافقات باشه. به همین دلیل من قبول ندارم این آتش بس یه سکوت نظامی ما کرده.
So there's no ceasefire apparently.
دو تا پیش بینی من میکنن. یکی اینکه اینا تا همین جایی که اومدن دیگه رها کنن. 10 تا شرط ما رو هم بپذیرن و برن کنار. این البته فراری خواهد بود. ولی خواهند گفت که بالاخره یه شجاعتی این داشت. البته بعید میدونم به اندازه هیتلر شجاعت داشته باشه.
It's not as brave as Hitler.
از شکست خورد خودکشی کرد رسما.
What?
این چه کار داره؟ اگه شما شجاعت داری بپذیر شکست خوردی.
Well, and they kill yourself. What?
یک که من بعید میدونم. یه پیش بینی دیگه این است که این به تلاش‌های مذبوحانه و مأیوسانه ادامه بده. این اوضاع آمریکا آنقدر زیاد میشه که من پیش بینی میکنم ترامپ رو خود آمریکایی‌ها دستگیر خواهند کرد.
They're going to arrest Trump apparently. Oh my God, this whole thing escalated very, very quickly. Hang on. There were a few things he said. Well, there was the first one. Oh yeah, first one he said, we have our launchers completely targeting the USS Abraham Lincoln and all the US warships in near the Strait of Hormuz, right? They've been saying that for a very long time. They were supposed to use it the moment the Americans began the blockade. You didn't do anything. And now you're saying, well, we are ready. Okay, do it then. You promised. That's one. Then he talked about Adolf, that vegetarian failed artist from Austria. And then he said something about how Trump, if he were brave enough like Adolf, then he would kill himself. Look, do you realize, forget about the comparison being completely insane. The reason that Adolf allegedly took himself out was because he was being found and Germany was being brought down by the Allies. The United States of America, as a land, as a country, people are still living their lives. There are no strikes in America. There are no rockets. There are no occupying forces attack. It's not like when the White House is being taken over. Why would the president decide to take himself out? And then what was the other one? He also said about how President Trump, oh yeah, things are getting so bad in America that they're going to arrest him and put him in prison. The Democrats tried, darling, and they failed.
Okay, we are pausing because, guys, John Peace Seeker is back. I was running a quick errand, so I wasn't able to pause when he came in. John Peace Seeker, oh my gosh, how are you? Guys. John Peace Seeker. Oh my gosh. John Peace Seeker, one of my OG mods from like back when I started my channel back in October. And he is inside of occupied Iran. John, are you there? Hey, John. This is John. This is John Peace Seeker. Oh my gosh. I need to message Armin. Well, he's in his discussion group, but John, how are you? How are you? Give us an update. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna cry. We were so worried about you. I need to message Armin. I know he's in his a lot of explosion and building shaking happening right now. Is this happening right now, John? Things are messy. Okay, well, don't give any information that will compromise your safety and security. Okay, the IRGC are everywhere, many terroristic checkpoints like ISIS. Not now. Okay, this was before. Oh, a week ago. For now, nothing. Okay. How do you, okay, you know what? Please, yeah, first of all, please stay safe. Please stay safe. I know میدونم اطلاعات نمیدی ولی خب دیگه باید بگم چون که خب باید مراقبت باشیم دیگه. خیلی خوشحال شدم. Oh my gosh. Wait, let me message Armin really quick. He's going to be so happy. I know he's in his group chat, but okay, what update can you give? حواست هست. Okay, خب خدا رو شکر. What can you tell us? Nothing special. Okay, you know what? Actually, I have a question for you because this is something, especially with the internet being shut off for the last 48 days, many people inside of occupied Iran, like yourself and others, haven't been able to, come online or share their thoughts or share their perspectives. So, John, a quick question for you. Yeah, I know. Internet speed is slow. Yeah, I know. Question for you. What is your thought on the conflict? Are you do you support United States and Israel booming the IRGC? Oh, can I type it? Okay, I'll type your questions. Okay. Let me Oh, okay. So, John P. Seeker, he loves the Freedom Operation. Artish bothered you. Okay, you support the operation. Okay, good. Yeah, guys, for everyone watching, John P. Seeker is inside Iran. Okay. He supports the United States and Israel operation. Okay, John, someone is asking, are people still hopeful and motivated? What is your sense of the current situation? He said earlier, uprising and air support is working well. So you don't trust IRGC or Artish? Okay, so I just asked John, what message do you have for people outside Iran? Yeah, you don't trust Artish unless they drop their gun or join the people. That's true. Well, we've heard. Okay, so guys, so this is John's message to everyone outside of Iran to support us. That means the Iranian people. So keep on supporting us. Don't trust the mullah regime. 100%, 100%. Okay, John, another question. What do you want the USA and Israel to do? He says, no ceasefire, no wasting time. I love IDF a lot. I love Israel Air Force and I know what they're doing. I trust Israel Air Force for our safety. I want them to clear the strait of Iran from the IRGC. Clear every city. Basically, so John P. Seeker is saying that he just wants the Israel and the United States to just continue clearing the streets of the IRGC. Basically, just continue booming them. Liberate the cities. John, this is a good one. So people are asking, is there anything we can do to help more Iranians get online? He's saying checkpoints. Yeah, checkpoints are all in the street. Okay, so that's a very good point. So guys, this is where everyone needs to have conduit. So when John P. Seeker is talking about Siphon is an app that people inside of occupied Iran use to get access to internet. But on our end, the way that we can help is download this app called Conduit. Okay, so basically, and we've spoken about this for the last few months. I think Petito was the first person who brought up Conduit. And so what you do is I'll put the link in all of the chats. Okay, so if you have if you have good internet connection, if you have unlimited bandwidth, please download and install this app and run it on your computer, laptop, whatever the case might be. Like I have Conduit running 24/7 on my laptop, and I'll put the link in all the chats. So for everyone who's watching right now, if you want to help people in occupied Iran, one of the best ways and one of the easiest ways is to just download Conduit and run it, especially if you have unlimited internet like me. This is going to be a huge help. Let me just put it in all the chats here. Let me just put the link in all the chats. I think it went to, okay. All right, so now the link is there. So you can download this. I know, obviously, if you don't have like unlimited internet, don't do this. But if you have unlimited internet like me, then this is one of the easiest and best ways to help Iranians in occupied Iran. Petito's kind of gone over this in the past about how this works, but essentially what happens is when we download Conduit on our end, and then we connect, we basically start running it. That will it'll connect to Siphon. For people who are running Siphon in occupied Iran, it's like some sort of, I don't know, B2B or I don't know, P2P, whatever connection. And basically what it does is it gives our bandwidth through this, like it connects our bandwidth to people in occupied Iran, and then it gives them the ability to go online using our bandwidth. So I have it running 24/7. And this is one of the ways that we can help. Okay, so let me go to the rest of John P. Seeker's posts here. So he says Iranian people need to get the good software, good VPN to connect to the, yeah, that's a challenge. He says the IDF must hack the Iran network. So he's talking about the internal network, because the Islamic regime, guys, so the Islamic regime has cut off the internet, right? The internet is cut off from the outside world. And instead, what they have done is they have created this internal, like, intranet system that is only like usable within occupied Iran, and it's fully monitored and controlled by the Islamic regime, and you cannot access the outside world with that. Okay, let's see what else he says here. Yes. So there's Iraqi. Yeah. So John, we've shown videos and images of like Hashd Shabi. They're on the streets, guys. So John is confirming. John P. Seeker, he's confirming what Armin and I have been telling you about how the Islamic regime has brought in outside terrorist proxy groups to suppress the Iranian people. Right? These are the same ones who helped murder Iranians back on January 8 and 9. So you got the Hashd Shabis, you got the the Afghan Fatimiyun, you've got Hezbollah, you've got like Palestinians, you've got people from Pakistan, terrorist groups from Syria, yeah, other countries. Yes, we've been raising awareness about that as well. I'm so grateful that you're confirming all of this. Okay, the IDF saw a lot of them. I know they know it. Yes, pretty sure the IDF is monitoring everything. And so he says air support and tactical operations. That's what he's asking for. So these are like sort of the main asks from people inside occupied Iran: air support, tactical operations, hack the internal Iran network. Thanks for the help. You're very, very welcome. Conduit does work in Canada. I'm in Canada and it's working. Sometimes it takes time to connect. Guys, there was like a period of like 3 weeks where I was running Conduit 24/7, but I had 0 connections. That's because the internet was completely like cut off. So obviously something is now happening. Something is happening with the internet connection, which is allowing people like John Peaceseeker and others use Conduit to connect. So even when the connection for me was 0, I was still running it. So John says, if the IDF hack the Iran network and open the internet, the siphon connect easier. Guys, remember, siphon is the app that Iranians in occupied Iran use. On our end, we use Conduit. And I've put the link in all the chats there. So Conduit, it's open source. Guys, Conduit is open source. It's 100% safe. You're not risking your security or anything by doing so. Believe me, if there was a security risk, I will let you know. But I have been running Conduit for the last 3 months nonstop since I've heard about it. Perfectly safe. I don't know if there is a Linux desktop version. I see Android, Windows, and Mac. That's all. I don't think there's a Linux version. You might have to, yeah. So it's only on Google Play, Windows, and Mac. So support, guys, and I'm pretty sure that this, like, the CEO of Conduit is Iranian. No, maybe not the CEO, but someone who works at Conduit or helped build it or something. They're Iranian. Let me see if I can find it. Because there was a post. And this Iranian guy who is involved with Conduit and Siphon was talking about it, but I think it might have been in Persian. Okay, so I can't find it now. Yeah, for PC. So you can get it on Windows, Mac, and Google Play. I don't know what kind of firewall or whatever Iran regime used, but need to be hacked. I agree. Hack and open the lock. Yeah, that's huge. I mean, one of the biggest ways that, like, we can help Iranian people is by giving them internet access so they can communicate. Can I spell the app? It's right here. Just look at the screen. Look at the screen. Conduit. It's right there. So just search Conduit and the website will come up. No, not phones. It's for Google Play, Windows, and Mac. So I have it running on my computer. I have Conduit running on my computer. Internet like China, yes. So the Islamic regime has shut down the internet and they've created this intranet, exactly similar to China, and they monitor everything. They have like an intranet. I know. It's terrible. It's horrible what they're doing. Okay. All right. Yep. So they shoot. Yeah. So guys, remember Armin and I were talking about this yesterday. So these foreign terrorist proxy militia groups that have come in from like Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Hezbollah, Palestine, wherever, They shoot Iranians. They abuse them. Remember, we were talking about how a lot of Iranian women and girls are now starting to be harassed at the checkpoints, like they're being sexually harassed at the checkpoints. It's really disgusting. Okay. If you have Texas, if you have Chromebook, then Google Play might work, because Chromebook uses Google Play apps, I think. I don't know. Yeah, guys, don't listen to Islamic regime mercenaries. Like, why would you listen to people who support the Islamic regime? And yes, so he says, this is a freedom operation. Iranian people are hostage, and we need this. I agree. I 100% agree. There is many evil in the media brought by the IRGC. Don't listen to them. Listen to me. Yeah, guys, listen to John. Guys, there's a reason that the internet has been shut down and the Islamic regime is working overtime to put out their, fake news, jihadi propaganda, right? There's a reason that they're putting out their fake news, jihadi propaganda while they have shut off the voices of 90 million Iranians, because they don't want you to know what Iranians actually think, right? Mohammad Qanavati, yes, that's him. Thank you. Let me look that up. Wait. Okay. I can't find it, but yeah, that's him. Okay. Let me see what else John is saying here. Yeah, the Islamic regime are psychopaths. I agree. Need tactical operation to free Iranian people. Yes, Islamic regime are evil. They need support on ground and air. Guys, everyone, thank you so much. Thank you so much for downloading, installing, and running Conduit. Honestly, it's one of the easiest ways to help the Iranian people in occupied Iran, to, basically to help people like John Peaceseeker and others, right? Like, just literally, you install it, you let it run, and there you go. Like, that's it. It's so easy to do. It's so easy to do. And I've literally, like, because I've been running it, like, I send, like, I don't know, hundreds of gigabytes a month. But that's because my internet is unlimited, right? Like, I have unlimited internet. It's like super duper high speed, whatever. And I have Conduit running while I'm live streaming as well. And there hasn't been an issue with, like, my internet bandwidth or whatever. Okay. Let me go down. Let's see what else John is saying. Yep. Israel found many good targets. Exactly. So people who are asking, John, why haven't the Iranian people risen up yet? They're waiting for the green light from King Reza Pahlavi. Remember, King Reza Pahlavi said, stay home until I give the signal. So Iranians in occupied Iran are waiting for the signal. They're waiting for the green light, and it hasn't happened yet. But Iranian people are getting ready for that moment. And I have a feeling that it's going to come sooner rather than later. And yes, they're waiting for help, because we can't do it alone. All right. Okay. John, I'm so glad you're back. I'm going to let you continue speaking to everyone in the chat. Before I go back to so many checkpoints in the street. John, before I go back to 2C TV, is there anything else that you would like to say right now that you want me to share with everyone who's watching? And then I'll just let you continue speaking in the chat. Some final words or final message. And then, of course, I'll be here and I'll share your messages, anything that you want me to share. How do we know if Iranians are using conduit? Okay, so this is a really, really good question. So Petito explained this. So apparently, I don't know the full technical details or whatever, but Petito explained this in a previous live stream a few months ago. Basically, the way that conduit and siphon works is that the app is made to automatically prioritize areas that have the least amount of internet access. So you don't actually need to limit the geographic location. Conduit already does that. So because right now the entire country of Iran is shut off from the internet, the priority, just the way that the system works, is that Iran will be prioritized. So you don't have to worry about limiting it to a geographical location. Conduit automatically does that. So don't worry about that. Just have it on and keep it going, and the system will work itself out. I don't know the technical details, but Petito explained that in detail in a previous thing. Thanks, my dear. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy you're here. You just made my day. Not much, just stand with us. Okay, so the message from people in occupied Iran is stand with the Iranian people. Thank you. Help us until the end of the regime. Absolutely. Don't keep us waiting. Don't talk with Mullah a lot. I agree. ببین جان, I have a feeling, ببین من میدونم که پشت صحنه یه اتفاقایی دارن میافتن. And I know we're all impatient. It's been 47 years, but I promise you something is happening behind the scenes, and I know we're all impatient, but trust the process. And don't worry, those of us who are on the outside, we will continue to be your voice. We will continue to raise awareness, and we will continue to make sure that everyone knows what people inside of occupied Iran want and are saying, and what the message is. And God bless the IDF and the US Army. That's John P. Seeker's message from inside of occupied Iran to everyone who's watching, and of course the rest of the world. God bless the IDF and the US Army. I agree. Thank you. Don't let them come in. Okay. No more mullah in the West. Enough of it. Yeah, that's true. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna let John continue speaking to people in the chat. We're gonna go back and continue with 2C's live. 2C's live. And I'll be back momentarily. Welcome back, John. So happy to have you here. We're so happy. تاج سر ما هستی. لطفاً مراقب خودت باش.
Anyway, the same guy, Rezai, has obviously now said that we will sink all US ships. Again, still waiting for that. But he basically said it's gone back to that 10-point proposal, the conditions. You remember the 10 conditions that the Pakistanis messed up because President Trump announced the ceasefire with the Islamic Republic. What was it, a week and a half ago? And somehow the IRGC made the announcement that it's not really just a ceasefire, this is the end of the war. And people like Tucker Carlson believed that. It was kind of funny. And then they said, yes, because President Trump has accepted our 10-point conditions. Everybody freaked out. I mean, these 10 points are insane, including reparations like Black Lives Matter and the US troops completely leaving bases in the Middle East forever. It was crazy, right? Now, despite the fact that they begged the Americans for the second round of talks or final round of talks, that will happen probably beginning of next week, probably Tuesday. And they are saying behind closed doors that, okay, we're going to have to come up with some idea to do a deal, surrender deal for nuclear. He's gone back to repeating the same thing, that the Americans have to accept our 10 conditions. Now, this is not really just propaganda. It's not really just about the IRGC saying one thing behind closed doors and another thing in public. It's actually because nobody knows who's in charge. Reza is saying something, one thing, this guy. Arakshi, the foreign minister, is saying something else. Then you've got Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Parliament, saying something completely different. Everybody's all over the place. And Vahidi, who's actually in charge of the IRGC, the guy we don't really see much because he's hiding like a rat, like the Gayatollah, he doesn't want any of it. He's in charge of the IRGC. He says, I don't want ceasefire, I don't want deal, I just want destruction. He's gone full on Thanos. And yeah, we don't exactly know who's calling the shots right now. Now, the Iraqis, who are now going insane, obviously they have invaded Iran. I have the craziest video for you guys. There's this Iraqi soldier, basically part of the militia of the IRGC, who is giving salute to to the cardboard. I'm not kidding, actual cardboard. Again, they brought out cardboard supreme leaders. The cardboard of Khamenei and also the cardboard of Qasem Soleimani while crying. Watch. What is this? She's crying. She's crying. What is this? Oh no, she's crying. What is it? Is it like some sort of hip hop terrorist? Oh, we also have Mr. Potato Head, Hassan Nasrallah. All the cardboards, and they're taking down names, obviously. Would you like to join to become a martyr? The problem is the female soldiers, the terrorists, if they die, if they become martyrs, they don't get virgins. They don't even get, so they become one of the 72 virgins. But this, oh my God, look at that face. This is the moment. Look at the salute. Salute. The cardboard of the Gayatollah of the Islamic Republic. You can't take these people seriously. It's embarrassing. I am embarrassed on behalf of the Islamic world. Not even Islamic. Now, President Trump has also released this follow-up statement after announcing the ceasefire in Lebanon, saying, in addition to the statement just issued, I will be inviting the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, and the President of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun, to the White House for the first meaningful talks between Israel and Lebanon since 1983, a very long time ago. Glad he clarified 1983 was a long time ago. Both sides want to see peace, and I believe that will happen. This is actually a genius move because you now have, by force, the Lebanese government and the Israeli government directly working together because that was supposed to be happening since 2024. Obviously, it didn't happen because the Lebanese government were being a bunch of crybabies. Even now, Aoun didn't really want to meet with the Prime Minister of Israel, but he doesn't really have any choice. And also, this ceasefire is not really a real ceasefire because the Israeli Defense Forces are allowed to stay in Lebanon and they are allowed to continue hitting Hezbollah every time Hezbollah do any level of terrorist activities. We also have a quick updates from the US Navy on the expansion of the blockade. Before we get to that, Bill says, do you think the IRGC will be in power in 6 months? Yeah, just about, yeah. This takes ages. This is not really a quick thing. Iran is a huge country. Again, they could go down pretty quickly, randomly, like Assad in Syria, but you need an actual force on the ground. The reason Assad fell quickly was because of al-Julani being backed by Erdogan in Turkey. Hezbollah not respecting the ceasefire. What else is new? Good point. I can't keep track of this stuff anymore. Can't trust mainstream media, and even many alternative news sources are questionable now. They're all mental. Did you not notice? Thank you, always cutting it straight and staying current with reliable sources. Thank you so much. And PC says Lebanon needs to recognize Israel finally. To be fair, that's the least of the priorities. But yeah, okay. We now have an update. Despite the ceasefire announcement, we now have rocket attack by Hezbollah towards northern Israel. We're going to go to that shortly. We're just waiting for the video to come in the next few minutes. We do have the sirens, the map as well. Let me just quickly show this for you guys. This is what's happening in northern Israel as we speak. Waiting. There we go. Yeah, that's it. So, fresh round of attacks in the northern parts of the country. Rockets coming from south of Lebanon by Hezbollah. So that's happening. So expect a massive retaliation by the Israeli Defense Forces over the next few minutes. So the U.S. Navy are now have now expanded the blockade of. It's not really Hormuz. It's actually the blockade of Iranian oil. That's the reality. The blockade is now international, which means that Iranian vessels can now be boarded and seized by U.S. forces anywhere in the world, not just around the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf, but anywhere in the world, especially South America and near China. And now they have about 570 tankers. This is going to be a big target. And over 400 million US dollars per day was Iran's oil revenue. That's basically not happening now. As I said, that was a huge amount of money. And you stop that within the next few weeks, if this continues, it's going to be very problematic for the IRGC, let's just say. Again, more damaging than the actual strikes. That's the crazy thing. So people thought that stopping the strikes, moving to blockading the Strait of Hormuz is a downgrade. It's actually an upgrade as an act of war, let's just say, as the Islamic Republic would call it. 90% of Iran's oil trade is actually sea-based. No, the overall trade is sea, not just oil trade, obviously, which means that they can't do anything right now. And the economic collapse is happening. So the best option would be for the Americans is to extend the ceasefire, distract the IRGC by keep doing negotiations while keeping pressure with the blockade, worldwide blockade now. And then that will force the Islamic Republic to begin fighting first again. So then that way you say, well, they started it. We're going to have to finish it. And they will be weaker than ever before. But anything could change over the next few days, because if the IRGC becomes slightly wiser and accept the surrender nuclear deal, then obviously they will think that they can breathe for a bit, but then they have to face the next phase. Okay, so we also have another video from the Iraqi terrorists who are now on the streets of Tehran. They seem to be very happy and very confident that they are not going to give up or surrender. They don't know what's going to happen next. They don't know what's coming. There is a storm coming, Mr. Wayne. Watch these idiots.
نسلمه ان شاء الله لمناصرين للحق باذن الله سبحانه وتعالى مع اخوتنا الاعزاء ان شاء الله مع الشيخ عزيز ان شاء الله للدفاع عن الاسلام حب الحسين يزمعنا ان شاء الله. وهذا السلاح لا نسلمه ابدا، بل سنقاوم به حتى النفس الاخير كما فعل الامام الحسين في كربلاء.
Do you know who else said this? Because it's also they literally use the word Allah in every sentence about 14 times, which is so annoying. But we will never surrender this weapon, God willing. You know who else said that last? Yeah, the pro-Assad Syrians. Days before the collapse of the Assad regime, while you had the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic, Abbas Araghchi, all the way from Iran, they sent him to Damascus to do a publicity stunt for Assad. He sat down, the foreign minister sat down in some sort of restaurant, fast food restaurant in Damascus, showing how everything's fine in Damascus. We got the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic. Assad is fine. Half an hour later, the whole thing came crashing down, and the Abbas Araghchi had to run away and flee back to Iran. Yeah, it's the same vibe. They're all very excited right now for to occupy. Also, one of the biggest problems right now for the IRGC is actually the proxies. The proxies who are currently in Iran, it's not helping. The reason it's not helping is because even though the negotiations, the so-called deal, potential deal, is about nuclear, but it also has other conditions, like ballistic missiles and all that, but nuclear is the most important thing for these talks. But there is another condition that is now going to be accelerated by the United States. That's the proxies. The proxies, they are on the table. The discussion around the IRGC funding proxies in Yemen, in Iraq, everywhere, Lebanon. And the more they keep these proxies in Iran, they've imported them from the Arab countries, the more they're going to remind the Americans that, oh, yeah, don't forget, let's talk about the proxies, which means that the reason I say it's important is because the IRGC are not going to give up their proxies. The whole point of the Islamic Revolution in 1979 was about this global Shia caliphate. The whole point was creating a resistance, a Shia resistance, with the help of some Sunnis. Without the proxies, the Islamic Republic is not an Islamic Republic. It doesn't exist. It's not a thing. It's just a bunch of weirdos running around the streets of Tehran. So the more they keep the proxies in Iran, the easier it will be for the American delegation to say, oh, by the way, yeah, you were talking about giving up your nuclear. We have one more condition, the proxies. And obviously, that's when the IRGC will walk away. They would be more willing to give up their nuclear ambitions, for now, at least by lying, than throwing their proxies under the bus. So they're idiots for doing this, absolute idiots. Earlier on, before the ceasefire was announced by President Trump, we also had this from the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, saying, our forces will continue to strike Hezbollah. We are about to decisively take Bin Jabal. I have instructed the IDF to continue reinforcing the security zone. Our American allies are constantly updating us on contacts with Iran. Our goals are identical. I just realized the sound was on, because we didn't have the subtitles, so I had to obviously translate this. Our American allies are constantly updating us on the contacts with Iran. Our goals are identical in preparation for the possibility that fighting resumes. We are ready for any scenario. So while this is happening, and a lot of people are saying, okay, so early next week, we're going to have the talks in Islamabad between the IRGC and the Americans. And then we have this so-called ceasefire in Lebanon, which is not really a ceasefire because right now, for the next few days, we're going to get a lot of attacks from both sides. But going forward, the Israelis could continue taking military action if Hezbollah moves an inch. So the terms of the ceasefire so far at this stage, the IDF will remain along the anti-tank line and will not withdraw from the areas in Lebanon that they have captured. If a threat from Hezbollah is identified, so they don't even have to launch an attack, just identified, the IDF is authorized to act and remove the threat, which is similar to the November 2024 ceasefire. And the Hezbollah will have to disarm, which obviously they're not going to do. So the next phase will have to be the Lebanese government with the Israelis actually working together to by force to disarm Hezbollah. That means the Lebanese government to help with intelligence, with the IDF and Mossad, to actually do this at the same time. This way, you will have consent from Lebanon to do whatever is necessary to wipe out Hezbollah. And the reason this is good timing is because Hezbollah are also not receiving any funds from the IRGC. The financial links have been completely cut off now, especially with the blockade of Strait of Hormuz. There's no more new money going to Iran, so they can't even send the money anywhere else. Something is happening. What? That's quite interesting. This is actually thanks to open source intel. I have noticed this. I thought I was the only one. Over the last few days and few weeks, I've started noticing a really interesting trend in Iran. So the Islamic Revolution, the paramilitary coup in 1979, was done by Ruhollah Khomeini, the first supreme leader, who then died 10 years later. And then you had Ali Khamenei, who was hiding like a mouse until a couple of months ago, a month ago. And then he died. Then his son, the Ayatollah, is now technically in charge, right? So Ruhollah Khomeini, who was in exile in France and the French government helped him, he was the father, the godfather of terrorism, Shia terrorism, Hezbollah, the Islamic Republic. He was the main figure. And his pictures were everywhere alongside Ali Khamenei. I started noticing this and I thought, okay, this might be just because it's wartime. I don't know. They don't have enough time to change things. But open source also just posted this latest picture of the Pakistanis and the Islamic Republic, obviously the president, meeting today. And look, they have actually removed Ruhollah Khomeini's picture. Obviously, you always have in dictatorships photos of the previous leaders. So now you only have the Khamenei family. So on the left, you have Ali Khamenei, who died. And on the right, you got his son, Mojtaba Khamenei, who is the Ayatollah. No more Ruhollah Khomeini, which is very, very interesting because the whole thing has now moved on from the clerics. As I've been saying for the past few weeks, there has not been a regime change in Iran, but there's been a change in the regime. So the clerics or the Ayatollahs have been pushed out, have been pushed aside by the IRGC military. And this is yet another evidence of that. Because the IRGC military, they were the ones who put a gun to the heads of the Assembly of Experts, the council that picks the next supreme leader. They put a gun to their head saying, you have to pick Mojtaba Khomeini, the son of the last supreme leader. Nobody wanted Mojtaba. Nobody in the regime wanted Mojtaba. The clerics, the Ayatollahs, they didn't want him. Like, well, who is this? What is this? You can't have a crown prince of Ayatollahs just because he's the son of the previous supreme leader. Nobody liked him. It's nepotism. It's weird, and he's incompetent. He's gay. He's gay has nothing to do with it. I think it did for them because they don't like it, obviously, even though they're all gay. But the IRGC military forced it. They said it has to be Mojtaba. They're like, well, he's in a coma. We don't care. He's the best face to use because he's a son of Khamenei, and we could continue the same regime, basically. But they've now basically erased Khomeini because he represented not just the creation of the Islamic Republic. Actually, he represented the idea that the clerics and the Ayatollahs should be in charge. The Assembly of Experts. They've completely wiped him out. It's like Stalin all over again. Just gone. Anyone who is not part of the new gang. So that is quite interesting. But we also just got this from this afternoon. As I said, the fighting continues for now between the IDF and Hezbollah. Israeli airstrikes hitting Ghazia, a building in Ghazia, and a number of Hezbollah operatives were taken out. It's quite interesting. Let's also go to the Israeli defense minister, because he said something very fascinating, well, very important as well, Israel Katz. Before that, Margaret says, DMI, greetings from Malta. I just watched 2CTV. The line, does that mainstream media are not saying anything about King Reza Pahlavi's visit in Europe. Yeah, they're not really interested, obviously. The European media, they would not promote that. You see, America and Israel loves you. please get on Bill Maher's show to explain what the hell is really going on in Iran and how the revolution is near. Thank you. Please name your second pub, the Legless Arms. That is genius. Yeah, in case you don't know, once Iran is free, I'm going to open the first ever British pub in Tehran called the Crown and Lion. I keep forgetting. Was it the Lion and Crown or no, the Crown and Lion? Because the British Crown and the Persian Lion. That's a good one for a second pub. Actually, no. If I ever open a strip club, which I won't, but if I were ever to open a strip club, it will have to be called the Legless Arms. Genius. Right. The Freemason Albert Pike predicted World War III will be against Islam. His brotherhood is loading the Western Christian nations. Yep. Okay. There are grown people in the Western world who, with the internet and everything, earnestly believe the IRGC is winning. I blame algorithms. It's not just algorithms. It's there's an anti-Western, anti-American sentiment which is on the rise, especially in the United States, and that happens. There were same waves during the Roman Empire days as well for different reasons, but you get that. Once you think that you got the good days ahead, complacency happens, and then enemy within comes up. And definitely towards the end of the Roman Empire, we saw that a lot, but it happens. Persian Empire, same thing happens. Double bonus. The blockade is putting a hurting on China also. Yeah, but President Trump is basically hitting two birds with one stone, because he's now also using the blockade pressure to get China to do what he wants. It's not going to be easy, of course. President Xi is not that stupid, but he's going to be forced to do some semi-deals with the Americans over the tariffs that they have. This is why I worry about the deal. They are on the brink. More economic pressure, not lifting sanctions is what's needed. Are you concerned about sanctions? No. We need the deal. We need the Islamic Republic to sign the surrender deal over nuclear. It's the only way we could bring them down. The other option, as I said, if they don't sign the deal, if they walk away, then obviously we're going to go back to fighting. Fine, that's also good, but that's just going to take longer, because they're going to have to go back to mostly airstrikes. It's not going to be a full ground invasion. There will be tiny tactical ground invasions, but it's just going to be strikes again, all over again. You can't take out the Islamic Republic using airstrikes. That's not how it works. You can weaken it, as we've done already. You can't destroy it. The only way to destroy it is actually to force them to be destroyed from within. And the best way to do it is to create more division. Get half of them to agree to giving up nuclear. The other half will go absolutely mental, and then they can attack each other. And the rest of it will be up to the Iranian people when they have the opportunity. Right now, they can't, because you got a bunch of proxies from Iraq, Afghanistan, and Pakistan walking around the streets. That will be part of it. Any deal that is signed, that will be part of it. So that's why it's still very difficult for the IRGC to sign a deal that includes the proxies. So they're throwing the proxies under the bus. But yeah, it will be in our interest for them to sign a surrender deal. But I don't know if they can actually do that. From the river to the sea, free Iran is all you will see, says PC. Another question: do you think an info campaign video, a campaign inside Iran by US or Israel, would be helpful, like hack of state TV, mass text messages, or even leaflet drop? Hacking state TV doesn't really do that, because people in Iran don't watch their state TV. They watch satellite TV, Iran International, which is the opposition channel. They get all the information from that right now. Now that they don't have internet. Max text messages, technically, but people in Iran might think that's just a trick. It's some sort of spam. Somebody's lying to them. But the best way is to use Iran International, which is mostly watched by people in Iran who have satellite. Not everybody has satellite dishes, but a lot of them do. And word of mouth. So it's the only way. How much financial hardship can the people take if the economy is completely destroyed? Will that break them? Yeah, again, but that's the point of causing revolutions, is that you have to basically bring everything down enough for the people to be forced to finish the job while the regime gets extremely weak. So the currency collapse in December obviously sparked the latest round of uprising. But it was just the beginning of the collapse of the currency in Iran, which meant that the Islamic Republic was still strong against unarmed Iranian civilians. So if the Iranian people would go to protest, they're going to get shot. That was the difference. Whereas now, and if you continue this, paralyzing the regime, yes, obviously will paralyze the economy and then the Iranian people, but the regime will not be able to be as strong as they were in January to do a crackdown. You still need support, air support, drone support, whatever you have from the Israelis and the Americans if people take to the streets. And this time round, if the Iranian people want to destroy the regime and change the regime, you cannot do it by protesting. I've said this many times over the last few days. No more protests in Iran. If anybody tells people in Iran to protest, this is not the time to protest. No more marches, no more rallies. This is war. We fight. And right now, again, most Iranians are unarmed, so they can't fight. Some of them are armed. And a lot of people are relying on these so-called armed forces members who said they've defected quietly, but they haven't done anything yet. So everyone's waiting to see what's going on with that. But the reality is protests against dictatorships don't work, especially a Shia dictatorship. Do you really think that if 10 million people come out to the streets, the Islamic regime will just sit there and be like, oh, well, we've got 10 million people protesting, demanding democracy. Well, that's it then. We're going to concede defeat. Goodbye. Let's pack up our bags. No, they will only pack up their bags when people begin to take control of buildings, government buildings and everything else. But again, you couldn't have expected from people in January when they were unarmed and the regime was still strong. They had the supreme leader. They had all the guns. They had the proxies coming from Iraq, shooting everybody. It was a massacre. So you can't really tell people in Iran, especially in January, just go out there and take control of the building. That's not really how it works. They die because they were unarmed. But if you create the environment for them, basically bring down the regime, weaken it, like what's happening now, and then somehow allow more weapons for the Iranian people, at least some of them. I mean, some of them are armed now, but not all of them. Then you can see guerrilla warfare campaign escalating. And that's when you can see change. Now, could you please use your influence and connections to include the US red lines of the negotiations, the prohibition of execution, slaughter of Iranian civilians? Use my influence to include US red. Yeah, the US don't listen. The US president would not listen to anybody. President Trump and his advisors know exactly what they want. And they already know all the other suggestions. They've been told every other option, every other suggestion, every other advice, and they go with what they want and what they think is best. They already know about the executions in Iran. It's not like they don't know. Oh, yeah, we forgot that people are getting killed every day in Iran. They know that. Quickly about the defense minister, Israel Katz, who's now warned the Islamic Republic against rejecting a US proposal focusing on renouncing their nuclear program and promising to stage an even more painful attacks on new targets in Iran. The Israeli Defense Forces are prepared to take it to the next level and also re-add the names of the targets who were removed from the list, the hit list last time. And once they are taken out, there's basically about 6 people at the top that you need to take out for everybody else to collapse. If you do that, then the regime will be in massive trouble. Iran is standing, Israel Katz says, at a historic crossroads. One path is renouncing the ways of terror and nuclear in line with the US proposal. The other leads to an abyss. If the Iranian regime chooses a second path, it will quickly discover that there are even more painful targets than those we have already struck. We also have, I think, the Hezbollah. Oh yeah, this is crazy. So this came up from earlier. One of the Hezbollah militants receiving a warning from the Israelis. Apparently, the IDF contacted him to inform him that he was the next target, and he was about to get hit. And then that's when he runs away. Just watch this insane video.
عود الشباب يمكن مروا يا علي مدد الله اكبر ضربوا يا الله ضربوا للشاب اللي هرب يا الله.
So he went to the field, he ran away from his car, and an Israeli drone took him down. And but obviously we had a lot of these cases where the Israeli Defense Forces last minute give a phone call to these terrorists saying, "This is your final moment. Goodbye." The guy ran away from his car thinking that the car is going to get blown up, but it wasn't actually a strike. It was a drone that were just chasing him until they took him out. Beautiful, beautiful hit. Anyway, we also have some of the updates from the diplomacy between Israel and the Lebanese government over Hezbollah. So obviously the ceasefire in Lebanon is not accepted by Hezbollah. They refuse to accept it. Why would they? It's not really a ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel because there's no war, direct war between Lebanon and Israel. It's the best way to describe it is ceasefire in Lebanon. But we had earlier today Marco Rubio holding a follow-up phone call with President Aoun of Lebanon, and that was yesterday. After speaking to Aoun, Rubio also then had the meeting with President Trump to discuss the details of what sort of preparation you need to have for the announcement of the ceasefire, to basically create a reality by saying, now we have ceasefire. And everyone's going to be like, what? What ceasefire? What we just said, we have ceasefire. So there's ceasefire. That's basically how the Americans do things these days, the White House. And then the White House basically informed, where they were informed of a phone call as well with the Israeli Prime Minister. They only informed the Israeli government, allegedly, once a decision was made. But again, this is what, in geopolitics, what they want you to know, what they want you to think, essentially. So they think that there is pressure by the US, that the US is so in charge that they will basically force even their own allies, Israel, even when the Israelis don't want to do something. But we've seen this tactic before. Last year, a few months ago, it always comes out that, oh, President Trump and Netanyahu don't get along. And they had a falling out, and Trump is forcing Netanyahu to do things. And then we discovered that was all a trick. They keep using the same tactic. Anyway, on the reactions that we have, a couple of things. IRGC cannot hide from the US Space Force salute. And do they believe their own nonsense propaganda, or they know it's BS, but it's just fed to keep the people ignorant? Depends who you mean. Their leadership who do the propaganda, who order the propaganda, the mid-ranking ones who carry out the propaganda, or the minions on the streets, for example, the IRGC who are basically the propaganda. So obviously the low-ranking ones, they believe it. The top, obviously they know it's BS, but they have enough idiots who can carry out their propaganda. And something about the cardboard salute, that was so good. That was the best moment. Okay, so we now have over 30 rockets being launched from Lebanon. I'm trying to see if we have the live feed from Israel. I think we had the live feed from Haifa. I'm just going to quickly check. Do we have a Haifa? Yes, we do. Okay. Is that wind? That's wind. Yeah, that's wind. Quick development in northern Israel. We have confirmation that... How many? Yeah, we have a video now. Over 30 rockets launched towards northern Israel, and we have the latest video thanks to open source. And let me just quickly take this away. And just a quick heads up as well, the video will contain sirens. if you're watching from the Middle East. Let's go and see what's going on in northern Israel. That's happening now. Over the last few minutes. Wow, absolutely crazy stuff happening by Hezbollah from Lebanon. Okay, so we will keep you guys posted. Of course, there's going to be more reaction developments on this issue. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media.
Okay, so that's the update from Tusi. Now let's go to Pete Hegseth and his update from this morning, which I know. Oh, browser lost audio. All right. I need to reshare my screen. Where is it? Okay. All right. Now let's go to the update from this morning with Pete Hegseth.
Well, good morning. And as you may have noticed, the chairman and I are joined today by the CENTCOM commander, Admiral Bradley Cooper. He just returned from the front lines to see the troops and meet with allies, and this morning briefed us, just before this briefing, on the latest on all aspects of Operation Epic Fury. So after the chairman concludes, we'll ask Admiral Cooper to share a quick update on the ground truth from his trip to the region as he continues to implement an ironclad blockade and ensures that our forces are maximally postured to restart combat operations should this new Iranian regime choose poorly and not agree to a deal. And that is what we urge this morning, that this new Iranian regime choose wisely, which is where we'll start with a message to Iran's military leadership, to the KH leadership and IRGC leadership. We're watching you. Our capabilities are not the same, our military and yours. Remember, this is not a fair fight. And we know what military assets you are moving and where you are moving them to. While you are digging out, which is exactly what you're doing, digging out of bombed out and devastated facilities, we are only getting stronger. You are digging out your remaining launchers and missiles with no ability to replace them. You have no defense industry. No ability to replenish your offensive or defensive capabilities. You only have what you have. You know that, and we know that. You can move things around, but you can't actually rebuild. You can dig out for now, but you can't reconstitute. But we can. We are reloading with more power than ever before, and better intelligence. Even more importantly, better intelligence than ever before, as you expose yourself with your movement to our watchful eye. We are locked and loaded on your critical dual-use infrastructure, on your remaining power generation, and on your energy industry. We'd rather not have to do it, but we're ready to go at the command of our president and at the push of a button. This blockade, which the chairman will detail this morning, is the polite way that this can go. Your energy is not moving and will not move, and we can do this all day. But it's not destroyed yet. Your energy industry is not destroyed yet. You like to say publicly, Iran, that you control the Strait of Hormuz, but you don't have a navy or real domain awareness. You can't control anything. To be clear, threatening to shoot missiles and drones at ships, commercial ships that are lawfully transiting international waters, that is not control. That's piracy. That's terrorism. The United States Navy controls the traffic going in and out of the strait because we have real assets and real capabilities. And we're doing this blockade, performing it with less than 10% of America's naval power. The math is clear. We're using 10% of the world's most powerful Navy, and you have 0% of your Navy. That's real control. And we have a long track record of dealing with pirates and terrorists. But there is an alternative. As our negotiators have said, you, Iran, can choose a prosperous future, a golden bridge. And we hope that you do for the people of Iran. In the meantime, and for as long as it takes, we will maintain this blockade, successful blockade. But if Iran chooses poorly, then they will have a blockade and bombs dropping on infrastructure, power, and energy. And at the same time, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and our friends over at Treasury are launching Operation Economic Fury as well, maximizing economic pressure across the entirety of the government. To Iran, choose wisely. The world watched, and so did you, as the U.S. military moved seamlessly from major combat operations to a world-class blockade. We can make that transition again, very quickly, and even more powerfully than ever. At the direction of President Trump, the War Department will ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. Never. We'd prefer to do it the nice way, through a deal led by our great vice president and negotiating team, or we can do it the hard way. We urge this new regime to choose wisely. Speaking of choosing wisely, a note to the press corps, to the American media. As I just can't help but notice the endless stream of garbage, the relentlessly negative coverage, you cannot resist peddling, despite the historic and important success of this effort and the success of our troops. Sometimes it's hard to figure out what side some of you are actually on. It's incredibly unpatriotic. This same press corps, not this exact same press corps, but at least an older press corps, bent over backwards during the Biden administration to explain away, you explained away the disastrous and disgraceful Afghanistan withdrawal. You called it the greatest airlift in American history. It's almost like you're cheering only for one side. This past Sunday, I was sitting in church with my family, and our minister preached from the book of Mark, the 3rd chapter. And in the passage, Jesus entered a synagogue and healed a man with a withered hand. The Pharisees came to watch. And as the scripture reads, they came to see whether Jesus, would heal him, or he would heal him on the Sabbath, so that they might accuse him. You see, the Pharisees, the so-called and self-appointed elites of their time, they were there to witness, to write everything down, to report. But their hearts were hardened. Even though they witnessed a literal miracle, it didn't matter. They were only there to explain away the goodness in pursuit of their agenda. As the passage ends, the Pharisees went out and immediately held counsel against him, how to destroy him. I sat there in church and I thought, our press are just like these Pharisees. Not all of you, but the legacy Trump-hating press. Your politically motivated animus for President Trump nearly completely blinds you from the brilliance of our American warriors. The Pharisees scrutinized every good act in order to find a violation, only looking for the negative. The hardened hearts of our press are calibrated only to impugn. I would ask you to open your eyes to the goodness, the historic success of our troops, the courage of this president, and this historic moment for a deal that could end the Iranian nuclear threat, the incredible battlefield victory laid before your eyes, the not one, but two incredible rescue missions, miracles, you might say, or a locked-in blockade? Or how about historic recruiting numbers? Yesterday, we announced that the Air Force and the Space Force met new higher goals in FY26, 5 months in advance of the end of the fiscal year, five months ahead of time. The Marine Corps and the Army will soon do the same. 2-3 years ago, we couldn't meet lower recruiting numbers, not even close. Where are the reports on that? Where's the coverage of the new spirit in the country, the new spirit in the ranks, the surge of Americans wanting to join the greatest military in the world? Nothing from the fake news. We sense a pattern. You see, on the battlefield, these are demonstrations of uniquely American capabilities, strength and resolve. It's all around you each and every day. But in the press, you only seek the negative, earning each and every day the fake news label. But the American people, with goodness in their hearts, see past the Pharisees in our press. They see the goodness. You watching, you see the goodness. They see the success. They see the reality. And they don't demand perfection. And perfection is not possible on any battlefield. But they see the incredible feats that our troops accomplish every single day. So to those troops, stay focused, block out the noise, stay aggressive. You are showing the world what it means to be an American warrior. You are making this building and the American people proud. We pray for you every day, and we have your back in every way. And to Iran, choose wisely. I pray you choose a deal which is within your grasp for the betterment of your people and for the betterment of the world. In the meantime, the War Department is locked and loaded. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. Last week, the President of the United States directed a ceasefire that temporarily paused major combat operations in Iran. The unprecedented effort by America's joint force during Operation Epic Fury set the conditions for this ceasefire. And as the Secretary said, I'd like to emphasize during this pause that the United States joint force remains postured and ready to resume major combat operations at literally a moment's notice. This morning, I'd like to give you an update on the ongoing blockade in the CENTCOM AOR area of responsibility. On Monday, 13 April at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, at the direction of the President, America's joint force began implementing a blockade against Iran under the leadership of Admiral Cooper and the team at CENTCOM. Let me be clear, this blockade applies to all ships, regardless of nationality, heading into or from Iranian ports. The U.S. action is a blockade of Iran's ports and coastline, not a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Enforcement will occur inside Iran's territorial seas and in international waters. In addition to this blockade, the joint force, through operations and activities in other areas of responsibility, like the Pacific area of responsibility under the command of Admiral Paparo, will actively pursue any Iranian-flagged vessel or any vessel attempting to provide material support to Iran. This includes dark fleet vessels carrying Iranian oil. As most of you know, dark fleet vessels are those illicit or illegal ships evading international regulations, sanctions, or insurance requirements. More than 10,000 sailors, Marines, and airmen, over a dozen ships and dozens of aircraft are executing this mission. And let me walk you through this operation a little bit. Please go to the first slide. First to the graphic, this is taken before the blockade began. North is up. You can see the blockade line here in the center of the graphic, denoted by the red dashed line. This map is a pull from our common operating picture that we use to allow commanders and key leaders to see what is happening in near real time. We just grabbed screen grabs to highlight the actions and activities. What is not shown is how incredibly congested this area is and the incredible work that our sailors are doing to ensure that they can work in and around an incredibly busy water space. What is also not depicted here is the massive force of fighters, intelligence aircraft, helicopters, and other embarked forces, to include aerial refueling tankers that are up overhead this blockade area. You'll note that the U.S. forces are in blue. Iranian ships are in red. And as we started this blockade, there were 7 ships of interest that were of concern for U.S. Central Command. Through a variety of intelligence tools and with the assistance of the Office of Naval Intelligence and other intelligence agencies, the force began to hunt for potential interdictors at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Next slide, please. It's now 12:40 Eastern Daylight Time, 2 hours and 40 minutes into the blockade, as attempted blockade runners attempt to hop the line. U.S. forces began to commit. Out in front of them was a range of intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and tactical assets. And immediately these runners began to see, sense, and feel America's combat power compressing upon them. The lead ship, normally a destroyer, as depicted here, along with air power off of the USS Abraham Lincoln Strike Group, began to move towards those ships. At each point, the United States Navy will transmit a warning. A young sailor, normally on the bridge of one of those destroyers, a junior officer, picks up that mic and transmits, and I quote, "Do not attempt to breach the blockade. Vessels will be boarded for interdiction and seizure transiting to or from Iranian ports. Turn around or prepare to be boarded. If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force." And as this message is being transmitted, as I mentioned earlier, those ship masters can literally see, sense, and feel the pressure around them. It's a finely tuned machine, rehearsed multiple times, and executed now 13 times since the blockade has begun. Next slide, please. We're now 24 hours plus into the blockade. You can see the turning around of multiple ships, 12 of which stayed inside the blockade line, one of which not depicted off to the eastern side, turned around before even attempting it. Any ship that would cross the blockade would result in our sailors executing pre-planned tactics designed to bring the force to that ship, if need be, board the.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. I'm not happy with the Arabian Gulf nonsense. I will deal with that later. Don't worry. I'm working on a video to speak about that, to comment on that. I'm not happy with the Arabian Gulf comment. I will be making a video explaining that.
The ship and take her over. And that includes a series of escalated force options, which could include warning shots and others. Next slide. The final graphic shows taken at 11:20 p.m. the night of 14 April. You can see that the captains of all these ships have made the wise decision not to move, transit, or run this blockade. As I mentioned, so far, 13 ships have made the wise choice of turning around. And as we continue to hold this blockade at the order of the Secretary and the President, any vessel that compares to comply with our instructions will be dealt with accordingly. As of this morning, U.S. Central Command has not been required to board any particular ships. And I'll remind you that we are also conducting similar maritime interdiction actions and activities in the Pacific AOR against those ships that left that area before we began the blockade. Before I turn it.
Yeah, just really quickly, because I know the Persian Gulf, Arabian Gulf. Listen, it's frustrating. Believe me, I'm making a video about it. But guys, it has been the Persian Gulf for thousands of years, and it will always, always be the Persian Gulf. Watch this video.
As you know, I have been across the Gulf that you call Persian and they call Arabian.
Why do you call it Gulf? You have been to school, haven't you?
Yes.
What was the name that you have read during your school days?
Persian Gulf.
All right.
But they do call it Arabian Gulf.
Well, they can do many things.
And they find an irony in, as you know.
There you go. So Javid Shah, we love you, Shahanshah Aryamer, the true OG Iranian patriot. Why Persian? Because Persia and Iran have existed for thousands of years, right? All these like Arab countries created in the Middle East right now, none of them existed 100 years ago. So yeah, it's the Persian Gulf, and it will always be the Persian Gulf. It's because in Persian, we call it Khalij Pars, okay? Khalij Pars, which is Persian Gulf. So there you go. But yeah, it's the Persian Gulf. It will always be the Persian Gulf. The only reason that the Persian Gulf countries, right, the Arab countries that are Persian Gulf countries, the Persian Gulf countries call it the Arabian Gulf because the Islamic regime is so weak that the Persian Gulf countries are now trying to infiltrate and slowly conquer Iran's territorial integrity. Territorial integrity is our red line. It's literally our red line. So I will be making a video about this, but the fact that there are people within President Trump's administration that are calling it the Gulf or the, Arabian Gulf, which literally is like garbage, like it doesn't exist. I have a feeling that there are people within President Trump's administration that are trying to sabotage. They're trying to sabotage this newfound alliance between Iranians and Americans. Because, guys, I'm telling you right now, the fastest and easiest way to upset Iranians and to create a division between Iranians and Americans is to call it the Gulf or the Arabian Gulf or whatever, right? Like, there's already an Arabian Sea, guys. The Persian Gulf will always be the Persian Gulf. And unfortunately, because the Islamic regime is so weak, the Arab Persian Gulf countries are taking advantage of that weakness. So, but we're not going to let it happen. And I will be making a video. They're trying but who are they trying to appease? They're not appeasing anyone by doing this. They're certainly not appeasing Iranians. In fact, guys, so my video is going to explain that by calling it the Gulf or the Arabian Gulf, they're actually helping the Islamic regime because so one of the ways that the Islamic regime has stayed in power for so long is because the Islamic regime has said to Iranians, if we go, the country will be balkanized and everyone's going to come in and take everything, right? So the fact that you have Americans referring to the Persian Gulf as the Gulf or the Arabian Gulf, that's actually helping the Islamic regime stay in power. Because when Iranians hear that, they freak out and they're like, oh no, oh my gosh, they're like Iran's territorial integrity, right? So calling it the Gulf or the Arabian Gulf is actually helping the Islamic regime, not hurting it. This is why the Islamic regime is not calling it out. Because the Islamic regime knows that this is helping them. So there's some sort of bad info within President Trump's administration. There are some people there that are bad actors that are feeding people wrong information. Because I know for a fact that Pete Hegseth is not saying this purposely, right? Because in the past, Pete Hegseth did refer to the Gulf by the proper name, which is the Persian Gulf. So the fact that this is happening now, to me, this kind of seems like sabotage. But no, but okay, this is what I'm trying to explain to you. You might see this that as them insulting, but this is not a good strategy. I'm trying to, guys, listen to me. This is not a good strategy. There are other ways to insult the Islamic regime. But when you call it the Arabian Gulf or the Gulf, you are actually helping. You are helping the Islamic regime. You are helping promote their propaganda. So do not do it. Don't do it. That's bad. It's a bad strategy. It's a bad tactic, guys. I'm giving you the Iranian perspective. So like don't do it. I will make a video about this because this is not having the intended effect. It's called the Persian Gulf, guys. It's the Persian Gulf because in Persian it's Khalij Pars. Okay? So that's what it is. But watch this again.
As you know, I have been across the Gulf that you call Persian and they call Arabian.
Why do you call it Gulf? You have been to school.
Right? So even guys, even like 50, 60 years ago, the Persian Gulf Arab countries were trying to encroach, but the Shah of Iran never allowed it, right? Like even back then, this was a red line for us. This was a red line. Unfortunately, the Islamic regime hates everything about Iran, so they don't care. They don't care about any of that, right?
You know, I have been across the Gulf that you call Persian and they call Arabian.
Why do you call it Gulf? You have been to school, or haven't you?
Yes.
What was the name that you have read during your school days?
Persian Gulf.
All right.
But they do call it Arabian Gulf.
Well, they can do many things.
And they find an irony in, as you know, I have been across.
Yeah, someone made a really good point. So calling the Persian Gulf the Arabian Gulf is like the equivalent of saying of calling Judea and Samaria like the West Bank, right? No, it's Judea and Samaria, right? It's Judea and Samaria. So that is a big deal for Iranians. I know our Shah was amazing. We love him so much. So yeah, I will be making a video. I'm working on that actually today. It's gonna, I'm gonna post it online today when we're done. We're done with the live stream. It's gonna be respectful, obviously, but it's gonna be very. I'm just gonna explain why it's the Persian Gulf and why calling it the Gulf or the Arabian Gulf is actually detrimental to President Trump's to what President Trump is doing. And this is actually feeding into the narrative of the Islamic regime. And this is causing a division and a wedge between Iranians and Americans. And this is exactly what the Islamic regime wants. That's why they're not calling it out. So I will be speaking about that. All right, let's go back to the live stream. The update. But yeah, so I just wanted to, add that in there.
It over to Admiral Cooper. I want to talk briefly today about the men and women enforcing the blockade, America's sailors and Marines, and today particularly our destroyer and surface forces. When we talk about an American destroyer, it's important that you and the American people understand their capabilities. An Arleigh Burke-class destroyer are the backbone of the United States Navy surface fleet. Over 500 feet long, they displace 9,000 tons, and it is the sports car of the United States Navy. From the keel to the mast, they stand nearly 10 stories tall, and their 4 gas turbine engines can drive the ship at 30 plus knots. These ships are armed to the teeth with surface-to-air missiles, land attack cruise missiles, anti-ship missiles, anti-submarine rockets, torpedoes, 5-inch naval guns, multiple electronic warfare systems, embarked helicopters, extending the reach and capability of each and every one of these destroyers. But far and away, the most important weapon on board these ships is the American sailor. Over 300 warfighters are the heart and soul of these warships. At sea, sometimes for months, and these ships out in the CENTCOM AOR have been out there for months. They operate around the clock in a constant state of readiness, always delivering for our joint force. It's hot in the engine room. The engineering team keeps the lights on and the ship powered and able to respond to the orders from the bridge. On that bridge, our sailors maintain a constant watch, maneuvering the ship tactically and safely through always congested water space. And there is a lot out there. It is like driving a sports car through a supermarket parking lot on a payday weekend with thousands of kids in that parking lot as you attempt to maneuver through there to get to that ship that would attempt to run that blockade. Down in the Combat Information Center, the CIC, the Tactical Warfare Center of the ship, that is where the decisions are made. As threats appear, these young sailors are making real-time decisions on how to identify these threats and handle them, and they always deliver. These ships are run by the youngest sailors in our surface warfare Navy. The helmsman, the sailor on the watch at the bridge, is normally just between 18 to 19 years old, and they are trusted to drive this warship through that supermarket parking lot without hitting anything. The conning officer, an equally young commissioned officer who's normally just a few years out of college, is the ones that are giving that young helmsman the orders on where to take that American warship to execute the mission that the Secretary and the President has given us. These are incredibly well-trained sailors. They are led by incredible leaders, salty, experienced leaders, and trusted with deep responsibility. And I'm so humbled and proud of America's Navy. These sailors choose to take the road less traveled to go into the historic surface Navy, and they deliver every single day. Finally, as I often do, I want to highlight one of those surface sailors today and remember our fallen. Today, we remember Ensign Robert Thompson of the U.S. Laffey, who died on this day in 1945 in the Battle of Okinawa. He was killed while fighting a fire along with 31 others as 2 Japanese kamikaze aircraft hit their ship. He passed away 1 week after his 22nd birthday and was posthumously awarded the Navy Cross. We remember Ensign Thompson today and all of our World War II vets who continue to give us the gift of a great example. And those surface warfare sailors who are out there doing the job right now take the courage, grit, and determination that those World War II vets gave us into these actions and activities that they're tasked to do every single day. So now I'd like to turn it over to Admiral Cooper to give us a readout of his recent trip to the region.
Well, good morning, and Mr. Secretary, thank you for the kind invitation, and Chairman, great to join you. It's a real honor to be here representing the more than 50,000 American service members deployed throughout the Middle East today, supporting operations. And it's great to have the opportunity to highlight the tremendous efforts our warfighters operating forward and the important partnerships with regional allies that continue to thrive. In fact, yesterday I returned from my second trip to the Middle East in the past 15 days. 2 very different visits, one during our offensive operations against Iran, and the second in this most recent trip during the ongoing ceasefire. Very different. During both of my recent trips, I visited with our troops who were deployed across the region in more than 70 different locations, in a distance that largely spans between Florida and Arizona. I've long believed that every success that we have starts and ends with our people, and boy, does this shine through brightly. During these visits, I had the privilege of personally recognizing more than 100 servicemen and women for their extraordinary valor, their courage, and their initiative under fire and delivering fire. And every time I interact with these young men and women downrange, I am deeply inspired by their courage, their resilience, and their unwavering commitment. The stories are remarkable. In many cases, you've seen this play out over TV. Fighter pilots who took out Iranian missile launchers in the moments prior to their launch against Americans and our partners, and who hit key military targets in and around Tehran on the attack more than 13,000 times. I met with some of the teams that helped to bring our F-15 airmen home safely from Iran and heard first-person accounts of the stories. Absolute heroes. I spent time with our troops who are employing cutting-edge tactics and technology for the first time in warfare. I won't be able to talk about what those are, but these young men and women are breaking new ground. It's incredibly inspiring. I met with teams who launched our own one-way attack drones into Iran. These were originally Iranian-designed drones. We brought them back to America, took the guts out, put a made American stamp on them, and fired them right back to Iran. Very effective. Met with teams who are employing AI every single day to help us sift through vast amounts of information to help us make decisions faster. And importantly, humans are always in the loop in this process. I met with our Space Force teams and our cyber specialists whose work cannot be discussed, but who serve with indispensable impact. I met with our logisticians and sustainers all over the region. There is just no military that executes logistics like the U.S. military. This group is doing exceptional work, moving thousands of tons every single day. I met with our air defenders who shot down Iranian ballistic missiles. My message for this group in particular is that their actions most certainly saved thousands of lives across the Middle East during Epic Fury. And all told, my personal assessment is, after these couple of trips, is our troops are highly motivated, they're focused, they're vigilant, and they're ready. And they're using this time to do a couple of things. We're rearming, we're retooling, and we're adjusting our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There's no military in the world that adjusts like we do, and that's exactly what we're doing right now during the ceasefire. A little note about partners. My discussion with regional allies and partners, both at the senior civilian level and the senior military level, reinforced our shared commitment to regional security. But beyond that, having now fought together side by side, I assess that our military partnerships are stronger than ever as we continue to maintain a very active defense posture across the region during this ceasefire. And that posture stretches across the entire Arabian Peninsula, and it runs from northern Iraq all the way down into the northern Arabian Gulf. In creating the largest air defense umbrella in the world across the Middle East, we embedded specially trained U.S. military air defenders alongside our partner nation soldiers, side by side, literally side by side. And to give you a sense of their contribution and impact, the King and Crown Prince of Bahrain both personally knew our soldiers by name. These leaders expressed appreciation for our service member who continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with our partners in support of regional defense. And this is a sentiment that is widely shared across every Gulf ally. I heard this message over and over again, which is, we stand with you. As the Secretary and the Chairman have said, Bahrain, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan have been exceptional teammates. I had a chance to meet with both their senior leadership as well as their troops. Boy, equally inspiring and equally committed to mutual defense. They defended Americans and they defended their own country. It was inspiring. And there's been no better teammate than Israel. Together, the four best air forces in the world, the Israeli Air Force, the U.S. Air Force, and the air forces of the U.S. Navy and U.S. Marine Corps, together met and exceeded our own military objectives over and over again. Twice in the past 2 weeks, I've met with the Israeli Chief of Defense to ensure that we remain closely aligned, and we do. And then finally, let me just close by saluting the brave men and women who are in uniform and who continue to answer the call with unrivaled lethality, great teamwork, and resolve. We've asked them to stay ready during this period, and that's exactly what they're doing. I couldn't be prouder, and I know that you and the American people share in that same pride. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a few questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Alexander Ingersoll, One American News. How is the Iranians' decimated command and control affecting the ceasefire at this juncture? Ergo, how are we enforcing a ceasefire with an enemy who has virtually no command and control? And then one other question about the Houthis being, have the Houthis been an issue in the Straits of Hormuz and the Bab al-Mandab Strait at the Red Sea? Or are we tracking that militarily?
Appreciate that. On the ceasefire front, it's right. Their command and control capabilities are highly degraded. So their ability to talk, see, sense is at the worst it's ever been. But their motivation to want to stay in the ceasefire is very high because they understand that a violation of that ceasefire means a commencement, once again, of Admiral Cooper's forces which went very poorly for them. So they have a high incentive to maintain that ceasefire, even though they can't talk and organize as well as they'd like to. And then as far as the Houthis, thus far, they have stayed out of it, which of course we think is a good decision by them. And I think is a reflection of the fact that over a year ago in Operation Rough Rider, we had an ongoing and intense campaign that demonstrated American capabilities, which has them hesitating to want to do something on that strait, which I think would be a poor choice. Right here.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, gentlemen. David Zia, Real America's Voice. As commercial shipping ramps up, there was 130 ships a day going through that. As that happens, ships have to anchor up, right, and wait to pass through the narrow strait. Is there any progress with an international force to phase out U.S. military-led escorts or other? Is anyone stepping up to do that?
It's a great question.
Long term.
They should be. There's a lot of talk, and what we've seen in this conflict from allies, and those is a lot of talk, except for the ones that were mentioned by Admiral Cooper in the region who've been phenomenal. Other allies have talked a lot and haven't done anything. And as the president has pointed out, this is a waterway that the American commerce doesn't use all that much. We don't rely on the energy coming out of the Strait of Hormuz, but Asia does, and Europe does, and large parts of the rest of the world do. And so their ability to muster a collective defense or a clearing of the straits would be a wonderful thing. And we hear and see the talk about it, but when shots were fired and those countries were needed the most, they weren't there. They weren't in the strait. They weren't alongside us. Their leaders weren't rallying what they have of their navies. If they decide after CENTCOM does the heavy lifting, which again, they should be able to do. We should live in a world where other countries can defend waterways, not just the United States Navy. Should that conclude, which we believe it will, then we would welcome other countries coming in after the fact. But you can't live in a world in perpetuity, and this is a message to the rest of the world and our allies, where you just rely on America to continually do the heavy lifting. Oh, Iran might get a nuclear bomb. Who's going to do something about it? America, and America only. Other allies need to invest in their capabilities so they can project power and do basic tasks like clearing a strait. So we're not counting on it, but it would be wonderful to see it if it ever materialized. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you all for your time. I have a couple questions. I know you said a few weeks ago that Iran's supreme leader was wounded and disfigured. Do you have an update on whether he's even alive at this point? And then another question for you. Iranian embassy accounts are sharing an AI video of Jesus Christ kind of bloodily killing President Donald Trump. Does the Pentagon have a response to this, including the fact that this AI Jesus is casting Trump into hell? And then finally, for Admiral Cooper, could you speak to us about the morale of the American service members that you're seeing in the Middle East? I think Americans are really interested in what their experiences and testimonies are like.
As far as the status of the individual you mentioned, I believe it's the same. Not a lot coming from him right now, understandably so, a lot of fear. Believed to be alive, wounded, and disfigured. Status remains the same. As far as a video like that, of course, that's disgusting and detached from reality. Iran says a lot of things in the propaganda space based on complete lies, and their actions have been lies. Oh, we don't target. We see missiles going into civilian facilities and hotels in the Gulf states. And they said, we only target military targets as you watch drones and missiles go into. So they are going to misrepresent, lie, spin in a multitude of ways, which we are quite used to. Ultimately, they need to come to the table and make a deal. And I'll hand it over to Admiral Cooper for this.
Yeah, I would just reiterate my previous comment. Morale is very high. And anyone in the military can take about 2 seconds to figure out what morale looks like by meeting around it with the people. And it is crystal clear. These are motivated young men and women. I had the wonderful privilege of writing a letter early on in the operation to the team forward. And I told them this was going to be a mission of extreme consequence. And serving at a time where you are making a difference, consequential, as the secretary and the chairman have described over and over again, is incredibly and deeply meaningful. And I think that's the key part of the drive, as well as being great teammates across the board. It's a privilege to watch.
Jerry.
Thank you. Jerry Dunleavy with Just the News. I have a couple of questions. First is some critics of the Trump administration policy, including former NCTC Director Joe Kent, have attempted to claim that the Trump administration's policy of zero enrichment for the Iranians is not actually President Trump's policy, but was foisted upon him by the Israelis. Looking back, doing a bit of a refresher for myself, I saw that zero enrichment was the Trump State Department's policy in the first admin.
Just stop for a second. As someone who, unlike the individual you referenced, is in the presence of the president nearly every day and has been inside every single key meeting that has happened surrounding the idea of Operation Epic Fury, not a single thing has been foisted upon the president of the United States. President Trump makes his own decisions about the interests of this country and defending our interests, and then working with allies and partners, in this case, Israel, who's got a lot of will and a lot of capabilities, which we're grateful for. Nothing gets foisted on President Trump. So those people who are not in those meetings who like to say things about that are just flat wrong.
I had a quick one for Admiral Cooper, if that's
Sure.
okay. Thank you, sir, and thank you for being here. So during Operation Epic Fury, 13 U.S. service members have lost their lives, some of them in an apparent aircraft refueling accident, and some of them from Iranian strikes, including a drone strike. I was wondering if you could share a little bit with us about how those Iranian strikes were able to be successful, and what lessons you've learned, and how you're applying those lessons in the future to make sure that we're able to defend a little bit better against that sort of
Sure, really broad question. But first, we will always honor the fallen, and the 13 who lost their lives really helped steel the resolve and congeal the motivation of the forces that are. I met many people who knew the fallen personally. I met many who were reported as wounded and are back. 90% of those who have been wounded have been back to duty. It gives you a sense of purpose and motivation. We have collected dozens, if not hundreds, of lessons learned. And as we sit here right now, the Joint Force across the board is taking them and very tactically applying them right now, right here, right now. If I think about a football analogy, if it's halftime or between the third and fourth quarter, great teams are always adjusting, and we are certainly a great team, and that's what we're doing right now, taking the lessons and applying them in a meaningful way. What those are, I'm not going to talk about.
I'll say they extend also outside of CENTCOM and across the rest of the Joint Force. We are a learning organization, so adversaries around the world should recognize that and be aware of that.
No doubt. And likewise, I mean, the chairman and I have had the opportunity to greet those 13 and their families at Dover, and it does steel our resolve. And I can just attest to the planning that went into every aspect of this, and force protection, ensuring that CENTCOM has whatever it needs and that they're taking the proper posture has always been number one in this effort. Last question.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. There's reporting that says U.S. intelligence indicates China is preparing weapons shipments to Iran during this ceasefire. What's your reaction? Are these reports accurate, and what would be the consequences for the Chinese if they move forward with these shipments?
Well, as you know, President Trump has a very strong and direct relationship with President Xi, and they communicated on that, and China has assured us that that indeed is not going to happen, and in the spirit of the meeting they'll have next month. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Will you respond to the Pope, Mr. Secretary?
Okay, so there is the update from this morning. Whew. I kind of want to spy on Jihadi TV for a little bit. Let's spy on Islamic Regime Jihadi TV and see what's going on. Wait. Okay. Let's do some spying. Let's see what's going on. Okay, this is all right. This is like just like some random TV show thing.
تعداد کیفا بیشتر از همیشه.
I don't care about that.
زمستان دوباره چوب میگیره. فرمانجا حالا تحویل هفتگی میخواد.
Wait,
چه موتور قشنگی داره.
This is not an Iranian TV show, guys. This is like some non-Iranian TV show that's been dubbed. Does anyone recognize this TV show? Does anyone know where this is from?
ببینم چی شده.
Oh, for people asking about the leaked audio, yes. So I've seen the leaked audio. So guys, there is a rumor going around that there is apparently a leaked audio that says Mushtaba is dead. I've seen it. but it's not confirmed. What's the word I'm looking for? No reliable media outlet has confirmed the authenticity of the leaked audio. So that's why we haven't reported it, because there's so many rumors going around. It could be a deep fake. I have no idea. But yes, I've seen it, but at this point it's a rumor. What movie is this? Do we know? I don't know if this is like a movie or something, but someone is saying they saw Pedro Pascal. Really? Let's go to the next one. Oh wait, why is this sport channel not working? All right. You know what? This isn't even the good website. Let me pull up the good website here. The one that we got yesterday. All right. So these are all the channels. These are all the Islamic regime, jihadi, Durka channels. Okay, let's see what's going on. Shabakis. Okay, let's go to the next one. Shabake Varzesh. What's going on Sports Channel? The Sports Channel's not working. Ooh, let's go to
تماشا کنیم ویدیوی آقای جواد قارایی هنرمند مستندساز کشورمون.
40 روز جنگ بود، 40 روز آمریکا و اسرائیل بزرگترین ابرقدرت‌های جهان.
Okay, guys, so remember yesterday we were watching Morad Vaisi, and he was talking about Iranian celebrities who are supporting the Islamic regime. This is one of them. So yeah, this is like an Iranian celebrity who's supporting the Islamic regime, and he's being promoted right now on Islamic Regime State TV. So I don't even care what he's saying.
تازه فروشگاه‌های بزرگ بود که شاید محل
So they're basically just spreading like jihadi propaganda. All right, let's go to the next one. Let's see what else is there. Shabake Yik. This is channel 1. What's happening on channel 1? Oh, it's just like sob stories. All like fake news stuff. All right. Yeah. Sob stories, but you know what? They don't talk about all the children that they themselves have murdered, right? Where's Kian Pirfalak? Where's the tribute to Kian Pirfalak? Okay, Shab, this is channel 2. Ew, what's this guy saying?
خطاب سید شهداست. نمک این کار به اسم حسینه. حالا گلش هم اینه که ما اون چیزی که اجرا کردیم، همین کلیپی که معروف شد آمد بیرون، چه صوتش چه تصویرش مال شب عاشورای ماست.
آها. بعد شب عاشورای بعد جنگ 12 روزه.
بله. تو تصاویر هم از صورت من یه ذره گلیه، ما هم شب عاشورا عزا داشتیم. یعنی بعد از گریه مفصله برای امام حسین با بغض مردم اینو میخوندن. خب این برکتش خیلی فرق میکنه. لذا اینو من تو میادین توضیح میدم برای مردم.
این بیت چیزی تو خاطرتون هست؟ که راجع به مصر داریم صحبت میکنیم، دریا داره.
بله.
میخونین برای من نکته دارم.
بله. باید برخاست.
آره.
هر مصر فرعونی دریا دارد. این قوم مستضعف موسی دارد. حالا راجع به اینا میتونم صحبت کنم. اینا رو
Okay.
جنگ، چون ما به یک نقطه توقف آتش رسیده بودیم توی جنگ 12 روزه و حتی آتش بس هم نبود. حتی این رو خدمت شما عرض کنم، حتی این خبر رو شما خب شنیدید، پیامی که نتانیاهو از طریق آقای پوتین داده بود که
ما حمله نمی‌کنیم
و ما در واقع این رو به ایران اعلام بشه که ما حمله پیش دستانه نمی‌کنیم، ایران هم انجام نده و یه پایانی رو اعلام بکنیم. بالاخره ایشون توی این مقطع در واقع بسیار پیگیری ها و رفت و آمدهایی برای اینکه طبق چارچوب کشور مسائلی رد و بدل بشه، ماجراهایی جلو بره. بالاخره ما رژیم صهیونیستی رو هم به رسمیت نمیشناختیم و نمیشناسیم، اما به آقای پوتین یک پیغام هایی داده بشه، یک بحث هایی، و خب ایشون دائما هم ارزیابی میکرد که چقدر، یعنی انواع و اقسام سناریوها رو ایشون تو جلسات میگفت که این پیغامی که دادن چقدر واقعی است، چقدر فریبه، چقدر میخوان فرصت در واقع بخرن، و با این سناریوها هم جلو میرفتن. اما در یک مقطعی به یک نقطه‌ای رسید این کار که حتی تو یک جلسه بعضی از دوستان رسانه‌ای و مدیران مسئول رسانه‌های کشور حضور داشتن و ایشون تا حدیشو گفتن برای این دوستان که به یک نقطه دیگه تقریبا رسید که میشد اتمام جنگ رو، اتمام این مرحله از جنگ رو اعلام کرد. حتی بعضی از دوستان رسانه‌ای اجازه می‌خواستن که این رو اعلام بکنن. داشتیم پیگیری می‌کردیم، بالاخره ماجرا طرفین داشت، باید به یک توافقی می‌رسیدیم که خوردیم توی دیماه. اما این شاید این قصه و قائله دیماه اولین زمین ساز این جنگ شد دیگه. یعنی اولین اتفاقی که رقم زد انگار به اون دشمنان ما این انگیزه رو داد که آها این انسجام به هم ریخت، حالا میشه به چیزای بزرگتر فکر کرد.
یعنی شما نه فقط با تعبیر و تحلیل، با اطلاعات میتونید به ما بگین که اگر رویدادهای 18 و 19 دی به خصوص و روزهای قبلش رخ نداده بود، چه بسا این جنگ هم رخ نمیداد؟
حتما اینجوری بود.
حتما رخ نمیداد.
و ایشون هم توی بیاناتشون، تو صحبت‌هاشون و هم توی جلسات مختلفی که دوستان رسانه‌ای متعدد می اومدن دیدن ایشون و صحبت می‌کردن، ایشون میگفتن یعنی دیتاها و اطلاعاتی رو میدادن که تا یک ماهی رو ایشون اعلام می‌کردن، میگفتن تا فلان ماه اینها اعلام کردند که در واقع اگر ما بتونیم فشار رو بر ایران بیاریم، اینها میتونه در واقع زمینه ساز به هم ریختگی داخلی بشه و زمینه ساز اتفاقات بعدی، حالا اقدامات تروریستی، اقدامات مسلحانه، اقدامات تجزیه طلبانه، و بعد میشه جنگ دوباره شروع بشه. و ایشون میگفتن ما باید همه توان رو بذاریم جلوگیری کنیم و بسیاری از تمهیدات ایشون توی این ماه‌ها بر سر این بود. یعنی مراقبت هایی که ایشون توی حوزه‌های مختلف می‌کردن. ایشون شاید جزء اولین دستخط‌هایی که ازشون اومد بیرون در دوره‌ای که اومدند مسئولیت دبیری شورای عالی امنیت ملی رو گرفتن، به رسانه‌ها با سربرگ دبیرخانه یک نامه‌ای نوشتند و یه درخواستی کردند. گفتند که ما این جنگ رو اگر پشت سر گذاشتیم به دو جهت بود: توان نیروهای مسلح ما بود و انسجام داخلی ما بود. حفظ و مراقبت از انسجام داخلی از طرف شما رسانه‌های عزیز دنبال بشه، تقویت نیروهای مسلح با ما، که این شاید در واقع همون فکری بود که ایشون دنبال میکرد، به خاطر اینکه میگفت اونور رو باید تقویت کنیم که دشمن ما طمعی نداشته باشه، اینور این انسجام رو باید حفظ کنیم که جنگ نشه.
آقای دکتر رو اینو دیگه دقیقاً باید از شما بپرسم. حالا احوال شخصیشون، آدمی که پرکارم هست، حالا یه احتمام به خانواده رو شما اشاره کردی، ولی اهل کتاب نوشتن، دست نوشته، خاطره نویسی، خلوت شخصی با حالا کوه رفتن رو میدانم که ایشون خیلی مقید بودند. برای چی استفاده میکردند؟ اعمال، عبادات، مانند این، بالاخره اینها سلوک شخصی است دیگه.
ایشون یک شخصیت خیلی متوازنی داشت، یعنی هم یک نظم ذهنی مرتبی داشت، هم معنویت قوی داشتن ایشون، هم امور اخلاقی خیلی اتکا داشتن، هم امور خانوادگی. این جمع اینا خیلی با هم یه شخصیت ممتازی درست کرده بود. مثلا فرض فرمایید اهتمام ایشون به صله رحم. آخرین مکالمه‌ای که ما با هم داشتیم چند ساعت قبل از شهادت ایشون بود، توصیه‌های مکرر در مکرر ایشون در مورد سلوک با خانواده، رفتار با خانواده، این کارو بکن، حواست به این باشه، بچه‌ها، نوجوانا تو خانواده یه وقت احساس دلتنگی نکنن، حوصله‌شون سر نره.
Woo! Hater!
Wait, what's happening now? That was an insane. Guys, Armin will translate. Don't worry, Armin will translate. Oh my God, Khomeini!
اینقدر الله اکبر بر مغز اینها کوبیده شد که خودشون را باختند و فرار کردند و از این مملکت رفتند.
ای مردم مسلمان
علی
اکبرتون را فراموش نکنید. الله اکبر شما بود که هیچ سلاحی در مقابل اون طاقت ندارد. دشمن هر چه داشته باشد در مقابل این سلاح عاجز و بی‌دفاع است. الله اکبر.
زیاد حاج قاسم، زیاد همه شهدا. الله اکبر. الله اکبر. به شجاعت لشکر حیدر. الله اکبر. الله اکبر. الله اکبر. به شجاعت لشکر حیدر. الله اکبر. به صلابت فاتح خیبر. به رشادت این همه یاور. الله اکبر. دوباره بر سر مرحب نشست تیغ حیدر. دوباره بر سر مرحب نشست تیغ حیدر. شده کابوس صهیون صدای موشک خیبر. الله اکبر. الله اکبر. اکبر. به عزم این همه دلاور. الله اکبر. به این همه مالک اشتر. همه چون عمار ابوذر. الله اکبر. علم میزنیم، علم میزنیم، در قله علم میزنیم، از حماس دم میزنیم، با صلابت قدم میزنیم، سیلی بر ستم میزنیم، پایان صهیون رو ما رقم میزنیم، پایان صهیون رو ما رقم میزنیم. الله اکبر.
پایان صهیون رو We are the ones who will end Zionism.
نه میگم کیه؟
Oh, just one of their martyrs.
همه هستن یار و برادر. الله اکبر. همه هستن یار و برادر. الله اکبر. زمین بلرزد بگذار زمین بلرزد، زمین بلرزد، مگر می شود دل شیعیان امیرالمؤمنین بلرزد. ابوالفضلیم آری، ابوالفضلیم، ابوالفضلیم آری، ابوالفضلیم. به وقت طوفان ندارد امکان پسر المنذرین بلرزد. به وقت طوفان ندارد امکان پسر المنذرین بلرزد. هیهات من نزل الله، هیهات من نزل الله، هیهات من نزل الله، هیهات من نزل الله. ما وارثان عاشوراییم، هیهات من نزل الله. دست بالا، ما وارثان عاشوراییم، هیهات من نزل الله.
هیهات من نزل الله.
ما یار مسجد الاقصاییم، هیهات من نزل الله، هیهات من نزل الله. شده وقت مرگت صهیون، ما مثل اجل بالای سرت می آییم. الله اکبر، الله اکبر. جانم جانم آی به شجاعت لشکر حیدر. الله آی به شجاعت لشکر حیدر، به صلابت فاتح خیبر، آی به صلابت فاتح خیبر، آی به رشادت این همه یاور. الله اکبر. پایان صهیون رو ما رقم میزنیم.
پایان صهیون رو ما رقم میذاریم. زهی خیال باطل.
تو اگر پناه مایی چه غم از زمان ما را، چه غمی اگر که با ما نکند کسی مدارا، چه غمی ز جنگ و فتنه ز هجوم آشکارا، چه غمی تو سرپناهی همه بچه شیعه ها را. علی ای همای رحمت تو چه آیتی خدا را. علی تو اگر پناه مایی چه غمی ز تیغان کشتن، چه غم از بلا و قهری، چه غم از هجوم دشمن، که خود دعای جوشن به دعای توست جوشن. نرو ای گدای مسکین در خانه علی زن، که علی زند شبانه در خانه گدارا، در خانه گنجوارا. جانم علی ای علی جان حب الوطن من الایمان. جانم علی ای علی جان من الایمان. جانم علی ای علی جان حب الوطن. حیات و روز خانی شده تکیه گاه شیعه، سر نیسر حسینم شده سر پناه شیعه.
Stream is lagging.
Yeah.
Durka
I think we
TV.
have enough.
Yeah, I think we have enough. Oh my gosh. Look.
I want to see the name, the picture on that body. I want to see who that is because there seems to be a lineup for touching that body. Because usually with other bodies they just touch it a little bit. This body they're touching a lot. So it must be somebody important.
Do you can you see like anything in the caption? چیزی گفته؟
No, it's just a news. It's a news. Huh?
هیچ عکسی هم هیچی نداره. Like there's no picture.
Yeah,
This could be just like a fake.
It seems important because people are lining up to touch it.
Do you think they're like pretending it's like fake Ghamari?
No, Ghamari will not. Oh my God, if it was Ghamari, it would be like
could this be the guy that was stabbed? Oh wait, let me take off my like Durka. Could this be the guy that was stabbed last night? Ew! Mahdi Umad.
That's Ali. That's Ali.
Yep.
Derek Ali, Tel Aviv. Okay, let's go through it because he's repeating himself.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That was wow. Wow. Okay. So yeah, just pull up the live stream on Liberty Chat, Liberty Politics. And then I would say go back like 15 minutes, maybe 15, 20 minutes. Because that's when we started spying on Durka TV, Durka News Network.
Okay. Durka News Network. I love the name.
Yeah. Well, look at the banner. So now like it's become, something that we do. Sometimes like when we're waiting for you to come back, I start spying on, I call it DNN, Durka News Network. And then if I find something interesting, I'll just like record it so that when you come back, Armin GPT can translate. So, Oh my
Okay,
gosh.
sounds good. Here. Okay. We have a lot of good material here. Let's go forward here. Let's go
This is
forward.
interesting too. These guys that were talking, because they were talking. So to go back a little bit, because when they were talking, they basically said something like Netanyahu during like the 12-day war was like speaking through Putin or something like that. Like it was crazy what he was saying.
Oh, okay. Let's go see what they said.
Like the level of propaganda and cringe and cope is insane right now.
Just these people. Okay, there. Let's go with these people first, see what they said.
آتش رسیده بودیم توی جنگ 12 روزه و حتی آتش بس هم نبود. حتی این رو خدمت شما عرض کنم. حتی این خبر.
So they're talking about during the 12-day war, they at some point they got to something like a ceasefire, but less than a ceasefire. They just stopped fighting after the 12-day war.
رو شما خب شنیدید پیامی که نتانیاهو از طریق آقای پوتین داده بود که
ما حمله نمی‌کنیم.
So they're talking about a message that Prime Minister Netanyahu gave to Putin to apparently give to the Islamic Republic that they're not going to attack.
و ما در واقع این رو به ایران اعلام بشه که ما حمله پیش دستانه.
So you're saying that during the 12-day war, Prime Minister Netanyahu gave him through Putin sent a message to the Islamic Republic to stop the fighting.
نمی‌کنیم ایران هم انجام نده و
So asking basically for the Islamic Republic not to attack as well.
پایانی رو اعلام بکنیم. بالاخره ایشون توی این مقطع در واقع بسیار پیگیری‌ها و رفت و آمدهایی برای اینکه طبق چارچوب کشور مسائلی رد و بدل بشه، ماجراهایی جلو بره. بالاخره ما رژیم صهیونیستی رو هم به رسمیت نمیشناختیم و نمیشناسیم، اما به آقای پوتین یک پیغام ها.
So he's saying given that we don't recognize the Zionist regime and basically they had to go through Putin to be as an intermediary to be able to do this.
هایی داده بشه، یک بحث هایی و خب ایشون دائما هم ارزیابی میکرد که چقدر، یعنی انواع و اقسام سناریوها رو ایشون تو جلسات میگفت که این پیغامی که دادن چقدر واقعی است، چقدر فریبه، چقدر میخوان فرصت در واقع بخرن و با این سناریوها هم جلو میرفتن. اما
So I don't know if he's talking about Putin or someone else, but he's saying they were basically evaluating how much of these messaging were real, how much was it was a lie, and they were like taking that all into account while going forward. I don't know. I think this is some analysis that is supposed to supposed to sound like it's deep analysis, but it's not.
به یک نقطه‌ای رسید این کار که حتی تو یک جلسه بعضی از دوستان رسانه‌ای و مدیران مسئول رسانه‌های کشور حضور داشتن و ایشون تا حدیشو گفتن برای این دوستان که به یک نقطه‌ای.
Okay, you know he keeps saying ishun and he doesn't clarify who is he referring to. He's saying he said this and then he said that. I'm like, who's he? Name the people. Like name, like who is the he here? Like you have to name the people. Like he said he brought this to our media people and our people, and then he said that. Like, okay, you're not like very clear about who you're referring to. Use their names instead of he.
تقریبا رسید که میشد اتمام جنگ رو، اتمام این مرحله از جنگ رو اعلام کرد. حتی بعضی از دوستان
Okay, so basically we got to a position we could finally end the war, like basically announce the end of the war. He's talking about the 12-day war, like we're going back in time.
ثانیی اجازه می‌خواستن که این رو اعلام بکنن، داشتیم پیگیری می‌کردیم، بالاخره ماجرا طرفین داشت، باید به یک توافقی می‌رسیدیم.
So we were basically getting permission to be able to announce the end of the war, and there were things basically going back and forth between the two sides to come up with an agreement.
خوردیم توی دیما، اما این شاید این
and then we basically hit like January time.
سه و قائله دیما اولین زمین ساز این جنگ شد دیگه. یعنی
Oh, guys, they're saying they hit early January. And the events that happened in January caused this new war to start. Guys, you know what they're talking about? Early January, they're talking about the Iranian people's uprising. But he's not even mentioning it. He's just saying the events of early January. So he's saying basically we were supposed to stop fighting with the Israelis, but the things that happened in early January caused us to go back to war with Israel.
اتفاقی که رقم زد انگار به اون دشمنان ما این انگیزه رو داد که آها این انسجام به هم ریخت. حالا میشه
Oh, he's saying, wow, Goldie. He's saying the events in early January gave our enemies. So Goldie, he's saying that after the 12-day war, the Israelis decided to stop fighting with us. But what happened in early January in Iran, he's talking about the uprising, gave our enemies the impression that we are not stable. So it made them want to attack us again because they got the impression that we are unstable. He's saying the Israelis decided to come back to war with us because of what happened. And he's not mentioning what happened in early January. He's just saying Deimah, like what happened in January. Okay, wow. So this is an admission.
So for the chat, guys, this is why we spy on Durka News Network, you know, around the time that like Armin is almost coming back, because that's when they have like the spiciest stuff. And then, you know, Armin comes back and he translates. So this is why I do it. So guys, chat, thank you for your patience, because like, yeah, this is like, this is really good insight and intel into how the Islamic regime is thinking right now, because you have to remember, Islamic regime state TV is basically the mouthpiece of the IRGC. It's the mouthpiece of whoever is in charge, right? There's no free press, there's no free media. Everything is 100% Durka propaganda. So this is how we can tell what they're thinking, what they're, you know, feeling, and what propaganda they're putting out there. So yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Armin.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. Yeah, thank you. And thank you for recording this. And honestly, I'm getting a lot more information from the Islamic Republic because of you, Goldie. Like I don't getting a lot more data.
We're a team.
Yeah, okay.
So you know what? We have to suffer through Durka News Network, and then when you get here, then you can translate for us. So there you go.
Yeah. I actually enjoy going through the Durka. I know you guys hate it, but
no, I know. You could have done like a whole dance party, because I took off my Durka and you were like still like going for it. Right? Like, yeah. Oh, I know, I saw that.
All right. Okay, let's study these people. So guys, like remember, they're basically admitting that it was the Iranian people's uprising that caused the Americans and Israelis to attack. Okay.
نه فقط با تعبیر و تحلیل، با اطلاعات میتونیم ما بگیم که اگر رویدادهای 18 و 19 دی به خصوص و روزهای قبلش.
Oh, he's saying, okay, so he's asking him. So say you have data. You don't have just analysis, but you actually have data to know that what happened in January 8 and January 9, and also the things that happened before it.
رخ نداده بود، چه بسا این جنگ هم رخ نمیداد.
Oh my God, the guy says Hatman. He says for sure. So he's asking the other person that, so you're saying if the events, like look how evil they are, because they're just saying the events of January 8 and January 9. They don't say the uprising of the Iranian people. They don't say the massacre of the Iranian people. They just say the events of January 8 and January 9. So you're saying if those did not happen, this war wouldn't have happened either? And the guy's like, yes, for sure. Okay.
حتما اینجوری بود.
حتما
و ایشون هم توی بیاناتشون، تو صحبت‌هاشون و هم توی جلسات مختلفی که دوستان رسانه متعدد می اومدن دیدن ایشون و صحبت می‌کردن، ایشون میگفتن یعنی
ایشون کیه؟ ایشون نتانیاهوه. I don't know. So he keeps saying like, yeah, he I don't know who is he referring to. He's saying he constantly said this whatever. Oh, کفن پوشیدن. چون غیرت صاحب زمانی دارم، چون غیرت صاحب زمانی دارم، مولا الله جل الله جل الله جل الله جل هدیت الله الله جل الله جل
What?
He was showing Trump and Netanyahu right before this.
آیت الله سید مجتبی حسینی خامنه‌ای حفظه الله را بر اساس رأی قاطع نمایندگان محترم مجلس خبرگان رهبری به عنوان سومین رهبر نظام مقدس جمهوری اسلامی ایران تعیین و معرفی می‌نماید.
That's all AI. Okay, I can't continue because there's this is like Armin. This is like Durka MTV right now. Durka MTV on the news network. Okay, sorry. Let's go back to your explanation. I'm sorry. I just wanted to share that with you because that was just crazy. Okay.
So they were wearing white, and they were saying "kafan pushidan." So that means that they have worn. I think that means that they have worn their shrouds for dead people. The white shroud, is it a shroud? Kafan is shroud, right? Like what?
Yeah.
So that means that basically they already have the thing that you're supposed to have on for a corpse. So they're ready to be corpses. So they're ready to die. They're already ready. Whatever clothes they need to have to be in the grave, they already have put it on, ready to go into the grave. So they're ready to die.
All right,
So
sorry.
We're so eager to die. Guys, this is why we call them a death cult, because you think when they're wearing white, that is when they are less death-like, but no, that's when they're most death-loving. When they're wearing white, they're saying that we want to die so badly that we made it convenient for the people who want to put us in the grave not to have to change their clothes. We already have it on. That's how ready we are to die.
These people are crazy. It's literally a death cult.
I mean, we agree with them. We want them to die, right? So we have mutually aligned interests. So
listen, listen. I don't want them to die. I want them to whatever wish they have, I hope that their wish is granted. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
امیدوارم که به دعاشون برسن، به آرزوشون برآورده بشه.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have
I'm praying for them to achieve their goals. Whatever the goal is, that's what I'm praying for.
Okay. Yeah, me too. Oh my god, Goldie, there's a clip of me that on Persian social media went viral for a while because there was this pro-regime person that came to the chat and he said that our greatest wish is to become martyrs, like we are like ready to fight. And I just shouted at him and I said, "Khob baro bemir."
Can you share that? I would love to see that.
Yeah, and then that went viral. I told him, "Baro bemir." Like, go die then. Yeah.
It's so good. You should find that and share it. Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'll share it.
That is so funny. Okay. Honestly, guys, like, you think Armin is spicy in English? You should see him in Persian. In his Persian language live streams, he's even more spicier and more funnier. And it's absolutely hilarious. So hopefully now that the internet is slowly coming back, like, Armin, you can resume like your Persian language live streams.
Oh my god, I hope
I missed watching them. They were so good. My mom's a big fan of your Persian. So my mom actually, remember the first time you interviewed me back in the summer? That was that was even before I had my YouTube channel. When we had an interview, my mom was like, "Oh my gosh, I know Armin, bache khubiye, like he does such good work. Like I watch his like Persian language YouTube channel." And I was like, "Oh really? I had no idea who he was." So yeah, like when I interviewed you, yeah, my mom was a huge fan. She was like, "Oh, but Armin interview kardi."
Oh, that's so sweet.
So I've been a big fan of your Persian language channel because like you go off and it's amazing. But I want to see this khoboro baby. It's so funny.
I'm trying to find it right now. If I could find it, I'll
You know what? You can share it tomorrow. That's okay because I know you want to continue with the translation. But
okay,
if you can find it, great. If not, that's okay.
Okay. Well. Oh, Okay, no, it's not that one. All right, I'll find it later. Okay, let's continue with this. But is the internet coming back in Iran? Like,
John,
is
so
that
John Peace Seeker was here, and then yesterday I noticed there were a few. So yesterday there was like a few internet accounts who were able to connect recently. Let me pull up one just to like show you because I translated their message. It's from this like account that I follow on X, like we're mutuals. I followed them for a while, and let me just let me find it. And they had a message as well. So here we go. Yeah. So let me just pull this up really quick. Remove your stream. So it seems like it's kind of coming back, but it's still weird. Like, so something has happened. It's like the restriction has weakened a little bit. Some Iranians have been able to find VPNs, but the VPNs are very, very slow and very, very expensive. So this one account, Tiger, and they're in Iran because Iran Android app, right? So you can tell that they're in Iran, will follow each other. So they posted yesterday. They said, after 45 days of complete blackout, I've come out of the digital prison that the Islamic Republic built for the people of Iran to say, as someone who, along with my loved ones, has suffered financial losses in this war. We are satisfied with continuing this war until the continuation of the Islamic Republic ends. During the 40 days of war, my own business was practically shut down, and my family home also suffered severe war-related damage. But all these losses are recoverable on the condition that after this war, the Islamic Republic no longer exists. This isn't just my opinion. Every person who endured this period of war with fear, anxiety, sleeplessness, and financial and physical harm wants nothing other than this. And everyone is eagerly counting down the moment until the king's final call. In the hope of freedom and the victory of light over darkness, long live Iran, long live the Shah. Payande Iran, Javid Shah. So, yeah, like this account was, couldn't get on the internet for 45 days. And then after 45 days came on and said, we want the war to continue. We want the Islamic regime gone. So it seems like some people are slowly starting to get around, but it's still pretty much down.
Oh. Yeah, I get a message from my dad, so he got some internet. Yeah, he says he's coming.
Is he okay?
He said everything is good. Don't worry, that he's fine, and he misses us so much. He says like we should arrange it. He said we should arrange a trip to Europe. The first thing he said to us is like, I'm fine. I miss you guys. Can we arrange a trip to Europe so I can see you? That's what he said.
Oh.
He misses us. Yeah.
Oh, tell your Bubba we say hello.
Yeah, okay, I will.
Oh, I'm so happy for you, Armin.
Thank you.
Tell your Bubba to stay safe.
Okay, I will. And Goldie, I found the video. It's only 6 seconds.
Okay. Yes, let's see this.
And I have not made this video, guys. Like the edits at the end, I'm not self-obsessed, okay? I did not edit this video. Somebody on the internet took parts of my live stream and then they made this and then it went viral on Persian social media. Okay,
Maximize it.
Oh, okay. It's only 6 seconds. یکی نوشته شهادت افتخار ماست. خب برو ببین.
That is the best thing oh my gosh, that's the best. Can you send that to me, please?
Okay.
Oh my gosh, that is so funny. Okay, play that again. I need to, you know what? For some reason, I thought that there was going to be like the sunglasses coming down. Da-da-da-da-da. It's too strong. Oh my gosh, that is so funny. Let's watch it again.
Okay. So yeah, let me play it. یکی نوشته شهادت افتخار ماست. خب برو بمیر.
That is the best thing I've ever seen. That is so good.
So guys, I'm reading the chat. I say somebody's saying that martyrdom is our honor, and then I look at the camera. I say, well, then go die. And then they go to me here, and then it says, well, then go die. Then go die. Then go die.
Oh my god.
Anyways,
that was perfect.
Okay. We should have that ready every time a Muslim comes and says like they want to be they want martyrdom.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go back to Dorka analysis. Dorka, welcome to Dorka University, everyone. We're studying a disease. All right, let's see what this is.
دیتاها و اطلاعاتی رو میدادن که تا یک ماهی رو ایشون اعلام میکردن، میگفتن تا فلان ماه اینها اعلام کردند که در واقع اگر ما بتونیم فشار رو بر ایران بیاریم، اینها میتونه در واقع زمینه ساز به هم ریختگی داخلی بشه و زمینه ساز اتفاقات بعدی. حالا اقدامات.
So he's saying basically the Israelis, their analysis was that because of the events that happened in Iran, if they do this war, this could cause the conditions, the foundations for the events that will come after that.
تروریستی، اقدامات مسلحانه.
So that the Israelis could do terroristic attacks, they could have armed forces and eventually basically bring down the regime.
اقدامات تجزیه طلبانه و بعد میشه جنگ دوباره شروع بشه و ایشون میگفتن ما باید همه توان رو بذاریم جلوگیری کنیم و بسیاری از تمهیدات ایشون توی این ماه‌ها بر سر این بود، یعنی مراقبت هایی که ایشون توی حوزه های مختلف میکردن. ایشون شاید جز اولین دستخط هایی که ازشون اومد بیرون در دوره‌ای که اومدن مسئولیت دبیری شورای عالی امنیت ملی رو گرفتن، به رسانه ها با سربرگ دبیرخانه یک نامه‌ای نوشتند و یه درخواستی کردند. گفتن که ما این جنگ رو اگر پشت سر گذاشتیم به دو جهت بود: توان نیروهای مسلح ما بود و انسجام داخلی ما بود. حفظ و مراقبت از انسجام
داخلی. They're talking somebody within the Supreme National Security Council that made certain decisions to keep the country together.
داخلی از طرف شما رسانه‌های عزیز دنبال بشه، تقویت نیروهای مسلح با ما.
What are you talking about? Name the guy.
این شاید در واقع همون فکری بود که
از ذوالقدر
ایشون دنبال میکرد، به خاطر اینکه میگفت اون
میگه ایشون کیه؟
رو باید تقویت کنیم که دشمن ما طمعی نداشته باشه. این ور این
Guys, Iranians ایشون کیه؟
انسجام رو باید حفظ کنیم که جنگ نشه.
آقای دکتر رو این دیگه دقیقاً با دست شما بپرسید.
Oh my god, look at the chandelier. Look at the long giant table. Like, what is this table? There's only three of you. What kind of a weird like, and look at the chandelier. What is this?
پرسن. حالا احوال شخصیشون، آدمی که پرکارم هست. حالا یه احتمامی به خانواده رو شما اشاره کردی، ولی اهل کتاب نوشتن، دست نوشته، خاطره نویس.
Wait, did they mention the guy's name?
دقیقا با دست شما بپرسن. حالا احوال شخصیشون، آدمی که پرکارم هست. حالا یه احتمامی به خانواده رو شما اشاره کردی، ولی اهل کتاب نوشتن، دست نوشته، خاطره نویسی.
Guys, who are they talking about? This is actually now important. I want to know, because it seems to me that they're talking about somebody within the Security Council, and they're advertising him. It seems like Sedo Simo has decided to promote somebody within the Supreme Security Council. Is this a Zolgad's promotion? Let me show you guys. Like, look at this. If we come to the Supreme Security Council, are they talking about Mohammad Baqir Zolgad? Oh, by the way, guys, here's an interesting thing for you guys to know. Zolgad used to be and might continue still be close to Ghalibaf. So if Vahidi is taking positions against Ghalibaf, does that mean Zulqadr would be something like, I don't know. Is Zulqadr still with Ghalibaf or no? But anyways, now we see the state TV talking, praising somebody within the Supreme National Security Council, and I don't know who he is because they keep saying Ishun, 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 which means he, and I have no idea who they're talking about. I think it's Zulqadr. Iranians in the chat, do you know what was the context of this?
خلوت شخصیه با حالا کوه رفتن رو میدانم که ایشون خیلی مقید بودند.
So look, they're talking about this man being very good with family, his family relationships are good, and now they're talking about the fact that he goes hiking. He goes hiking in the mountain. Like, so this guy was very instrumental in making sure the Islamic Republic doesn't fall after the Israeli attacks, and he's a family man, and he goes hiking in the mountains.
خلوت شخصیه با حالا کوه رفتن رو میدانم که ایشون خیلی مقید بودند. برای چی استفاده میکردند؟ اعمال، عبادات، مانند این بالاخره اینها سلوک شخصی.
So he goes to the mountains for worship.
ایشون یک شخصیت خیلی متوازنی داشت. یعنی هم یک نظم
داشت. Somebody used to, so he's dead. We're talking about a dead person.
شخصیت خیلی متوازنی داشت. یعنی هم یک نظم ذهنی مرتبی داشت، هم معنویت قوی داشتن.
So he's talking about the fact that the guy was good, like with
نظم ذهنی مرتب.
He was very good, organized with his mind, and he was also very spiritual.
هم معنویت قوی داشتنشون. هم
What is Goldie puking over?
داشت. هم معنویت قوی.
Goldie's puking.
هم
it's a mullah. Ew, it's a mullah.
I was like, what is Goldie? What's
قیافه نفسش دیگه، قیافه نفسش دیگه اصلا بوی چی میدونم پیاز و گلاب.
Goldie was distracted with something else. She didn't know there was a mullah on the screen. Well, as soon as she saw
I was not prepared for the mullah. I see the mullah. I'm like, what happened here? What?
She saw a mullah on the screen. She had an allergic reaction.
قیافش رو نگاه کن، چون اصلا قیافش حال به هم زنه.
Oh, Goldie, you're amazing. Goldie is allergic to mullahs.
I am. I'm allergic to mullahs. Look.
I was like looking at you. I was like, what did she see? Did she read like a weird comment? Did somebody start insulting her? Is she gonna ban somebody? Or like, no, it's the mullah. It's the mullah. It's the mullah on screen. I was like, is it what they're saying? Is it like their political like it's like oh no, that's the mullah. Oh, this is great. Guys, you know Goldie is the real deal because she cannot stand these people. Amazing. Okay, wait, one more time. Let's guys, look at her, Goldie, right now. Look at her. She doesn't know there's a mullah on screen. Okay, she's looking at something else. Okay.
هم یک نظم ذهنی مرتبی
داشت. Look at her as soon as she discovers that she's sharing a mullah. Look at her reaction.
متوازنی داشت. یعنی هم یک نظم ذهنی مرتبی داشت، هم معنویت قوی داشتنشون. هم امور اخلاقی خیلی
Oh my God. It's perfect. It's perfect. Wait, one more time. Look, she's looking the other way around.
نظم ذهنی مرتبی داشت، هم معنویت قوی داشتنشون. هم امور اخلاقی.
so good. Oh my god! Somebody cut that part out. That's amazing.
What's the timestamp on it? What's the timestamp?
Okay, the timestamp here. Let me. Wait, where is it? Oh, here. It's at -42. Well, it doesn't show you from what time from the beginning.
Well,
You
okay,
should tell me from-
it's 6 p.m. Eastern time right now, so -42. It's roughly around like 5:15. 5:15 p.m. Eastern time, roughly. So you guys can do the math on that. So if I look at the timestamp here, how long we've gone, it's about at the 4 hour and 15-minute mark, roughly. Oh my god.
اخلاقی خیلی اتکا داشتن هم امور خانوادگی این جمع اینا خیلی با هم یه شخصیت ممتازی درست کرده بود مثلا فرض فرمایید
She's saying when I see the turban, I feel disgusted. The turban probably smells like crap.
Onions. I say it smells like onions and gulab.
Onions and gulab.
اینا خیلی با هم یه شخصیت ممتازی درست کرده بود مثلا فرض فرمایید اهتمام ایشون به صله رحم آخرین مکالمه‌ای که ما با هم داشتیم چند ساعت قبل از شهادت ایشون بود توصیه
I can't. I'm not. I'm focusing on Goldie. I don't even know what the mullah is saying.
He's saying garbage. He's saying chertopert.
Yes, I think he's talking about somebody within the Supreme Security Council who died.
He mentioned the Houthis, actually.
Oh, he does? Let's go to
Yeah.
های مکرر در مکرر ایشون در مورد سلوک با خانواده رفتار با خانواده این کارو بکن حواست به این باشه بچه‌ها نوجوانا تو خانواده
Well, he's just talking whoever they're talking about they're saying the person was very good with kids with family. Oh my god. Are they talking about Larijani?
احساس دلتنگی نکنن حوصله‌شون سر نره
Like they're talking about the fact that the guy didn't want the kids to be bored. Oh, guys, look at Goldie's face. Like, oh, look at her. Like, oh my god.
Well, you know what it is? Because right before this, before I switched over, they were showing like President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu with like the red and like bloody or something, like it was messed up. So then I switched over to like Durka MTV.
And look at this. Look at Goldie. So let me try to say Bia be meidan jang Khaybar. So come to the battlefield of the Khaybar war.
And Armin, remember? You notice how as soon as I switch over, that's when you joined.
Oh yeah. And then like what Dorka did I move into? What is it? Right. Guys, the battle of guys, let me know in the chat. Why is it that these people keep talking about the Khaybar war? You know, Muhammad and Ali together, they were involved in multiple wars. There are many wars that they fought together. And they all have names. All of these wars have names. But why do they keep going to the Khaybar war? Do you guys know? Do you guys know in the chat? Yes, good job. Because the Khaybar war was against the Jews. It's the Jews. Muhammad and Ali together, they were involved in many. They have so many good memories killing people with each other, right? Mostly Ali. Muhammad was a loser. He didn't know how to use a sword properly. But why do they keep coming to Khaybar? Khaybar. Because it's about Jew killing. It's about Jew killing, right? Khaybar was a battle against the Jews. So it's like, come to the field in the battle of Khaybar. Come. Bia is like inviting people to come. What did I walk into? So they're saying Khaybar, Ya Sahyun. So when they say Khaybar, they're mentioning the name of the battle against the Jews that Muhammad and Ali were in, and they saying Ya Sahyun. They're saying oh Zionists. So they're in here. They're actually talking to Zionists. Ya Sahyun, like they're calling them out. So basically, Khaybar is a warning to Zionists. So their understanding is that Jews know about the Battle of Khaybar, and whenever you mention Khaybar, the Jews get scared. So they're like, "Oh, Zionists, Khaybar! Oh, Khaybar! We're coming for you, Khaybar!" And guys, let me actually tell you something very important. They say Ya Sahyun, which means "Oh, Zionists." But when did Zionism start? When did Zionism start? Let me see. Zionism. When did Zion start? What year was it? It was 1897. So if my math is correct, that is less than 1400 years ago, right? Right? So, I'm kidding, right? Obviously. But basically, at the time of Muhammad and Ali, there was no Zionism. There was no Zionism. There were Jews, but no Zionists, right? So they are basically admitting that their war is against Jews, not Zionists, Jews as a whole. Because why would they say Khaybar, O Sahyun? The Khaybar was not a battle against Zionists. There were no Zionists back then. Khaybar was a battle against the Jews. So now when they're telling, oh, Zionists, remember Khaybar? What they're admitting here is that every time they are speaking against Zionists, they're actually speaking against the Jews, or else this wouldn't make any sense. Are you following? This is important. Are you guys following? Khaybar Ya Sahyun by itself shows that Zionists, the anti-Zionist agenda, is actually anti-Jewish. Khaybar. Wait, we can't say that. We should properly, every time they say that, we should have the proper attire. Okay, say it again. Khaybar Ya Sahyun. Khaybar Ya Sahyun. So this is Arabic. I usually can't. What?
I need to get my flag too. I'll be right back. I need to shield myself from like the Durka.
Yes. Okay. So this part is Arabic, but it's because it's very famous. I know what they're saying. They're saying the army of Muhammad is ready to fight. So he's saying the army of Muhammad has risen, but did you guys see? Did you guys see what they showed on screen? Did you guys notice? Who noticed? Who caught it? In the chat. Tell me who caught it. Look at this. I'm going to try to. Did you guys catch it or not? Yeah, they say Momo's army is ready to fight. Exactly. No, you didn't? Look at this. What is this? What is this? This is the gliders. This is the Hamas gliders. This is October 7th. On Islamic Republic State TV, they're celebrating October 7th. Show this to the world. Show this, what they stand for. This is the gliders. This is the Hamas gliders of October 7th. They're calling up. They're calling the Zionists. They're warning the Zionists while celebrating Hamas gliders on October 7th. See, guys, it showed it for half a second, but I caught it. Look at this. Let's go back a little bit. What did I walk into? Oh, let's go back more. Oh, here.
Ew, not the mama.
What did I walk into? Look at that. That was the gliders. That was the gliders. Okay.
I got my protection on. I'm good. Honestly, the you know, aside from like the lion and sun flag of Iran, the second strongest like Durka protection is the flag of Israel. So either the lion and sun flag of Israel, that's like this is how you can like shield yourself from like Durka right there.
Exactly. Goldie, isn't it like they go around the world and saying like, oh, war crime, the Americans are committing a war crime, while on their state TV they're still so transparently celebrating October 7th.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Vile.
Look at my face. Because I caught it too. Just like,
yeah.
Oh wait, does this mean Shield of David? Okay, so we have the Shield of David. Okay, we're good. We're good. There you go. Guys, you know what? You know that there are some like jihadi Durkas that are like watching this right now and they're gonna like screenshot this and be like, oh, Goldie's a Mossad agent. Goldie's not Iranian, she's Israeli, right? Like, because that's how stupid they are. But there you go. I got my Durka shield.
How did you get the star back? I have the star.
Really, how did you get the star? It's on the flag, Armin.
No, like I wanted to make sure that it comes on the right position. I know it's on the. I know the star is on the flag, Goldie. I was just wanted to make sure I got it positioned right so that it ends up being on my back. Okay.
There you go.
Wow, Goldie, really? There's a star on the Israeli flag. Thank you for.
Girl, hey, Armin, and now you know.
And now you know. Okay. Okay. I missed it for all these years, waving it around. Okay, let's continue. All right. Okay. So again, Momo's army is ready to fight. Nefrin bar dunyay bidardi is saying like curse be upon a world without pain. What? Hold on. Guys, did I hear that properly? Iranians. Nefrin bar dunyay bidardi. So basically saying like screw a comfortable life. Right? Did I get that? Iranians in the chat said bidardi. That's what you heard as well? So it seems like saying like we like pain.
That's what I heard too.
Bidardi. Yeah, okay. So he's saying like curse be upon a life without pain. Okay. Guys, like they want pain. Let's give them pain. Oh, Goldie, let's move us to the other side because now. Oh, there we go. Fantastic.
I just updated the layout. So I covered our old images, and then now it's just like the new one. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So guys, they want to die and they also want pain. So okay. They really love pain. So the people are chanting Haydar, Haydar. Haydar means Haydar basically curse be upon a painless life. Curse be upon namardi, unmanliness, I guess. Today you are happy with your cruelty. So basically talking to the enemy, talking to like Netanyahu and saying today you're happy with your cruelty. But tomorrow you will be destroyed just like your ancestors. So you saw like you see Ali hitting the Jews, the horned Jews in the head with the sword. Is that Ali? Is that Ali? Oh, it's Ali! 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 You know how you know it's Ali? Look at the sword.
From the sword, it's Zulfaqar.
Zulfaqar. It's like a snake. The sword is like a snake. It's like has two edges at the very end. So that's Ali. Ali. And Ali is hitting this Jewish guy in the head. So, and the guy is singing that to Netanyahu that tomorrow you will be destroyed just like your ancestor, just like your Jewish ancestors. Ali, Ali. Do you guys know the reference when I say that? Ali, Ali. Okay. So you see, like the sword of Zulfaqar is constantly right after they show missiles because they say Ali's Zulfaqar are missiles because they also have Zulfaqar missiles named after the Zulfaqar sword. So they're like, when Ali uses his sword, that was in the ancient times, and now we have these missiles that basically does the same thing as Ali's sword, which is basically, namely, killing the Jews. Nasl Fath Ahriman. So you're saying we are from the lineage of those who conquer the devil. When have we ever feared our enemies? Basically saying we are never afraid. Look, they're showing people like they were trying to show kids in Palestine to show that. Oh, so basically they're saying like the Israelis kill, make the children cry, and he's saying here in this fight is the tears of the children that is victorious. Which is quite odd that they say that, because I remember just a few seconds ago, they were celebrating October 7th. And I remember, if I remember correctly, guys, correct me if I'm wrong. In October 7th, they killed a whole bunch of children. So here they're acting like the Jews are basically child killers and make the children cry, and the tears of the children will eventually be victorious, even though just a few minutes ago they were celebrating October 7th. Yeah, I know I'm not wrong. I'm just like, this is how I speak. Oh. He's saying here, blood is victorious over missiles. So our blood, the bloods that you shed of us, is victorious over your missiles. Like when you spill our blood, that blood makes us more powerful. Like basically the martyrs give us more power. Like the more of us you kill, the more powerful that we become. There's a version of this that we have created that I cannot tell you because Goldie wants me to be polite, so I'm not going to say it. But in Persian, we have created another version of what they're saying here right now to make fun of them, which I'm not going to come and tell you guys. Okay. But khun rhymes with something in Persian. Like our soldiers are our role models. Our soldiers. And my commander is Qasem Soleimani. I mean, your commander is dead, so not a very effective commander. Huh? I single-handedly will become a challenge to the people, to the cruel people. Look at this, guys. After all of these years, they still like obsess over Qasem Soleimani. Guys, by the way, guys, all of this started with President Trump killing Qasem Soleimani in his first term of presidency. All of this started with that. That was the first domino of everything that we're experiencing right now. حریفت منم. Like, I am your challenger. I am your challenger. Like no, you are, like you say, I am the one who belongs to Iran. Or Nasrallah, guys, so many cutlets. We're seeing Qasem, we're seeing Nasrallah. Oh, I am, he's saying, I belong to Iran. I am Lebanon's Hezbollah. I come from, I walked here from Iraq. Guys, you know what he's marking? He's marking their territory. He's mentioning Iraq, Lebanon, Iran. So this is the Shia empire that they have. He's listing their territory. He keeps saying, I am your challenger. I belong to in Iran. I am your challenger. I am Lebanon's Hezbollah. I am your challenger. I have walked over from Iraq. به شاه نجف دل دادم. So he's saying, I gave my heart to the king of Najaf, basically meaning Ali. I am like every Palestinian. I am your challenger. I am like every Palestinian. Okay, that was Arabic. That part was Arabic. I have no clue what he was saying. What? Qos, huh? Quds. Oh, Quds yani pay haq. Jerusalem means that you are siding by what is right.
Someone's asking about the slaps, guys. No. The slaps. That's Armin right now, because Armin went full Durka, as you can see here.
Yeah. Sorry. I didn't know my mic was on.
That's
sorry.
Armin. That's Armin doing the slaps. You can go back and watch the original. So the original is when, Armin went full hey dad, and then I had to go get my hijab on. So this is us right now, and we're just translating. We're translating the Durka.
Yeah,
right?
I was like, sorry guys, I didn't know my mic was on. Sorry. قدس یعنی پای حق. ایستادم تا ابد. I'm standing until the very end. Oh my god, my slapping is making it hard for me to understand what they're saying. Sorry, I didn't know my mic was on. Stop slapping your chest. I want to hear what they're saying. سرباز قدس تا سرباز قدس تا what the hell? سرباز قدس, what? So the soldier of Jerusalem something. Guys, سرباز قدس, سرباز قدس تا ابد. Did he say تا ابد? Okay, he's saying I'm forever تا ابد. سرباز قدس تا ابد. He's saying عاقبت or تا ابد. There's a writing that makes it. Okay, it sounds like تا ابد, but the writing shows like عاقبت. But عاقبت. It's basically, I guess it's saying that my destiny is to be a soldier of Jerusalem. سرباز قدس تا عاقبت means that my destiny is to be a soldier of Jerusalem, right? Yeah, I know the first one was تا ابد, but this one is عاقبت. شهید قدس میشوم. I will become a martyr for Jerusalem. Guys, you can see how these people want to go and so-called liberate Jerusalem. Like, you see how they're openly telling you that they have expansionist policies. Like people are like, oh, the Islamic Republic, they were bothering no one until we attacked them. They constantly sing about the fact that one day they're gonna go invade Saudi Arabia and Israel. Like that's in their half of their songs. It's about invading Saudi Arabia and Israel and making it part of their territory. And they're saying it here tonight, I'm a martyr for Jerusalem. Guys, I don't know. Can you check this, please? Can somebody check a map? Is Jerusalem part of Iran? I mean, I don't remember. Can somebody check Google Map? Like, if we draw the borders of Iran, does Jerusalem fall within the borders of Iran or outside of the borders of Iran? Because these so-called Iranians keep saying that I'm a soldier of Jerusalem, and last time I checked, that is not inside Iran. Right? Okay, I don't know. Seems like an expansionist policy here to me. I mean, guys, like the name of the army of IRGC, like the main army of IRGC that does ground operations outside of Iran is Quds. Quds means Jerusalem. You know what that's like? It's like they're naming the CIA Tehran. That's what it's like. Imagine if the CIA was named Tehran because they were planning to eventually get to Tehran and make Tehran part of the United States. Imagine if they made like they named, I don't know, Mossad was named like Tehran because they were planning that's how transparent they are with their goals. They just name their army the city that they're trying to so-called liberate. Well, Vallah. Oh, guys, this is Arabic, but I think I understand it. If I remember my Arabic correctly, he's saying, I swear to God that victory comes from God. Guys, did I get it right? Did I remember my Arabic right? Did I get this right? He's saying, I swear to God that victory comes from God. Victory comes from God. Help comes from God. Oh, help comes from God. Sorry. Help or victory? Any Arab speaking people here? Nas means help. Okay, thank you, Cyrus. Okay, so he's saying, I swear that help comes from God. Oh, victory. Some people are saying victory. Okay, let me see. Google Arabic. Nasr. Victory. I was right. Victory. Okay. Vallah, Nasr min Allah. Yeah, I swear to God, victory comes from Allah. Like basically suggesting that as long as you're on God's side, you will be victorious. Stop, guys! Mute your mic, Armin. What the hell are you doing? The slapping is annoying. Okay.
You're really enjoying it though, Armin. Look at yourself. Look at you're enjoying, like you're vibing. You're vibing to the Durka.
Yes. This is how I you have to go in deep. I'm in too deep, Goldie. This is how I know the Durka, because I go in deep. Okay.
That's why we call you the Durka Whisperer.
Yes, okay.
This is the Durka Whisperer. Just look at his face. He's enjoying this. He's in his element. He's in his element.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God.
Don't worry, guys. If Armin goes too deep undercover, I'll pull him out. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah, Goldie, make sure you pull me back out if I go into deep. Okay, this is Arabic, guys. Help me out here. What the what? Ajal? Guys, Iranians, teach me again. Oh, Ajal? Guys, it's Arabic now. Okay, he's saying United States and Israel. He's saying United States and
Israel.
Yes, America is. This is where I went and grabbed my American and Israeli flag when he said that. But he's saying he's saying America and Israel, but in Arabic.
Yeah, he's got an Arabic accent. Like, why?
Yeah, he didn't say America or Israel. He said it in an Arabic way.
I noticed that too.
America, Israel. So it's like not like Iranians would say America, Israel, but he said it in an Arabic way. I guess because he was in an Arabic mood. And see, look at me. Oh no, you can't. I'm covered. This is where I went and grabbed my. When he said America, Israel, I went and grabbed my flags. Okay, this is all Arabic now. I don't know. Sayaruna min al-vil. I don't know what that means. So say, why is Biden there? Because he's saying America. Okay, Haydar is basically Ali. Sayyid قات الله قال الله Inna anzalna. Something will be. Oh, something is going to be coming from this. Like, will be coming down upon you. Oh, Sejil, something is going to come down upon you from the skies, which is Sejil, which is like the missiles.
That's the weird missile we have, yeah.
Hey, Dad. Go back to Persian. Huh? Din al Hayat? Something about religion being life? Sure. We're back, guys. He's like, he's saying, get up and pick up your flags. Oh, okay. I have my flag. You're like, oh, my friend, get up and pick up your flag. Okay, I'm doing it. Like, oh, open hearts and open eyes. Woke eyes and woke hearts. Step on mountaintops. So day and night say Haydar Karrar on your lips. Basically keep calling upon Ali day and night on your lips. Keep calling upon Ali. Haydar Karrar. Guys, I forgot what Karrar means. Haydar Karrar. So tell the infidels, tell the cruel people, tell the oppressors, tell the infidels. Okay, so tell the infidels, tell the cruel people of the world, tell the infidels of the world to come step into the battlefield of Khaybar. Come to the battlefield of Khaybar. So basically, the Muslims are challenging the infidels, the Jews, the Christians, the atheists to come to the battlefield. Like, come fight us. Khaybar ya Sahiyun. Okay, we need to pick up our Israeli flag for this. So basically, again, warning the Jews of the battle of Khaybar. The army of Muhammad is coming, is ready. They're coming. Guys, The Durkas are coming. Jews, the Durkas. Basically, there's basically that translates to Jews, the Durkas are coming. Jews, the Durkas are coming. That's what it translates to. Okay, next. Woo! Hey there! Oh my god, what the hell? Chill. Oh,
wait, what's happening now?
Who's in?
Wait, that was an insane. You can see yourself cheering here. I'll remove ourselves, guys. Look how excited Armin is. Woo!
Yeah, look at it. Wait, you go back a little more. Woo! Hey there!
Oh, wait, what's happening now? Armin's so. That was an insane.
Oh,
guys,
I can't tell which Goldie is speaking. I'm pausing.
Armin will translate. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Armin will translate.
Yes, I will.
Oh my god, Khomeini!
Oh, look at Oh my god! Oh, guys, Goldie's reactions. Goldie's golden reactions. Yeah, look at guys. Look at Goldie's reaction here.
And we'll translate. Oh my god, Khomeini!
Oh my! Look at her face. Oh my gosh! Like, oh my god! Wait, one more time. Look at this.
We'll translate. Oh my god, Khomeini! That's like Armin. That's like the ultimate like mullah, right? Like you know,
yeah.
You're like allergic to mullahs. That's like the mullah, like you're
the final boss of the mullahs.
Yeah, the final battle, the final boss. There you go.
Oh wait, what Khomeini is saying that with Allahu Akbar, by saying Allahu Akbar, you could defeat your enemy.
Oh my god, Khomeini!
Oh, he's saying that our enemies, you said Allahu Akbar so many times that Allahu Akbar came down on guys. Me and Goldie are using the American Israeli flags like a protection against vampires, like a cross. Okay, but Khomeini is saying that because we said Allahu Akbar so many times, our enemies ran away. So the Allahu Akbars came raining down upon their heads. And they were like, no, the enemies were like, the Jews were like, no, that's too much Allahu Akbar, run. How did you mullahs know that Allahu Akbar is our kryptonite? We cannot take it. So Khomeini is saying if you say Allahu Akbar so many times, the enemy will just run away. That's what Khomeini is saying. And this is a young Ali Khamenei when he was younger. And he's also saying the same thing, basically. Oh, Ali. Oh, Ali. You're like, oh, Muslim people, don't forget this thing. What should we forget? Not forget. Ali. Oh, don't forget the command of your supreme leader, like the previous one, not me, the one before me. I think when he said that, he was the president. He wasn't the supreme leader. Like it was your Allahu Akbar that was a weapon against the occupiers. So it's Allahu Akbar is a weapon. He's saying whatever the enemy has, no matter how many weapons the enemy has, with Allahu Akbar, we will defeat them. Like we have this weapon. They might have missiles, they might have drones, they might have F-35s, they might have tanks, but we have this weapon where we just go out and say Allahu Akbar, and the enemy is defenseless against this weapon. And like say Allahu Akbar in the memory of all our martyrs. By the way, guys, does that actually work? Jews in the chat, when I say Allahu Akbar, does it hurt? Does it like how does that affect you? That's Hajj Qasem.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Oh, he's saying Allahu Akbar to the bravery بشجاعت لشکر حیدر. Allahu Akbar. Guys, it's actually quite convenient that Akbar, Haydar, Khaybar rhymes. It helps them out a lot. They say Allahu Akbar, Haydar, and then there's Haydar is Ali, and Khaybar is the battle that they fought against the Jews. So this is very convenient for them. So it works out very well for them to be able to make all of this work out for when it comes to their songs. So he's saying Allahu Akbar, and then he's saying that, you know, oh, look at the bravery of the army of Khaybar. So the Akbar rhymes with the Khaybar. Oh, Lashkar Haydar, the army of Ali, not Khaybar. Sorry? It would basically be the same thing. Lashkar Khaybar, Lashkar Haydar, same crap.
Armin, do you want to take a quick break and share the video that I sent you?
Okay, what did you send me? Oh, what did you do? Okay. Okay, let me download this.
I tried my best. I'm not good at these sorts of things, but I tried my best. This is the first time that I'm doing something like this.
Okay. Here, let me download this.
It's not a Rickroll. No, it's not a Rickroll. Everyone's freaking out because I haven't Rickrolled the chat today, and I don't plan on Rickrolling the chat today. I completely forgot about it, actually. But no, it's not a Rickroll.
Well, guys, thank you for reminding her. We're definitely going to get Rickrolled today because of your reminder. Oh, look at this. Goldie gave us subtitles. Okay. Let me play this. یکی نوشته شهادت افتخار ماست. خب برو بمیر. Oh my God, Goldie, thank you. I love it. I love it.
You know what? I wish I knew how to, because, you know, like with some of these videos, they bring like the sunglasses down and then they have like the cigar come in. I don't know how to do that, or the joint or whatever. So I don't know how to do that, but I tried my best to kind of like.
That's amazing. I love it. Thank you.
So that's for you.
Okay. Can I play it one more time?
Absolutely.
Oh, this is my favorite. Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you.
You're welcome. It was just so good. It was so funny. So there you go. Now you have the.
Oh, that's perfect. You made my day.
There you go. Happy to do that.
No. Okay. Guys, Goldie's the best.
Right. Oh, thank you. See, guys, I told you it wasn't a Rick roll. It wasn't a Rick roll. It was Armin Thug Life. I tried my best. I wish I knew how to make like moving images and stuff. That's way beyond my capability. But
no, that's even better because it's you did it. Like if somebody else did it, and it was like with more edits, but it would not be as wholesome as you doing it. So
thank you. Appreciate that. All right, I'm gonna take like a 15-minute break, but I'll be watching, Armin.
Okay. Yes, I will behave. Okay. All right, let's continue. It's basically the same. Oh, Bereshodate. Oh, Reshadat. Hold on. Got Persian. Hold on. Reshadat. Brave. Oh, same thing as bravery. Oh my God, just repeating yourself. Bereshodate. به سلامت. Oh no, به صلابت. What the F? صلابت. Solidity? Yeah, but with the steadfast, what is it called? With steadfastness of the conqueror of Khaybar. Allahu Akbar. Oh, and also the bravery of all of our friends. Mar'ab. Okay, this is some Marhab. Marhab. Oh. So it's talking about the blade of Ali. Marhab. Marhab is that like دوباره بر سر مرحب? I don't know what marhab is. Is that like the thing that you pray on? So the blade of hate is talking about the blade of Ali. Guys, what is marhab? دوباره بر سر مرحب نشسته تیر حیدر. Marhab, somebody in the chat. Oh, Danish is here. It means deserving the title. Like marhaba, like no. Marhab is something else. Prayer rug. You guys are saying prayer rug? No. Oh, is it prayer rug? Marhab. نشسته بر سر مرحب تیغ حیدر. مرحب. Let me just use Google Images instead. Nope. None of this makes any sense. He's mixing Persian and Arabic, so I don't. Oh, here. مرحب نام پهلوان و سردار نامی یهود در Oh, guys, Marhab was a Jew, was a Jewish warrior. Listen to this. That makes sense now. Look at this. Oh my God, this just got really dark. دوباره بر سر مرحب نشسته تیغ حیدر. So Marhab was a very strong Jewish warrior. So he's saying once again the blade of Ali is coming down on the head of Marhab. So basically in the same way that Ali hit Marhab in the head with his sword, that is happening again today. Like our missiles are coming down upon the heads of Jews in the same way that Ali's sword came down upon the head of Marhab, the Jewish warrior. Do you guys understand? Look, and then it shows it. So, guys, thank you, this RAB guy, for telling us this info. And then it shows it. It shows it on screen. You see, that's Ali, because we earlier saw that's Ali because we saw the sword was like Zulfiqar. So as soon as he says that, it shows it on screen, the sword coming down upon Marhab's head. Look, he's showing that with his hand, like the blade. Like once again, the blade of Ali is coming down upon the head of Marhab. Wow. Let me see if I could. This is interesting. Guys, do you find this as interesting as I do? Or is it just me? Marhab. Ooh. Fatah Khaybar. Yeah, so let me show you. Can I see? Yeah, so Marhab was this. Oh my god, that's kind of weird. So the person that Ali was fighting in the Battle of Khaybar, his name was Marhab. And Ali, so let me show you copy image. Let me show you some art. So this is Ali. Okay. You guys are seeing this, right? Hold on, let me see. Yeah, that's Marhab. This is Ali. You see, it says Marhab down here. This is Marhab here. So that is Marhab and Ali. And you can see this is Ali because it's green. And you could also see it's Ali because his sword has is double edged at the very end, right? Let me see if I could find more artwork regarding Marhab and Ali fighting. Marhab Ali. They don't have that much good art about this. That's the only one. Maqul Khaybar. So like for example, I don't know why they keep having this image. Mubarizeh Imam Ali Maqul Khaybar. This is the most retarded way of this Jewish warrior fighting. Like, how is he a warrior? He's just basically putting his head forward for Ali to hit him on the head. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, here, finally found like a good art of what they're talking about. Like, here, hit me. Like he's putting his head forward. It's like, here, hit me in the head. Like, I'm pretty sure that's not how any of this works. Okay, this is Ali, and this is Ali on top, obviously, and that's Marhab, the Jewish warrior, at the bottom. Is there any other arts about this? I expect it to be there are a lot more. Surprising that there's not more. Okay, I found a weird one. Okay, look at this. This is crazy. This one is like they call him the warrior. The Jewish warrior was apparently like really big and very strong, and Ali managed to kill him in the Khaybar battle. Okay, so now look how exaggerated this is, because apparently he was bigger in size than Ali. Now look at this. What the hell is this? This is the Jewish warrior, and this down here is Ali. Apparently, I think this is from a video game. They just decided to put Ali's name on top of this guy. This doesn't make any sense. I think they just stole an image from a video game and they just put Ali here. This is a big Jew. Big Jew. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. Oh, there's an old art. Surprised we don't have more art about this. Okay, here's an old art regarding this battle. The guy with the angels holding his shoulders is Ali, with the halo around his head, with the face covering. That's Ali with the white horse. And you guys look, you can see this is an old art. This is Ali, and you can see that is Zulfagar with the snake ending, snake tongue. And we have one angel here, another angel here. These angels look retarded. And for some reason, there's an angel under the horse. I don't know what the hell this angel is doing. Why is there an angel under the horse? Can somebody explain? I don't know what these angels are doing either, holding to his shoulders. But this angel is retarded. This angel is the most retarded of all angels. You can see the angels are topless, but... And I don't know why this Jewish warrior, why he's holding the shield on top of his head for some reason. I don't know why. Is he protecting his head? And I don't know why Ali's sword went under the horse. None of this makes any sense. But the most retarded one is this angel who decided to just lie on the ground under the horses for some reason. Oh, symbolism? Okay, fine, whatever. Oh! This has turned, he's saying this has turned into the nightmare for the Zionists. Is that true? Is that is in the chat? Can you tell me if this is a nightmare? Okay, so this has, what has turned into the nightmare of the Zionists? Oh, he's saying the sound of our Khaybar missiles. So guys, they named their missiles Khaybar after the Battle of Khaybar. And they're saying the sounds of the Khaybar missiles has turned into the nightmare of Zionists. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. What? Oh, you're saying Asma to Jazbkon. God, I forgot these words. Oh, determination. Yes. So he's saying, look at the determination of all of these brave people. Oh, Maliki Ashtar. I know that. He said, look at all of these. Like Maliki Ashtar is the name of one of the warriors within Islam. I say, look at all of these basically Islamic warriors. So he's mentioning different warriors within the history of Islam. He's saying like, oh, you're all like this warrior or that warrior. Like we will put our flags on mountaintops. We'll put our flags on mountaintops. We will create legends. We will be basically walking strong, like standing strong, walking strong. Oh, we will slap. We will slap cruelty. The cruel people in the world will go slap them. Slap, 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 slap. He's saying he's saying we are going to be responsible for ending Zionism. He's saying we are going to be the people who caused the end of Zionism. Zart, guys, put Zart in the chat. Say Zart, Zart, Zart in the chat. You guys know what Zart means? Put Zart in the chat. پایان صهیون رو ما رقم میزنیم. Or good. No, okay, no, we can't say that because Goldie would not be happy. Zart is good. Zart. Yes, Zart means basically BS, like, or like keep dreaming, like for sure. Yeah, so Goldie's asking me who's in this box. We don't know. We are the ones who will end Zionism. So Goldie is asking me who's in this box. What's it? Oh, wait, I have a meme for that. Hold on. Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt. Oh, there we go. So Goldie is basically asking me this. That's what Goldie is doing right now. You guys have seen this movie, right? Everybody here have seen this movie? Right? Everybody? Yes. So Goldie is saying, what's in that box? Like, who's in that box? Oh, just one of their martyrs. Okay. That's my answer. I should have told her her pretty little head. That's what I should have told Goldie. I don't know if she would have known the reference. Wait, I'm not translating anything. I was getting into the mood. One of their martyrs. Okay. Oh, like look at, he's saying look at the Ummat Shahid Pahvar. So he's saying look at the Muslim community, how much martyrs we have. Like, so they're basically happy that they're dead. Like, look how many martyrs were created. We're basically the Ummah, the Islamic community, is a martyr factory. Wow, look at us. We're so great. We keep dying. Aren't you so proud? Aren't you so proud of us? We just die. We die. We're a death factory. We have turned dying into an industry. We celebrate death. We love death. We want to die. We kill and we die ourselves. If we kill other people, we're proud of that. If they kill us, we're proud of that as well. We just love death. Whether we kill other people or they kill us, either way, we're happy. Just death, death, death. Look at it. It's like, Ummat Shahid Parvar. I mean, look at this Ummah. Look at this Ummah that creates martyrs, right? Like, nobody loves dying and killing more than us. It's like other people might like killing, but we like killing and dying. That's how much in love with death we are. Other evil people in history, they just like killing, but they don't want to die themselves. They just want to kill other people. But we're so in love with death that we want to kill other people, and we also want them to kill us. Just everybody just keep killing everything. That's what we're in. That's what we're into. We have a death fetish. Okay? That's what we are. And just saying they're bragging about that. They're saying Ummat Shahid Parvar. Like we're a martyrdom factory. We're an ummah that creates martyrs. They're like, oh, like Allahu Akbar to the people who sacrificed their lives for the supreme leader. Everybody here, they're present and they're brothers of each other. Same thing. Oh, he's saying let the ground shake. Let the ground shake, basically with our missiles. Like allow the earth to shake. Allow the earth to shake. Oh, okay. So he's saying allow the earth to shake. That would not cause our hearts to shake. Meaning that even if the whole earth around us starts shaking, we will not be afraid. Like the believers of Imam Ali, will not be afraid even if the entire earth around them starts shaking. Like we are like Abul Faz. Guys, Abul Faz has two meanings. Abul Faz is the name of one of the people who died in Karbala next to Imam Hussein. That's one. Abul Faz is also the name that I shout when I am passing through a giant poop in the washroom. Okay? I like, Ya Abul Faz! And then it will work its way out. Okay? And that's how that's the two meanings that Abul Faz has. If you have problems in the washroom and it's taking a long time, just shout Ya Balfaz. It will work. It will make everything work out. Like we are like Abal Faz. We're like Abal Faz. Okay, sure. Yeah, whatever. Hayat bin Nazalet! Hayat bin Nazalet! Okay, wait. Look at this. This is the crowd pleaser. This one is a crowd pleaser. Hey guys, remember I told you about this. Remember, anybody here remembers this? Hayat bin Nazalet! Hayat bin Nazalet! Okay. Anybody remember? I told you about this. Hayat. Like wow, be like we will not accept this shame. Menazalat. This is very, very, very famous. If you know this, you're a Durkha expert. If you know this, you're a Durkha expert. Hold on. This is a. Let me see if I could bring this up. Okay. So let me do maybe Gemini. Explain. Hey, guys, remember what happened in Karbala? Where Hussein died like here. Okay. Hayat min Nazalat is a powerful declaration that translates to never to humiliation. No to humiliation. It is a slogan deeply rooted in Islamic history, particularly within Shia tradition, representing a refusal to surrender one's dignity or principles to a tyrant. Okay? So, hayat means basically impossible. It's impossible. Minna means from us. Zillat means like humiliation. Okay, so hayat minna zillat means that this humiliation is impossible for us. So the historical context is that Hussein, the third Imam of Shia Muslims, basically the grandson of Prophet Muhammad, during the battle in Karbala, 680 AD. So when the Yazid's army, the Umayyad army, basically, they asked Hussein to pledge allegiance to Yazid, the Khalif at his time, basically the Sunnis. Hussein saw this as like a betrayal of his moral and religious principles, and he responded with this defiant cry. And Hussein basically said, Hayat min nazalat, which means that he chose to face certain death alongside his small group of followers rather than live under a government he considered to be un-Islamic, right? Basically Sunni, which is the same thing in Shia Islam. So now, when Shias, every time they want to refuse to surrender, every time they want to say no to negotiations, no to, ceasefire, no to capitulating, they do Hussein, and they say, Hayat min nazalat, meaning that this humiliation is impossible for us, right? That's what they do. However, every time they want to be like, okay, sorry, like every time they want to like basically capitulate, then they go to another Imam, which is Imam Hassan, the second Imam. I'm not going to go, but that's what they're saying. Hayat min nazalat, basically, this humiliation is impossible for us. Okay, that's what this means. Do you guys want me to go give you this level of detail or not? Like, is this too much information? You look at the entire crowd is now saying Hayat min nazalat. We are the fighters of Ashura. So, guys, Ashura was the day that Hussein was fighting in Karbala against Yazid. Okay? So, if we go with, like, hold on, let me see. Karbala. So, guys, the Battle of Karbala is the most important battle in Shia Islam. Okay? I don't know if I could. So Karbala is now a city inside Iraq, but for Shia Muslims, like it's also the name of the battle of Hussein versus Yazid. So let me see if I could find any Jange Karbala. Okay, so these people, they worship Hussein. I promise you, they will say they're not, but I promise you, these people worship Hussein more than they worship Allah. Okay, and oh my God, look at this. So they effed up Hussein in Karbala, and they have been crying about it for 1400 years now. So we have imagery. Oh, this is a famous art. Let me show you. So, for example, copy image address. If we go over here, so this is, for example, Hussein's horse after the Karbala fight, and the woman on the day of Ashura that were crying over his death, the children and the woman. And this is Hussein's horse. He was shot with arrows and then eventually killed. This is a very famous art piece inside Iran. And then, like, let me show you. This is another art piece that this is supposed to be Hussein, and one of his family members were killed in Karbala. So you can see that this is a huge deal for them. Huge deal. Karbala is like, oh, and also there's a famous scene. Okay, let me tell you about something that happened in Karbala, which is very retarded. Okay, look at this scene. Okay, so there's a famous thing that happened in Karbala with Hussein. This is Hussein. Whenever you see two green feathers, that's Hussein. Every time you see two green feathers coming from someone's head, that is Hussein. So in the middle of the Karbala battle, you see it right in front of him, that's Yazid's army. So, and his army is like only 72 people. So the Yazid's army has like thousands of men, and Hussein's army has only 72 people, right? So at some point, Hussein grabs a baby from his own camp, and he says, "Look at this baby! Are you gonna fight? Like, if you don't have sympathy for us, at least have sympathy for this baby." And they start shooting arrows at Hussein, and the baby gets hit in the neck and dies. Okay. So here's the weird thing about this. First of all, who would why would you bring why would you bring out a baby into a battlefield and basically expose it to enemies for the baby to die? All right. Second of all, babies don't have necks, do they? Like their necks is completely, there's no neck. So I don't know, how did the baby get hit in the neck? We were told he got hit in the neck, but I don't think he got hit in the neck because babies don't have necks. I mean, they do, but it's completely covered by their head. So I think that's a lie. I don't think that happened. Okay. So let me continue, but going back with this. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, this is, you know what this is? This is the first instance of using human shields. This is the first. You can see it goes back in time. This is like, don't shoot at us. We have a baby here. We have a baby. And this is the human. That's a human shield right there. That's a human shield. They mentioned the story, in Iran. When I grew up in Iran, we heard this goddamn story every single year. Every single year, we had Hussein come up again and hold the baby and say, like, can't you not have mercy for this baby? And they shot the baby. Okay. And every year we had to listen to the story. And now we realize, like, oh, that's a human shield. That's a human shield. Okay. All right. That's Bala. That's Bala. Hands up, hands up. He's saying, put your hands up. Hold on. Let me see if I could find something.
There's Armin putting his hands up.
Yeah. Okay. Goldie is exposing me as like a secret Durka person. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find this image. There's a really funny image. No, I can't. There's a meme that some people made of that scene where the baby is basically telling Hussein, "Bizar pain mano mage nemibini daran tir mizanan." I can't find it. Oh, it's so funny. If I could have found it. So there was a meme that Iranians made where Hussein is holding that baby up, and the baby is looking at Hussein, is like, mother effer, like, don't you see that they're shooting arrows? Put me down. It's so good. It was such a good meme. I can't find it right now. But the baby was basically saying, you goddamn idiot. Why are you holding me up to the enemies? They're shooting arrows at us. You that was me. Wait, what? Oh, we are the friends of Masjid al-Aqsa. Masjid al-Aqsa is the mosque next to the Dome of the Rocks in the Jerusalem. Keep saying the same thing. شده وقت مرگت صهیون. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. He said it's time for you to die, Zionist. That's what he said. That's what he said. He says شده وقت مرگت. Saying, oh, Zionist, it's time for you to die. Okay. Waiting words. Is that the birds in Quran where they drop those rocks? So he's saying I think he's saying just like the birds in the Quran that came and dropped rocks on the enemy, we will come on top of Ajal. No, Zajra Ajal. No, that's something else. That is something else. Ajal. Ajal is death. Yes. Oh, he's saying just like the angel of death, we will come from above. Okay. Yes. So yeah, Ajal. Okay, saying, oh, Jews, we will just like the angel of death, we will come from above. Oh, like say Allahu Akbar to the bravery of the army of Ali. Same thing. To the steadfastness of the conqueror of Khaybar. Khaybar was where the Jews were staying. To the bravery of all of our friends. Same thing as before. Yep. Again, saying that the end of Zionism will be, we're going to be responsible for the end of Zionism. Zart? Okay, that was it. پایان صهیون رو ما رقم میزنیم. زی خیال باطل.
تو انگل پناه مایی چه غم از زمان ما را.
Good. Okay, I think we're good. We're good. I'm overdosing on Haydar, Goldie. Even I have ever. This is too much Haydar even for me. Okay. All right. And also, I need to go soon. Yeah. Oh my God.
This is really interesting.
Guys, what do you do if you have too much Haydar? Like, how do you recover? Like, I think I had too much Haydar, Goldie. I need to recover from this.
Wait, let me check something here.
Oh, something big happened.
Well, not something big, but so remember how my live stream was taken down on day 106?
Oh, yes.
So now it's back up.
Yay! So it's all cleansed. It's all fixed now.
So they took down my YouTube. Remember, they took it down and then they prevented me from live streaming for like 24 hours. And then I appealed it and I was told, oh, this is against like YouTube policy or whatever. But it's back now.
Nice. Oh, hi guys. Oh,
wait, where's the right one here? Wait, there we go. Yeah, it just randomly came back, but I still haven't received any explanation from YouTube because I'm checking my email and I see nothing. I see nothing from YouTube, like acknowledging that they made like a mistake taking it down or anything. But now, like my day 106 is back up.
Nice.
So that's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Bad communication though, at least your channel is fixed.
Well, I don't know. Like, I still have to figure out what happened. Like, I'm still waiting for answers because that was just really, really bizarre. So,
yeah.
Like, I was not happy.
They're not very good with customer care. They're actually very bad at that. Like when it comes to responding to people.
Absolutely not. So, yeah. Anyways, just wanted to let you know.
All right.
Quick
no, that's great news. I'm so happy that the
Yeah.
channel is fixed.
All right.
I didn't get to watch the anything with Pete Hegseth. Oh, that means.
Well, I mean, if you want, we could totally rewatch it because it was really
no. I mean, I can't. But like, if there's any, I'll watch it on double speed when I'm driving. But is it?
Well, the one thing that I didn't like is I think they mentioned Arabian Gulf, so I have to make a video tonight about.
Yes. Yeah. Wait, Pete Hegseth said Arabian, or
I can't remember. I don't know, but someone said like the Gulf or like Arabian Gulf, and I'm like, guys, this is not good. Like, this is how you make enemies. So I'm going to make a video, respectfully disagreeing with what's happening and just basically explaining why this is a bad idea. And this is actually going to cause more problems. So
thank you, Goldie. Thank you.
Yeah, because I think someone needs to explain that. I don't know. Maybe this is a strategy to like attack the Islamic regime, but this is going to backfire because this isn't going to.
No, it's not.
This is actually
I know what it is.
The Islamic regime.
Yeah, but Goldie, this actually is an older, like it's an older strategy of CENTCOM way before any of this, as a way to gain favor with the Arab countries around the Persian Gulf. So unfortunately, it's that, which is so unfortunate.
And it's not good. So
nope.
Yeah.
Okay. If you don't need me, I'm gonna go. I have to drive somewhere. Unless you need me for something else.
No, that's great. Okay. Like there is like some news, but that can wait. The only thing that I just wanted to say really quickly is that the Islamic regime is still attacking not just Manitou, but now they're attacking Iran International. So an attempted attack near the London studios of Iran International has claimed concerns over what the broadcaster says is a growing campaign of intimidation targeting its staff. So last month, they attacked Manitou News, which is in London as well. And now they're attacking Iran International. So the Islamic regime is still attacking journalists and media that speak out. So that's a big problem. And the other thing as well is that now there's more news spreading about the potential execution of four, the four Iranians, including one woman. So that's making it to the news now, and people are raising awareness about that. But it's really scary. It's really scary, and what's really frustrating is that where's the outrage from the left, right? So I posted about this. I'm like, so Fox News is posting this, or like the Iranian regime is sentencing a woman to death for participating in the January 2026 anti-government protests in Tehran. Human rights organizations say that Bita Himati will be the first female protester executed in response to the uprising, along with 3 others. But guys, I just want to say, when they say the first female protester executed, they mean officially executed, right? Because remember, the Islamic regime has executed and murdered, almost 100,000 people in the last 3 months, 42,000 in the first 2 days alone. Of course, many of them were women, but she could possibly be the first officially executed person. And what's really shameful is, like, where's the outrage from the left? Where's the outrage from the no war with Iran people? And shame on everyone who's been using the blood of Iranians to push their anti-Israel and anti-Trump agenda. We told you that if the Islamic Republic survives, they will murder us. And that's exactly what's happening right now. So it's very, very scary. This is why Iranians are saying, just end the Islamic regime, finish the job, right? Like, it's horrifying. It's horrifying. It's horrifying, and it's really sad.
We're so tired of this.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's pretty much what I had. I mean, I have like a few things that I could just share. I've bookmarked some posts, right? It's just Hezbollah people had more footage of non-Iranian terrorists. These are like Hezbollah, so these are like Lebanese terrorists that are in Iran, and now it's like it's just absolutely insane, right? Absolutely.
Goldie, I think that's going to backfire. I think that the Islamic Republic, the cutting of the internet, 3 things, okay? The cutting of the internet, these people marching, these foreign Shia forces marching in the streets, and then the everyday protest by the pro-regime people in the streets. What I'm hearing from inside Iran is that it's getting so much on Iranian people's nerve that there is now another wave of anger that is that is creating a tsunami that is probably going to cause the next uprising. What I hear from so many people inside Iran is that the feeling that they're experiencing right now more than anything else is anger. And these 3 things has added to, they already had a lot of anger because of the massacre in early January and also the executions. But the regime is basically putting salt on people's wounds with the cutting of the internet, with the everyday protests of the pro-regime people, and by bringing these militia groups, they're saying that the Iranian people are experiencing a level of rage that they have never felt before, and at some point that's going to get unleashed on them.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
it's the when the Iranian people rise up, the rage is going to be like something that you guys have never seen before. And speaking of the Shia militias, here's a bunch of like Iraqi Shia militias. They're saluting cardboard Khamenei. Like they're saluting Soleimani. So Trump boom Soleimani back in 2020, and then there's Khamenei, right? So, and I don't even know what they're saying because they're speaking in Arabic. Like I think this is in Iraq, right? So there's a bunch of like Iraqi terrorists who are like saluting the Islamic regime.
She said crying.
خايك to set it أشغال. Oh, she's getting money. So she's basically like a prostitute. Garbage people, garbage culture. Garbage people, garbage culture. These are Iraqi terrorists.
Go to the beginning. I think this is also a Wi-Fi spot. Go watch it. Look at this. Is that a Wi-Fi site? That's a Wi-Fi spot, isn't it?
So look. The Iraqi terrorists have Wi-Fi, but the Islamic regime has shut down the Wi-Fi and internet in occupied Iran because they don't want the world to know what Iranians actually think about these like Durka jihadi terrorists. Garbage people. Literally, just like these are the same people that murder Iranians and yell, "Allah Akbar," right? Like the same Durka jihadis. So, and then one final thing. So the Islamic Republic's embassy in Berlin is now openly encouraging and recruiting children in Germany to fight for the IRGC against US, Israel, and the Iranian people. Yeah, so the Islamic regime, yeah, the Islamic regime's embassy in Germany is now saying, "Dear compatriots residing in Germany, to participate in the John Fada campaign, simply log into the Michak system, register with your national ID code, and select the John Fada campaign option." So, yep, the Islamic regime is now trying to recruit people in Germany. Yeah, good job, Germany, for not shutting down the Islamic regime embassy. Good job.
Guys, it's so amazing that they're saying John Fada instead of Shaheed. They're stealing everything. They're stealing our language from us. Like they always say Shaheed when it comes to people sacrificing their life, but now they're saying John Fada, which is a non-Arabic word, because after the January massacre, we kept on referring to our people John Fada, and Murad Vaisi actually made it very popular for us to refer to them to John Fadas. And because it became very popular, now they took it from us, and instead of saying like Shahadat or Shaheed, they're saying John Fada.
This is what they always do, Armin. Yeah, like they took Zan Zindagi Azadi from us. They tried to go like they've taken like
Javid Shah Karbala.
Yeah, they tried to take Javid Shah and made it like Javid Shah Karbala, right? But the Javid Shah one like didn't stick. But now, like guys, so this is what they do. They basically take the language and the terms that we use. So they take our terms that we use as resistance, they take it and they co-opt it, and then they try to use that to like dilute the messaging, right? So that's why they're now saying John Fada. But we're not going to let them take that from us. Guys, for 47 years, they've never used the word John Fada. They've always said Shaheed. They've never said John Fada. This is like, this just shows how desperate they are. We're getting to the end. So, yeah.
Unbelievable.
All right, Armin.
All right. Oh, okay, guys. I'm Israel Chai. Long live America.
God bless America.
Javicha Payande Iran. See you guys tomorrow.
Javicha Payande Iran. Guys, I have a new song from Siavash for you, so enjoy this. To be fair, though, I actually do have a new song from Siavash. And guys, DJ Siavash, you know, he is the same guy who wrote and composed Ghamari Par Par. So this is his new song. It's called No Internet. So we'll listen to this, and then I'll play some music before I end the live stream.
Here right now, no internet. Don't back down. We still stand. Voices rising through the land. Disconnected. Not bound.
بریم در خونه امام ترام ترامپیا بگن یا ترامپ یه جوری بگو یا بیبی بسیجی کیف کنه بگو یا بیبی بگو یا بیبی بگو یا
Siavash, are you ready?
بیبی رو برم چه بی تردیده بیبی رو برم چه بی تردیده یه غضب کنه بسیش ترکیده تو سپا چقدر سر و صدا شده واسه کیه اینقدر ترسیده چه دلی بابا بیبی رو برم بابا چه دلی بابا بیبی رو برم بابا میزنه بی معطلی به به پای هر ضربش دائم وسط میدون سینه‌شو میده جلو میگه بی بی آره بابا دستا بالا موشکاش دقیقه به به عجب سریره این صدای غرش شیر اسرائیله عین بی عقلی جنگیدن باهاش خدایی یه تن کل سپارو از هم دریده بی بی جانم بی 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 موشی بدجوری شده آشفته موشی بدجوری شده آشفته داره سکته میکنه میفته وقتی نظام داره میپاشه مطمئنم به حزب الله گفته چه دلی به به سرام پا برم به به چه دلی به به سرام پا برم به به دست و پا میذاره بی معطلی به به پای هر ضربش دائم وسط میدون سینه‌شو میده جلو میگه ترام دستا بالا اینقدر دلیره دشمنو کرده خیره اینقدر دلیره دشمنو کرده خیره شیوه جنگی دلش خدایی بی نصیره داره هی نشون میده بی بی اومده به میگون انتقام کشتن جوونا رو بگیره انتقام کشتن جوونا رو بگیره بی بی جانم بی 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 چه دلی به به بی بی رو برم به به چه دلی به به ترام تو برم به به دست و پا میزنه بی معطلی به به پای هر ضربش دائم وسط میدون سینه‌شو میده جلو میگه بی بی دستا بالا
אתה נראה כמו סוס יאור, יש לך שכל של ציפור, עדיף שתישאר בבור כי בקרוב אתה תמות. אתה פשוט אידיוט גמור עם שיגעון גדלות חמור, אתה שטן או בקיצור אתה חלאת האנושות. גם אם תזרוק עלינו טילים או תאיים על הגלילים, החברים שלך מסוריה ואיראן. גם אם תפיל כאן עוד קטיושות, תדע שאין כאן שום ירושות, ביחד נתגבר על הצרה. יאללה יא נסראללה, נדפוק אותך אינשאללה, נחזיר אותך לאללה עם כל החיזבאללה. יאללה יא נסראללה, תלך מפה יא זבאללה, נגזר כבר מלמעלה שזה הסוף שלך. אתה עלוב, אתה קטן, אתה מזכיר אורנגוטנג, יש לך קינים על הזקן ובקרוב תעוף מכאן. אתה ג'וק מת, אתה בואש, אתה מתחיל להתייאש, צהל אותך רק מבקש כדי לשרוף אותך באש. גם אם תזרוק עלינו טילים או תאיים על הגלילים, החברים שלך מסוריה ואיראן. גם אם תפיל כאן עוד קטיושות, תדע שאין כאן שום ירושות, ביחד נתגבר על הצרה. יאללה יא נסראללה, נדפוק אותך אינשאללה, נחזיר אותך לאללה עם כל החיזבאללה. יאללה יא נסראללה, תלך מפה יא זבאללה, נגזר כבר מלמעלה שזה הסוף שלך. יאללה יא נסראללה, נדפוק אותך אינשאללה, נחזיר אותך לאללה חיזבאללה, יאללה יא נסראללה, תלך מפה יא זבאללה, נגזר כבר מלמעלה, שזה הסוף שלך.
Shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net, but not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say, without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. We stand with you. Basajid are on every street. IRGC boots marching to beat. 40,000 killed, buried unnamed. 50,000 caged, broken and chained. But we still rise, we still believe in words you wrote, in vows you gave. We want freedom and revenge. We will fight beside you till the end. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. We stand with you. We stand with you. Our name rises in every sea. We shout King Reza Pahlavi, our hope, our future, and unity. A future built on justice and peace, where hatred ends and nations breathe. We honor the brave American Air Force and Navy. Through all our lives, we will all be free. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. IRANIAN, stand with you. God bless the USA.
Guys, I'm actually going to be watching Morad Vaisi. Do you want me to broadcast Morad Vaisi's live stream from earlier today? Because I actually haven't watched it yet, and I was going to watch that. But it is Persian language only. So you guys let me know if you want me to stick around. Yeah, you guys want Morad Vaisi? It's going to be with subtitles though, so you're going to have to like watch along with the subtitles. All right. Okay. I will go grab Morad Vaisi. In the meantime, someone requested Hava Nagila. So here is DJ Siavash's remix of Hava Nagila because it was requested. And I'll be back in a little bit.
פרוחים בלב שמח, פרוחים בלב שמח, פרוחים, פרוחים.
Okay, so I can't stop the the music show without doing one more song. So this is for all of our wonderful Iranians. Wait, let me pull it up. Where is it? Where is it? One more song, and then we're going to go to Morad Vesi. Only because we do need an Iranian song here. All right.
نتونستید بچه ها
حضرت امام خامنه ای ملکوت اعلا پیوست
شما پیروز نشدید انا لله
پاک حالی میدیم میکشیمتون بالا 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 تر عالی میشیم ماشین پر میاد خالی میریم جانی دیگه ساقی کی همه چی که داره قاطی میشه خشبامون داره خالی میشه جنازه بو قاضی میده بله بلی میزنیم با زمین یکی بشی جای لاستیکا روت بری بری به درک میمیری زر تو جعب تلی بری نمیدونی جای ما رو میکشیم زامنا رو میزنیم رو زمین قاسما رو آماده ایم میچکونیم ماشا رو روی جنازت میرقصم حالا حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا شله 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 آقا زاده شده خودت کتله تو کجه مجه زمین های شهر پر سوسه داره آتیش میگیره حوزه موزه انگا همه کنکوری رشته تنها به ملت تو رو دوره کنه مال مای شب لگت میزنیم باشه درا زیرت میزنیم که بری هوا چشات سیاه میرن چشم پوشی کن لباس عزا میبینی دیر نیست ببینی میریم و تیغ میغ میگیریم میکنیم تیز میز میشینیم میکنیم ریز ریز میمیریم روی جنازت میرقصم حالا حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا چقدر سر حالم از من تک شما همه با هم کتله تا چقدر تر تا زن جمع ما جمع همه پاین صف میکنیم تن و بارم رفیقاتم همه پک و پارن فواره کر رگ پارد برو خونیمونی نشه پاچه میکنیم شب و صفا میگیرین شب و عزا میریزه سر تو بلا ملا بدنا میشه از سر و سوا دوا موا چیه ادا مدا مپا مپا ساس فتا متا باجا ماجا ناجا ماجا بسیجی و برادرم میرن همه هوا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم روی جنازت روی جنازت روی جنازت میرقصم جنازت روی جنازت روی جنازت میرقصم
One more song. I'm having too much fun. I need a little bit of a break before we go to more news. But the news is important, but just one more song.
Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Is dead.
is dead. Is dead. Dead, 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 dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Is dead.
Oh man. Yeah, I kind of needed that because guys, because there's more sobering news coming out. I mean, this is things that we already knew, right? Like Armin and I have been telling you for the last 3 months that when the Islamic regime shuts down the internet, they murder people. And now 4 hours ago, Fox News reported, and not just me and Armin, but all Iranians, right? So 4 hours ago, Fox News just reported hundreds in Iran reportedly executed amid internet blackout. Guys, it's not hundreds, it's thousands. It's thousands. This is why we need the music. We need the music to kind of like keep us motivated. So watch this.
Troops now reporting Iranian courts have sentenced 4 more people to death over January's protests in Iran, including the first woman set for execution. Dr. Sheila Nazarian fled Iran as a child. She's now a plastic surgeon, lives in California, and she's back on our program and joins me now. Doctor, I want you to comment on this woman a moment here, but since the beginning of this war, these are the numbers we've tracked: 656 executions in 3 months, 341 in January, 307 in February, 8 recorded in March while Iran was offline. Let me get to being offline in a moment here, but you were talking about violations called crimes against God. And when a woman is executed in Iran, the details you provide are harrowing. Is this going to happen?
Bill, Bill, in Iran, just to let your audience know, they believe this regime, these Islamists, they believe that if a woman is killed and she's a virgin, she goes to heaven. So what they do is they will gang rape her before they execute her. And it's just mind-boggling to me, this Elizabeth Banks sitting comfy in a little cushy couch on a podcast with her hair slicked back, talking about how could anyone vote for Donald Trump. Well, you know, Kamala Harris posted on X yesterday that this is a war of choice, and Donald Trump is the only one helping these people in Iran. So Elizabeth Banks, this woman, Bita, is about to be gang raped and publicly executed, and so are 3 more women. And they have been doing this to many young people every single day, 1 or 2 public executions. So you're sitting there on your cushy couch talking about Kamala Harris. You claim to be a feminist. You claim to be a humanitarian. Where are you when the women need you? You are a fake. You are a hypocrite. You are of no help to anyone. So if you claim to be a feminist, you claim to be a humanitarian, you claim to be a good person, America, Iran isn't just a military war or peace in the Middle East or oil stabilization. This is a humanitarian issue. They are killing young people every single day. And the only one that has helped is President Trump.
You know, it's a lack of knowledge and understanding, really. And you understand it better than most. I think about that 19-year-old wrestler who was sentenced to death. I mean, just barbarian. But when I hear you talk
Bill,
about
let
this,
me tell
you talk about this as a humanitarian issue. Because you're thinking about 92 million people who have been subjected to this government for almost 50 years, Doctor.
Yeah, the reason why my family escaped Iran on the back of a pickup truck while the Iranian border police was shooting at us to not escape is because they put my father on a kill list because he was the chief medical officer, a physician affiliated with the Shah's hospital. Okay, I'm so grateful that my family got me out of Iran, me and my sister. They had 2 daughters. They could see this is no future for a girl in Iran. And imagine there are millions of people in Iran who knew Westernization, who knew freedom 47 years ago, and they lost it because the useful idiots on college campuses, the leftists on college campuses, joined hands with the Islamists, which is exactly what's happening here. They're using the exact same playbook, the exact same propaganda. And they would say things like, why is the Shah living in a castle while there's homeless people on the street? There's no equity here. They use flowery words to trick comfortable, useful idiots on college campuses who have no real problems, to trick them into bringing Islam into the world.
Yeah, perhaps that's about to come to an end. We'll see on that. Quickly on this, New York Times, even as most Iranians remain cut off from the world, many officials and a limited cadre of Iranian elites have been granted an open connection through what critics call whitelisting. So we think, like, for 48 days, the internet has been basically out. Are you getting information from inside Iran that we have not been able to track down?
The only things that I'm hearing from Iran is that they don't want the bombs to stop. They are more afraid of this regime than they are of the targeted attacks that Israel and America are doing.
Doctor, thanks for coming on. Remember, we thought they were going to go to the street, but when you're faced with an execution in public, it can make you think differently. Dr. Sheila Nazarian, thanks for coming back from California. Thanks.
Thank you.
So guys, for those of you who are, saying you need to bring her like on Iran Revolution live and stuff. So let me explain something. The reason that, I don't bring a lot of these amazing, Iranian activists on Iran Revolution Live is not that I don't support them. I 100% support them. Like Dr. Sheila Nazarian and I, we follow each other, we message each other. Like I love her. She's very supportive of me, but I would rather, because you have to remember, like I'm live streaming full time. Okay. So like, this is what I'm doing full time, but all these people that you're seeing on the news, right? They have jobs, they have careers, right? So like she is a plastic surgeon. So she has a life, she has a career. This is what she's doing in her spare time. So, it would be better use of, for example, Sheila's time to go on Fox News and speak to new audiences, right? Like, I don't want her here speaking to you guys because that would be preaching to the choir, right? Like, that would not be the best use of her time, right? Like, I will share clips from her 100%. And, like I support them all. And that's why I share their video clips, because I want you guys to know who they are. But their time is better spent reaching out to a wider audience that is not necessarily watching Iran Revolution Live, right? Because their time is limited. Oh, listen, I'm sure she would love that. But if her time is limited, right? Like I want Dr. Sheila Nazarian focusing on the audience that doesn't tune into Iran Revolution Live, right? That's way more important, right? Because if we're all consolidating on one live stream, then we're not sharing the message, right? So right now, the most important thing that we can do, myself and Sheila and, others, is to just reach out to as many different audiences as possible. So that's the only reason, right? Because I would rather see Dr. Sheila Nazarian do, interview after interview on American media. That would be a much better use of her time than coming here. And as much as I would be honored to have her, so don't worry, guys. When all this is over and Iran is free and we've overthrown the Islamic regime, don't worry. I will bring all of these people on. I will bring all of them on one by one. Don't you worry. There will be a time and place for all of that. But right now, because we're so focused on, have I been on Newsmax and Fox? I've been on both. I've been on Fox Business News. I think I've been on like Fox Regular one time. And I've been on Newsmax several times as well. But right now, it makes more sense for all of us who are on like the same side to diversify the message, right? So that's why I don't bring her on, or I don't bring on like other freedom fighters. Like I will share their videos, I will share their clips because I want to promote them. I want you guys to know who they are. I want you guys to go support them and follow them, right? 100%. But I would rather see her on Fox News than on Iran Revolution Live. So that's why. That's why. When the time is right, 100%, I will bring her on because I love her. I love her. And yeah, like it was super amazing to have Elika on. Elika and I talking about the Piers Morgan show, and that's fantastic. And I love Elika as well. But Elika, she's also fighting the good fight, and she's reaching out to a different audience. So I don't want to take that away from her, right? Because all of them, they have their jobs, they have their careers, and then they're all doing this on the side, right? So I don't want to take that critical, important time away from them. That's the only reason why. But don't worry, I will bring all of these people on. Guys, I'm even going to bring on Tiam. You remember Tiam? Tiam is the girl that swears a lot. Don't worry, I'm going to bring her on too. At some point when all of this is over, I will even bring on Barbot. I will bring on Barbot too, the guy who wrote Angels of Liberty. I will bring on the DJ who wrote Khamenei Par Par. Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna bring them all on when Iran is free. It's gonna be a party. So there you go. Okay. Let's go to Morad Vaisi. I think he's still live. Oh.
دردناک این را بله، سخت این را بله.
So guys, Morad Vaisi is live streaming right now. So I can't play this because there's no generated subtitles for live streams, right? So he is live streaming right now, but I'm going to play his earlier live stream from this morning because that will have subtitles. So I'm going to play that, and then depending on how this goes, I might play his more because I need to watch Morad Vaisi. I need to watch both of his live streams, and I didn't watch his morning one. So all right, let's watch his live stream from this morning, and then we'll go to the live stream from this evening. I can't teach you Persian, guys. I'm not a Persian teacher. You're gonna have to learn that on your own. Sorry, guys.
درود بر شما. بعد از ظهر پنجشنبه 27 فروردین 2585 در ایران و صبح 16 آوریل 2026 در شرق آمریکا، ژنرال قاسم منیر فرمانده ارتش پاکستان و شهباز شریف نخست وزیر این کشور به سفر منطقه‌ای خودشون دارن ادامه میدن برای تمدید آتش بس. ژنرال قاسم منیر فرمانده ارتش پاکستان که دیروز وارد تهران شد، بعد از دیدار با عراقچی با قالیباف هم امروز بعد از ظهر دیدار کرده و قالیباف قبل از این دیدار یک توییتی زده بود، یک صحبتی کرده بود که ما و لبنان یکی هستیم. این صحبتی که قالیباف کرده بود این که مقاومت و ایران چه در جنگ و چه در آتش بس یک موجودیت هستند. ایران و مقاومت یک جان هستند، هم در جنگ و هم در آتش بس. همزمان با اون قالیباف یک تماسی داشته با نبیه بری، رئیس مجلس لبنان که حامی حزب الله است، که بحث آتش بس در لبنان رو ببینه وضعیتش چجوریه و این رو بیاره در مذاکراتی که با پاکستانی ها داره در مورد تمدید کلی آتش بس دخالت بده. شرط جمهوری اسلامی این بوده که ما آتش بس رو موقعی تمدید میکنیم که لبنانی ها هم در اونجا اسرائیل حمله به حزب الله رو متوقف کنه. میزان توجهی که جمهوری اسلامی به منافع مردم لبنان و حزب الله میکنه به طرز عجیبی اصلا نسبت به منافع مردم ایران اصلا متفاوته. همیشه هم البته اینجوری بوده، یعنی امر جدیدی نیست. برای مقامات جمهوری اسلامی حزب الله لبنان و مردم لبنان مهمتر از این چیزان. چه موقعی بهشون پول میدن به مردم ایران نمیدن، چه بازسازی خونه های طرفدار حزب الله، در حالی که در ایران خیلی از خونه های زلزله زده ها رو ول کرده بودن. براشون مهمه، میگن که ما جمهوری اسلامی با هشت شعبی، با حوثی ها، با حزب الله لبنان قرابت بیشتری داره تا مردمی که در ایران علیه جمهوری اسلامی هستن. جمهوری اسلامی حزب الله و هشت شعبی و نیابتی و فاطمیون اینها رو بیشتر از خودش میدونه تا مردم ایران، و اصولا الان اونا رو آورده برای سرکوب مردم ایران. اونها رو بیشتر همراه با خودش میدونه و به همین دلیل قالیباف زنگ زده به لبنان که وضع آتشبس در اونجا چطوریه، که این آتشبس در مذاکرات کلی هم دیده بشه. در قطر هم شهباز شریف نخست وزیر پاکستان بعد از دیداری که عربستان داشت و با محمد بن سلمان دیدار کرد که متحد اول پاکستان در جهان عربه، رفته به قطر و با شیخ تمیم هم اونجا صحبت کرده. جمع‌بندی که تا اینجا از سفر ژنرال عاصم منیر و سفر شهباز شریف هست اینی که پاکستان داره تلاش میکنه آمریکا و جمهوری اسلامی رو به هم نزدیک کنه، ولی هنوز اختلافات اساسی سر جای خودش هست. سر بحث اورانیوم و موشکی و اینها هنوز با هم اختلاف دارن. عراقچی گفته مایلیم از طریق گفتگوهای مسالمت‌آمیز با آمریکا راه حلی واقع بینانه پیدا کنیم. اینو در تماس با وزیر خارجه چین گفته عراقچی. به نظرم اونچه که الان این وسط اهمیت داره دو تا موضوع: توقف غنیسازی و خارج کردن اورانیومایی که در ایران. و علت اینی که جمهوری اسلامی کماکان داره پافشاری میکنه، احساسش اینه که آمریکا در جنگ نتونسته پیروز بشه، بنابراین من میام در مذاکرات سختگیری گذشته رو ادامه میدم و آمریکا هم کوتاه میاد. برداشت مقامات جمهوری اسلامی اینه. برداشت مقامات جمهوری اسلامی اینه که دلیل این آتش بس این بوده که آمریکا نتونسته ما رو شکست بده. برداشت ذهنیشون اینه که ما اون چیزی رو که در جنگ از دست ندادیم در مذاکره از دست نمیدیم. دو تا مبنای ذهنی دارن، بر اساس اون مبنای ذهنی مذاکرات رو میرن جلو. یک، آمریکا به لحاظ نظامی نتونسته ما رو شکست بده چون سرنگون نشدیم. دو، اون چیزی رو که به لحاظ در جنگ نتونسته از ما به دست بیاره الان تلاش میکنه در مذاکرات به دست بیاره و ما چرا باید بهش بدیم؟ منتها در خود تهران دو تا فشار بزرگم وجود داره در این مورد. فشار اصلی از طرف دولته که میگه که اگر اینجوری ادامه پیدا کنه اقتصاد کشور فرو میپاشه. فشار دوم از طرف اکثریت مردمه که از قضیه اینترنت ناراضیان، از قضیه بیکاری ناراضیان، از وضع اقتصادی ناراضیان. حکومت اینا رو میدونه. دنبال اینه که نوعی توافق با آمریکایی‌ها بکنه که عقب نشینی حساب نشه، ولی از مهلکه جنگ آمریکا و اسرائیل جون سالم به در ببره. تمام هدف جمهوری اسلامی همین یه دونه است، بقیهشون فرعیه. جمهوری اسلامی میگه از این مهلکه که آمریکا و اسرائیل 40 روز راه انداختن، من اگه سقوط نکنم برم بیرون بقیهش مهم نیست. و دیدگاه مردم ایران هم برعکس همینه. میگن اگر جنگ آمریکا و اسرائیل تموم بشه و جمهوری اسلامی سرنگون نشه فایده نداره. مردم ایران میگن پایان این جنگ باید سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی باشه. دیدگاه اسرائیل و مردم ایران تو این قضیه خیلی به هم نزدیکه. اسرائیلیا میگن پایان جنگ باید سرنگونی باشه. مردم ایران هم میگن
Oh, wait. Someone is asking if he lives in the United States. Yes, he currently lives in the United States. Yes. Yeah. Oh, for someone who's saying this is crazy info, Armin. Armin's not here. You should say this is crazy info, Goldie, because I'm the one that plays Morad Basi. So enjoy, and welcome to real analysis about what's happening in occupied Iran and geopolitics. But yes, Morad Basi lives in the United States.
پایان جنگ باید سرنگونی باشه. جمهوری اسلامی میگه که اگر جنگ تموم بشه.
Oh wait, someone's saying, I am Armin, stop lying. Oh my gosh. Sure, Armin. Oh no, what have I started? Armin looks different today. Yeah, I look cuter, don't I? Armin, I look cuter. I look cuter. Yeah. Armin grew out his hair. Armin grew out his hair. There you go. He does look a little different today. Goldie doesn't identify as Armin. Who knows? Maybe right now maybe my pronouns right now are Armin. Who knows? Oh no. Armin tranced. Oh no. Yeah, we should, you know what? We should get Armin a wig. Oh, it's the shoulders. I see. Okay, so the shoulders make me look like, when has Armin ever showed his shoulders though? Oh man. Let's see. LOL. Oh, Armin glow up. Cuter, not Qatar. Oh, spicy. Thank you, Goldie, for the best news and showing Morad Vesi. You're welcome. Oh, I've been medicated. Yeah, Armin's been medicated today. There you go. Yeah, Armin, these are... No, don't say that. Don't say that. I'll get banned again or something. Oh, wait, try an Armin giggle. God, I'm so bad at impersonations. I can't do it. I can't do it. That was terrible. That was so scary. Just a joke. Armin. This isn't Armin, it's Sholdy. There you go. She, her. Are you sure you're Armin? Something seems different. I don't know. What seems different? Oh, wait. I know what I'll do to convince... Okay, I know what I'll do to convince you guys that I'm Armin. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, see, I'm Armin. This is literally proof. This is literally proof right now that I'm Armin. Okay? Like, I don't know how much more proof you need. Yes. Dying of laughter. Wait, what is this? Dying of laughter. Have you, though? I mean, one could be just like an AI. There you go. Yeah, you called it. You called it. There you go. I didn't see. There you go. See this? Look, I'm wearing like a black top, and I got the green headband. So I'm pretty much Armin at this point, right? Like, I'm Armin. I'm Armin. So there you go. Goldie's gone, but I'm Armin. Now I have to rant. I can't rant at Morad Vesi. Everything Morad Vesi says, I agree with. So, there you go. All right, but let's go back. Okay, We'll stop this now. Little commercial break here. I'm not gonna rant. I can't rant. What am I gonna rant about? I can't rant at Morad Vaisi. Morad Vaisi is like incredible. But let's go back to watching.
من سرنگون نشم بقیهش مهم نیست و واقعیت هم همینه. جمهوری اسلامی بقیهش براش مهم نیست. جمهوری اسلامی اینه که اقتصاد کشور چه بلایی سرش بیاد براش مهم نیست، مردم چه بلایی سرشون بیاد براش مهم نیست، محاصره و تحریم و اینجور چیزا براش مهم نیست در قبال اینی که سرنگون نشه. و یه نکته که این وسط وجود داره در حکومت‌های دیکتاتوری در مورد تصمیم گیری وجود داره، اون اینه که حکومت‌های دیکتاتوری در مورد تصمیم گیری 2 تا نکته رو به عنوان امتیاز خودشون حساب میکنن. یکی اینه که سریع التصمیمن نسبت به دموکراسی ها و یکی اینه که به کسی جواب نمیدن. اینو یه ذره توضیح بدم چرا در حکومت‌های دیکتاتوری این 2 تا
Okay, guys, like this part's really important because he is giving a political analysis on why like dictatorships don't jive well with democracies, right? So this is basically, so you know how Armin and I say you cannot negotiate with terrorists, right? You can't trust them. And the Islamic regime is a totalitarian dictatorship, right? They're a terrorist totalitarian dictatorship. So now Morad Vaisi is planning on expanding on that a little bit. So pay attention to the subtitles because this is really important.
یکی اینه که سریع التصمیمن نسبت به دموکراسی ها و یکی اینه که به کسی جواب نمیدن. اینو یه ذره توضیح بدم چرا در حکومت‌های دیکتاتوری این 2 تا موضوع به این شکله. در حکومت‌های دموکراتیک موقع میخوان یه تصمیمی بگیرن باید پارلمان ببرن، جلسه کابینه بگذارن، حواسشون به رسانه هاشون باشه که رسانه ها بهشون گیر ندن، حواسشون حزب حاکم با اپوزیسیون باشه، حواسشون به این باشه که در انتخابات بعدی رأی میارن یا نمیارن، بر اساس این تصمیم میگیرن. به همین دلیل تصمیم گیری ها در دموکراسی ها کنده چون باید همه مراحل عبور بکنه. ولی در دیکتاتوریات تصمیمات سریع التصمیمه. یعنی خامنه ای و کیم جونگ اون و پوتین و شی جینگ پینگ خیلی فوری تصمیم میگیرن، میتونن همین الان تصمیم بگیرن چون نیاز ندارن که اون پروسه ها رو طی بکنن. یکی سریع التصمیمن دیکتاتوریا نسبت به دموکراسیا و یکی اینی که به کسی لازم نیست پاسخ بدن راجع به تصمیماتشون. در آمریکا
Okay, so if you didn't catch that, he's basically saying, oh wait, someone is saying if your stream is off, just refresh your screen maybe because I see it, like it's working fine. On X, someone is saying on X that the stream is off. Just refresh. So this is really important, right? So basically Morad Vaisi is saying that in a democracy, decision-making is slow because there's a lot of checks and balances, right? You have the parliament, you have the cabinet, you have the opposition, you have media, right? So it takes time to get to a decision, right? There's checks and balances that make the decision-taking a little bit slow. However, when you're in a dictatorship, you know, whether it's like Khamenei in the Islamic regime or, you know, North Korea or Russia or China, there's no checks and balances because it's like a dictatorship. So people can just make a decision and there's no one or nothing stopping them because it's a dictatorship. There's no checks and balances. There's no challenges there. Is President Trump live right now? I don't know. Is he? What is he speaking about? We can tune into President Trump if he's live. Oh, he is? Whoa, he is live. Well, thank you for letting me know. What's he speaking about?
from the elimination of taxes on overtime, allowing us to stretch.
Okay, so President Trump is doing a round table on taxes. So I don't like it's not necessarily about Iran. If he does mention anything about Iran, we'll see clips in Rapid Response or somewhere there because I don't think he's speaking about Iran right now. Yeah, so all right, let me just share this message really quickly. So please send Hafize Tariqi's videos on Ghalibaf plus clips of the regime admitting on state TV that it wanted nukes from the start and deceived the IAEA to anti-regime senators and journalists. Okay, so what Nick is speaking about is an account called Hafize Tariqi, which basically translates to historical memory. And this account basically takes old videos and exposes people from the Islamic regime. So I will share copy link to profile. So I'm just going to share this X account with all of you in the various live streams. And let me just make sure that I've added it on X and on Rumble. All right, there you go. So that's basically the Hafize Tariqi account. And then here's what they say about Ghalibaf and others. We've already shared videos about Ghalibaf. The one about the IAEA, is it this one? What's this? Yeah, we've seen that one. Yeah, I have to find the one for the IAEA. But guys, so especially for non-Iranians, this account is incredible. Like everyone needs to follow this account because this account exposes everything that the Islamic regime has said and done historically. And we appreciate this account very, very much. None of us have any idea, none of us know who is behind this account, but they have been around since 2017 and they have been posting videos of the Islamic regime since 2017. Guys, this is a gold mine. This is a gold mine of knowledge and information. So, if you want the dirt and the receipts, right? Basically, yeah, the receipts. Exactly. So this account has the receipts on the Islamic regime. And usually they've only posted in Persian, but what they have done recently, and I really, really appreciate this, what they have done recently is they're now adding subtitles, right? Now, of course, you yourselves can take a video and you can translate it using AI, right? So you can just record the audio, put it in ChatGPT, see what they're saying. But this account is putting in a little bit of extra work now, especially since the conflict started. But this account is basically 2017. This is 9 years worth of receipts on the Islamic regime. So this is where all of us go, right? Whenever any of us need to find a clip or something, if we go to Hafize Tariqi, it's usually there. So yeah, very, very good account to follow because they have the receipts on everyone, right? So you want to make sure you follow his account. All right, let's go back to Amu Morad.
ترامپ باید به افکار عمومی جواب بده. جواب نداشته باشه انتخابات
All right. Okay. So basically, the context here again is that Morad Vaisi was comparing democracies to dictatorships, right? So he was saying in a democracy, elected officials have to answer to the opposition, to cabinet, parliament, media, the people. But in a dictatorship, like Khamenei, China, Putin, North Korea, they just make decisions and they're not answerable to anyone. And now he's going to talk about the example in America.
بدن راجع به تصمیماتشون. در آمریکا ترامپ باید به افکار عمومی جواب بده. جواب نداشته باشه انتخابات بعدی رو جمهوری‌خواها میبازن در کنگره. بایدن یا اوباما موقع رئیس جمهورن، اونا باید به افکار عمومی جواب بدن. به حزب خودشون جواب بدن. به بازار، به سهام بورس جواب بدن. به وضعیت اقتصادی جواب بدن. به نظام قضاییشون جواب بدن. به کنگرهشون جواب بدن. همین الان آمریکا الان چندین بار کنگره داره رأیگیری میکنه که اختیارات جنگی ترامپ رو بگیره. در بریتانیا هر موقع میخوان تصمیم بگیرن باید پارلمان بره، توجهشون به رای دهنده ها باشه. علت اینه که الان بریتانیا اینقدر دست میکنه، فرانسه اینقدر دست میکنه، غیر از مسائل دیگه، یه نکته مهمش اینه که اینا باید به نظام انتخاباتیشون جواب بدن. حواسشون باشه انتخابات بعدی رو نبازن. حواسشون باشه که رای دهنده هاشون چی میخوان. یه دلیلی که بریتانیا اینجوری داره موضع میگیره، ترکیب رای دهنده های بریتانیایی دیگه. رای دهنده های مسلمانی که ضد اسرائیل و آمریکا زیادن اونجا. دیدید دیگه در لندن و اینا، دیدید که چقدر ضد آمریکا و ضد اسرائیل زیاد. خب اینا رای دهندن دیگه. نخست وزیر بریتانیا میگه خب
Guys, that was my interview on Sky News a few days ago. Remember I was on Sky News and Danica was asking me about Keir Starmer and I was like, well, he's basically catering to his jihadi voter base. Morad Vaisi is now saying the exact same thing here. Do you remember my interview? I said Keir Starmer's appeasing his jihadi voter base and that's why they're supporting the Islamic regime, right? And he's just saying, like, Morad Vaisi is literally saying another reason why Britain is taking the stance, like taking the side of the Islamic regime, is the makeup of the British electorate, because the UK has imported a bunch of like jihadi durkas that are anti-Israel and anti-America, and Keir Starmer is bending over and, just taking it up the, whatever, and just trying to appease the durka jihadi terrorist voter base.
ضد اسرائیل و آمریکا زیادن اونجا. دیدید دیگه در لندن و اینا، دیدید که چقدر ضد آمریکا و ضد.
Right, so guys, the way that we pronounce London in Persian is Landan. Landan. So he's saying, and you've seen in London how much like Durka jihadis there are. And he literally says like Muslim. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Like, if he was going to say this in English, people would be like, oh, Islamophobia, blah, 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 right? But, like, in Persian, like, we don't care. Like, we call out the jihadi durkas when it's necessary to do so.
نظام انتخاباتیشون جواب بدن. حواسشون باشه انتخابات بعدی رو نبازن. حواسشون باشه که رای دهنده هاشون چی میخوان. یه دلیلی که بریتانیا اینجوری داره موضع میگیره، ترکیب رای دهنده های بریتانیایی دیگه. رای دهنده های مسلمانی که
So he's saying the Muslim voters. He literally is saying the Muslim voters that are anti-America and anti-Israel, which is true because that's what they are. That's what they are, right? But there you go. If you say that in English, you're Islamophobic. But here, don't worry, guys. This is why we don't care what people accuse us of, right? Because we already know the truth.
حواسشون باشه انتخابات بعدی رو نبازن. حواسشون باشه که رای دهنده هاشون چی میخوان. یه دلیلی که بریتانیا اینجوری داره موضع میگیره، ترکیب رای دهنده های بریتانیایی دیگه. رای دهنده های مسلمانی که ضد اسرائیل و آمریکا زیادن اونجا. دیدید دیگه در لندن و اینا، دیدید که چقدر ضد آمریکا و ضد اسرائیل زیاد. خب اینا رای دهندن دیگه. نخست وزیر بریتانیا میگه خب اینا یه بخشیش رأی منن، اگر من به اینا توجه نکنم میرن حزب محافظه‌کار. بعد اون موقع ما انتخابات رو میبازیم، حزب کارگر انتخابات رو میبازه، دولت رو میبازه، یه بخشیش مال اینه. ولی در نظام‌های دیکتاتوری مثل جمهوری اسلامی، کره شمالی، چین و روسیه مجبور نیستن به اینا جواب بدن، چون اصلا انتخاباتی وجود نداره به اون معنا. در کره شمالی که اصلا انتخابات نیست، در چین انتخابات نیست، در روسیه هم نمایش انتخابات، در جمهوری اسلامی هم نمایش انتخابات. بنابراین یک کسی مثل خامنه‌ای، کیم جونگ اون، شی جینگ پینگ و پوتین نگران نیستن عواقب تصمیماتشون چی میشه. اینی که عرض میکنم جمهوری اسلامی میگه من بمونم بقیهش مهم نیست، از این زاویه میگم. میگه من بمونم، اصلا با کسی لازم نیست جواب بدم که چرا کشور رو به این سمت بردم، چرا این همه خرابی به بار آوردم، چرا این همه مردم کشته شدن، چرا اصلا خودم این همه مردم رو کشتم در دیما.
So guys, remember when the translation here, why I killed so many people, he's referring to the Islamic regime. So he's saying the reason that the Islamic regime just wants to stay is because it's a dictatorship and they're not answerable to anyone. So he's saying there's no need for the Islamic regime to say, you know, to justify like, why did I kill so many people? Why did I destroy the country? Why did I do this? Why did I do that? So he's referring to the Islamic regime here.
لازم نیست به کسی جواب بدم. نه قوه قضاییه مستقلی وجود داره، نه رسانه های قدرتمندی وجود دارن از من سوال کنن، نه نگران انتخاباتم.
So guys, when he says there's no powerful media, Armin and I have been showing you Durka News Network, right? Literally every single channel on Islamic regime state TV is all about supporting the Islamic regime, spouting propaganda, attacking America, attacking Israel, right? So yeah, there is no media. There is no independent media. And this is what's really frustrating, because you have all these like ignorant people, like ignorant non-Iranians who are like, oh, Islamic regime media said this, or according to Iranian sources. Yeah, those Iranian sources are fake. Oh wait, you know what, guys? Now I can do an Armin rant for you here. This will be my Armin rant for you guys, because I promised you guys an Armin rant. So here you go. Wait, let me fix this. I'll be right back. Wait, are you guys ready? I'm not used to yelling. Okay, let's get started. Guys, when I tell you that, why is the Western media quoting Islamic regime state TV? They are propaganda. They're propaganda. Like CNN comes and they say, according to the Islamic regime. Are you retarded? Why are you retarded? You're so retarded. It's fake news. It's fake news. Islamic regime is fake news. It's propaganda. Everything coming out of their mouth is coming from Ghamari. Why? Why is the fake news media trusting the Islamic regime? The Islamic regime is lying. It's fake. It's fake. They're anti-America, and the media is promoting. The media is promoting Durka jihad. Stop it. Oh my God. We have been trying to tell you guys it's all fake. It's all fake news. Was that good? Okay. There you go. There's your Armin You know what? Armin impersonated me the other night, so now I'm impersonating Armin. There you go. All right. Okay. Let's go. You know what we'll do? Next time there's like a hey dad, I'm gonna wear my green headband. I know. If I speak too loud, the volume goes off or something. That's why I can't yell. So all right. You know what? The next time Armin wants to go Haydar, I'll make him wear a hijab and then I will wear the green headband. There you go. Okay, but let's go back to the actual thing. But guys, like in all seriousness, yeah, like there is no media within the Islamic regime, right? Every single media outlet within the Islamic regime is basically a propaganda mouthpiece. And one of the reasons Armin and I show you Durka News Network, and one of the reasons that we spy on Durka News Network is to basically show you guys that you cannot find independent media. Like literally every single channel that we tune into, it's either soccer, or sorry, it's either football, which is, you know, soccer, or it's Durka. And there's nothing else. It's all Durka News Network. So, and that's what Morad Vaisi is saying here. So, you know, you guys now have context, right? So when we talk about how there's no independent judiciary, no independent media or anything, right? You guys know that now because you've literally seen the insanity and the propaganda that's being shared on Islamic regime state TV. And yet for some insane reason, Western media outlets are quoting Islamic regime news outlets as if they're legitimate. Like it's insane. It's insane. It's literally lazy journalism.
رسانه های قدرتمندی وجود دارن از من سوال کنن. نه نگران انتخاباتم. چون نگران هیچ کدوم از اینا نیستم، به کسی جواب نمیدم، هر تصمیمی میتونم بگیرم با هر خسارتی برای مردم و با هر خسارتی برای کشور. صنایع فولاد بمباران شده که شده، از نگاه حکومت اینه. پتروشیمی بمباران شده که شده. نیرو دریایی از بین رفته، این همه خرجش کردن، میگه خب شده که شده، ما که موندیم. میلیاردها دلار خرج شهرهای موشکی کردن، از بین رفته، حکومت میگه مهم نیست، بعد از جنگ به مردم نون نمیدیم، دوباره میریم شهرهای موشکی رو ساختیم.
Guys, this is really important, right? So this is why Armin and I keep on saying, like when President Trump or Pete Hegseth or other people, when they threaten to like destroy, I don't know, the energy infrastructure or whatever, we keep on saying, guys, like that's not going to do anything. Like that's not going to scare the Islamic regime, because the Islamic regime would rather see Iran scorched to the ground if it means that they survive, right? So the Islamic regime is willing to risk everything about Iran. The Islamic regime is willing to risk starving and murdering Iranians if it means that there is a 1% chance that they will survive. So, you know, like threatening to like, you know, blow up bridges or infrastructure, that doesn't mean anything. And even Morad Vaisi is saying that because at the end of the day, as long as the Islamic regime survives, they can rebuild the infrastructure. So going after the infrastructure is not going to do anything. You have to go after them. You have to exterminate them because they're like a cancer. And unless and until you get rid of the cancer, it's going to come back, and it's going to come back even stronger, right? And that's what Morad Vaisi is saying here, right? Like guys, the Islamic regime has spent billions and billions of dollars building underground missile cities all around the country. Meanwhile, Iranian people, 60% of people in Iran live below the poverty line. And then everyone has been saying, oh, the sanctions are to blame for Iranian people being poor. No. How the hell are the sanctions? the sanctions responsible for people being poor. I am sick and tired of the woke leftists talking about the sanctions. The sanctions. Are you retarded? If the sanctions were so bad, how the hell did the Islamic regime spend billions and billions of dollars building underground missile tunnels? They built underground missile tunnels while the Iranian people were poor. 60% of the Iranian population are poor. They live below the poverty line. If you're blaming that on the sanctions, then how the hell did the Islamic regime spend billions and billions of dollars building underground missile cities all around the country? You are stupid. Stop blaming the sanctions. The sanctions have nothing to do with it. It's the Islamic regime stealing the money of the Iranian people, using it for terrorism, and shame on you. Shame on you. I can't do that anymore. I mean, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong, but that's what Armin would say. If Armin was here, that's what he would say. So, okay. But it's true, right? Like all these like idiotic people who talk about how, oh, it's the United States' fault that Iran is poor because they put sanctions. Really? Are you that retarded? Okay. How is it then that even despite the sanctions imposed by the United States, the Islamic regime was able to spend billions and billions of dollars building underground missile cities, right? Meanwhile, the Iran people are poor. This is the hypocrisy. This is the hypocrisy of these like anti-America, anti-Israel, pro-Islamic regime idiots, right? All right, let's continue. So again, guys, people in Iran being poor have absolutely nothing to do with the Islamic regime, have absolutely nothing to do with the sanctions. Poverty inside of occupied Iran has nothing to do with the sanctions, and it has everything to do with the Islamic regime squandering the money that should be going to the Iranian people. And that's what Morad Vaisi is saying. Like, Morad Vaisi is calling them out, right? Like, this is common knowledge. This is common knowledge. Like, Morad Vaisi is saying, the government, the Islamic regime is saying, oh, we would rather rebuild our missile cities and just let the Iranian people starve and have no bread.
بعد از جنگ به مردم نون نمیدیم، دوباره میریم شهر موشکی رو ساختیم. مگر این شهر موشکی رو چجوری ساختیم؟ از دهن مردم گرفتیم. وضع اقتصاد کشور اینجوریه، وضع گرونی اینجوریه، وضع مواد غذایی اینجوریه، به جاش رفتیم شهر موشکی ساختیم. به کسی هم جواب پس نمیدیم. هر کی هم اومد گفت که ما با کار شما مخالفیم، تو خیابون میکشیمش. حکومت دیکتاتوری اینجوری هست. اینجاست که میگه که من اگر سرنگون نشم بقیش برام مهم نیست. این اون نکته‌ای که در مذاکرات فرق آمریکایی‌ها با فرق جمهوری اسلامیه. آمریکا باید فکر انتخاباتش باشه، فکر انتخابات کنگرهش باشه، فکر رسانه‌های آمریکا باشه، فکر افکار عمومی آمریکا باشه، فکر رقابتش با حزب رقیب باشه. اینو من یه جایی بعداً برمیگردم که ویژگی‌های دیکتاتوریا در
Sorry, just a couple of comments here. So, yeah, my mic can't handle me yelling, I know. Dr. Steve Turley on YouTube had a video today talking about the ban on Sharia law in Florida and Texas. Such ideologies have no place in the West. Guys, Sharia law has no place in human civilization. Sharia law has no place in human civilization. Sharia law should be wiped off the face of the planet. Not just in Western civilization, but everywhere. Just saying. Someone is saying, they say the same thing about Cuba. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. Left continue to say it was U.S. sanctions on Cuba that caused the poverty, but say, oh yeah, 100%. Like, they use the same excuse everywhere, and it's just getting really tiring. It's just getting really, really tiring. Yeah, they use the same excuse, right? They just blame the United States for everything, but they refuse to acknowledge the actual issue, which in Cuba is communism, and in Iran is the Islamic regime. So yeah, absolutely right, guys.
مورد این جور تصمیم گیری ها مفصل راجع بهش صحبت میکنیم، الان وقتش نیست. ترامپ گفته که نمیخوان بگن تسلیم میشن اما تسلیم خواهند شد و همطور که عرض کردم الان بحث تنگه هرمز و بحث هسته‌ای و غنیسازی، بحث اورانیوم ها و موشکی مهمترین مسائلی که در مذاکرات. آمریکا دنبال توقف کامل غنیسازی، دنبال خارج کردن اورانیوم هاست، دنبال محدود کردن برنامه موشکی و دنبال باز کردن تنگه هرمز. یه اشتباهی که من فکر میکنم اینجا آمریکایی ها دارن میکنن، مذاکره در مورد تعداد سالهایی که غنیسازی باید متوقف بشه. قبلا آمریکایی ها پیشنهاد 10 ساله داده بودن، جمهوری اسلامی پیشنهاد 5 ساله داده. اخیراً مثل که جمهوری اسلامی پیشنهاد 10 ساله داده، اونا پیشنهاد 20 ساله دادن. من معتقدم اصولاً سال راجب تعلیق غنیسازی، اینی که آمریکایی‌ها میرن راجب سال با جمهوری اسلامی صحبت میکنن اشتباهه. رویکرد اشتباهیه. چرا اشتباهه؟ اصلا جمهوری اسلامی فرض.
Okay, so quick translation here. What he's saying is he's not. So what he's saying is that it's wrong for the Americans to negotiate the year. So he says the word sol. Sol means year, right? And what he's saying is that I don't think it's correct for the Americans to negotiate the term length for how long the Islamic regime should refrain from enriching uranium. So he's saying don't, like, the translation's not coming out properly here.
یه اشتباهی که من فکر میکنم اینجا آمریکایی ها دارن میکنن، مذاکره در مورد تعداد سالهای.
Okay, so he says that he thinks the mistake that the Americans are making here is negotiating the number of years
که غنیسازی باید متوقف بشه.
That enrichment should be stopped, right? So he's saying this is a mistake from the Americans to negotiate the number of years, right? So he, like, basically what he's implying is that don't negotiate the number of years. It should be completely eradicated.
قبلا آمریکایی‌ها پیشنهاد 10 ساله داده بودن، جمهوری اسلامی پیشنهاد 5 ساله داد. اخیراً مثل که جمهوری اسلامی
Yeah. Yes, so I know President Trump addressed this issue and said Iran can never have. I agree. So guys, this live stream was from earlier this morning. This live stream is from about like 12 hours ago. So this is before President Trump made the statement that he doesn't want like a year limit and he just wants like can never have it. So 100%, like President Trump said that. We played that earlier in our stream, but this is Morad Vaisi's analysis from this morning. So there have been a lot of developments since then, of course, but I'm just waiting for his current live stream to finish so I can watch that one. I haven't seen the one from this morning, but yeah, you're absolutely right. President Trump did say that. So, but it's, you know, isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting that Morad Vaisi's analysis on where he thinks the Americans are making a mistake in terms of like negotiating the year? He's like, they shouldn't negotiate a year at all. Like they should just not have a year. And then a few hours later, President Trump comes out and says, we don't want to negotiate years. We just want an absolute end, right? President Trump's like, never ever, which is basically what Morad Vaisi is going to suggest here.
پیشنهاد 10 ساله داده، اونا پیشنهاد 20 ساله دادن. من معتقدم اصولا.
Oh, Texas is saying Morad Vaisi should be advising POTUS. Listen, if POTUS was like, if POTUS was, you know, I don't know, like, yeah, I agree. Morad Vaisi should be advising POTUS. That's how I see this. I mean, whether or not that's going to happen, who knows? But if anyone from President Trump's administration is watching, you want this man advising President Trump, 100%. he is worth his weight in gold.
سال راجع به تعلیق غنی سازی اینی که آمریکایی‌ها میرن راجع به سال با جمهوری اسلامی صحبت میکنن اشتباهه.
So he's saying the fact that like there's now this like conversation about how like Americans are negotiating like how many years, he's like, this is wrong, they shouldn't be doing this. Again, this is from this morning before President Trump said no years, right?
رویکرد اشتباهیه.
It's a
چرا
wrong
اشتباهه؟ اصلا جمهوری اسلامی فرض کنیم 20 سال هم نه بگه آقا من 30 سال غنی سازی نمی‌کنم. اصلا من میگم 10 سال از اون چیزی هم که آمریکایی‌ها میگن بیشتر.
So he's saying this is the wrong approach. Let me explain why. Let's assume that the Islamic regime says we're not going to enrich for 20 years. You know what? Let me add another 10 years on. Let's say the Islamic regime is not going to enrich for 30 years, which is 10 years more than the Americans want. Let's see what happens.
جمهوری اسلامی چونه میزنه این 20 سال آمریکا رو بیاره 10 سالا. ولی من فرض میکنم مثلا 20 سال آمریکا رو هم پذیرفت. خب برای این میپذیره که توافق کنه از این مهلکه جون سالم به در ببره، بعدن که ترامپ رفت یه کاغذ دیگه میزنه زیرش.
So basically he's saying the reason that the Islamic regime would agree to like such a time limited term or wants a time limited term is because this will allow the Islamic regime to survive. And then as soon as President Trump's term is done, well, this agreement is just a piece of paper. And because they're a dictatorship, they can just toss the piece of paper aside and resume uranium enrichment.
میگه من رعایت نمیکنم. دوباره باید بشینن دعوتش کنن به مذاکره و تحریم و اینا. جمهوری اسلامی میگه من از اون جنگی که نتانیاهو و ترامپ علیهم داشتن جون سالم به در بردم. جمهوری اسلامی میگه بعدن میگه من از اون جنگی که ترامپ و نتانیاهو علیهم داشتن جون سالم به در بردم. حالا شما تحریم کنید. حالا دوباره بشینیم با هم مذاکره کنیم. 23 سال باهاتون مذاکره کردم. یه 10 سال دیگه هم باهاتون مذاکره می‌کنم. بنابراین اون روی کردی که آمریکا داره میگه غنی سازی رو 10 سال و 20 سال و اینا، جمهوری اسلامی تلاش میکنه کمترش کنه ولی اصلا براش مهم نیست. ما میگم شاید 20 سال مثلا بپذیره. مگه تضمینی داره که رعایتش کنه؟ میگه من 20 سال میپذیرم بعد که ترامپ
He's so true. He's like the Islamic regime can agree to whatever, but it doesn't mean that they'll actually comply. Like the Islamic regime, because they're a dictatorship, and there's no checks and balances, they can agree to whatever, but they're going to lie about it. Like basically, they're willing to agree to anything in order to ensure their survival. And then once President Trump is gone, they're just going to break all the agreements, right?
نتانیاهو رفتن میزنم زیرش. یه کاغذ پاره‌ست دیگه. پاره‌اش میکنم و میریم.
So he's saying as soon as President Trump and Netanyahu leave, he's not saying I'll put a piece of torn paper. He's like I'll tear up. He's like I'll tear up the paper, like I'll tear up the contract, and I'll just do whatever I want to do.
جمهوری اسلامی بارها هم از این کارا کرده دیگه.
Yeah, they've done this many times.
تازه بعدش که بیاد میگه آمریکام یه بار از برجام رفته بیرون، منم یه بار اینجوری میرم یکی یک. بنابراین این روی کردی که آمریکایی‌ها دارن که در مورد تعداد سال با جمهوری اسلامی صحبت میکنن به نظرم روی کرده اشتباهی. کانال 12
Of course, again, just to remind everyone, this live stream was from early this morning before President Trump made the statement that he's looking for a never deal, right? Never ever. This analysis was before that.
اسرائیل میگه آمریکایی‌ها پیشنهاد 250 میلیارد دلار سرمایه گذاری در ایران داشتن. جمهوری اسلامی خواستار اینه که باید بیشتر بشه اگه توافق کردیم. این هم اشتباهه. این روی کرد اگه بر اساس اینا باشه جمهوری اسلامی میاد توافق رو میپذیره بعدن هم میزنه زیرش. البته هنوز راجع به اون دوتای اساسی توقف کامل غنیسازی و خارج کردن اورانیوم جمهوری اسلامی هنوز داره سرسختی نشون میده. ولی من معتقدم اگر جمهوری اسلامی بگه آقا اورانیوم رو میدیم بره، یه جوری مثلا رقیق بشه بره یه جای دیگه، اینا روسا میگن ما پیشنهاد دادیم بیاد روسیه، آمریکای مخالفت کردن. من معتقدم جمهوری اسلامی برای بقاش تا اونجایی که بتونه اولا مقاومت میکنه که این امتیازها رو نده، ولی آخرش هم اگر مجبور باشه امتیازها رو میده که بمونه. طرفدار خودش رو در داخل توجیه میکنه، میگه آمریکا اومد ما رو سرنگون کنه به لحاظ نظامی نتونست، ما رفتیم غنیسازی رو یه ذره اینور اونور کردیم. بعدن هم میزنه زیرش. روی کرده مذاکره با جمهوری اسلامی روی کرده اشتباهیه. توافق هم بکنه بعدن میزنه زیرش. در برجام موقعی که امضا شد قرار شد شرکت‌های آمریکایی هم برگردن دیگه. خامنه‌ای گفت من اجازه نمیدم. همون روز خامنه‌ای به سپاه گفت بنویسید روی موشکاتون که اسرائیل نابود میکنیم، آزمایشش کنیم. برجام رو جمهوری اسلامی نابودش کرد. الان هم همین کارو میتونه بکنه، توافق بکنه بعد بزنه زیرش. اساس مذاکره با جمهوری اسلامی اشتباهه، با حکومتی که هم مردم خودش رو میکشه، هم منطقه رو با آتیش میکشه، هم اقتصاد جهان رو با گروگان میگیره. این حکومت مذاکره کردن باش اشتباهه. ترامپ گفته اگر عاقلانه عمل کنن وضعیت به سرعت پایان خواهد یافت. نه فقط مذاکره با جمهوری اسلامی اشتباهه، مردم ایران هم دوست ندارن این. اما راجع به محاصره، سنتکام گفته تا حالا 10 تا کشتی که از سمت ایران
Okay, that's not Sandcom. He means CENTCOM. So, oh my gosh, we got a free Palestine person in the chat. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, this is so funny. Look at this. Islam is a true. So, guys, this troll, this Durka troll in my YouTube. Oh, no. Oh, sorry. This isn't mine. This is Armin's YouTube. I thought this was mine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Yeah, free Palestine from Hamas. Buddy, go drink a Bebzi. Go drink a Bebzi and calm down. Go drink a Bebzi and calm down. Bye. All right. Anyways, back to our show. It's not Sandcom, it's Centcom. Yeah, Bebzies for Palestine. There we go, guys. We should start a campaign. Bebzies for Palestine. Call the police. You know it is. You know it is actually Bebzi, right? Like I'm not exaggerating. It's literally called Bebzi. Right? Like, okay, so guys, this is the letter B. This is the letter B. And then this is like E. And this is B. And then this is S. And this is Y. It's literally Bebzi. In Arabic, it's Bebzi. So, like, I'm not wrong in saying Bebzi's for Palestine because that's how it's pronounced. It is a different, yeah. This is how Bebzi is. This is how Pepsi is pronounced in Arabic. It's Bebzi. So yeah, Bebzi's for Palestine. Well, like Bebzi. Just replace the P with the B, right? But this is how Pepsi is written in Persian. So you have that like, so you see like how this little thingy, like this little this thing here, it has 3 dots. So the 3 dots represents P, the letter P. So in Persian, we have the letter P, which is why this is like, it's Pepsi. Okay? Pepsi. But in Arabic, it only has 1 dot because this is a letter B. So it's Bebzi. Bibzi, I guess. Bibzi. So in Arabic, they have like an extra letter there. Bibsi. Bibsi. So this is Arabic because they don't have the letter P. But in Persian, we have the letter P, so that's like the 3 dots. So Pepsi. So yeah, we actually it's Pepsi. There you go. So yeah, Bebzi's for Palestine. Weirdo coming in here is like free Palestine. Oh, did someone say Dr. Beber? That's funny. All right, let's just continue.
اومده رو برگردوندیم و منتها در ساعت گذشته یک
Oh no! Oh wait, my storage is full. I need to delete some messages. Oh my gosh. To say it. I have to. No. I won't say who sent me the message. I won't say who sent me the message. Guys, someone sent me a message. Guys, someone sent me this. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys, you know what? I have been trying to find like a good prank for Petito. So the next time Petito comes in, I will just because I'm an admin, right? The next time Petito comes in, I'll change his name to Botipto. I think that'll be a fun, harmless prank. So there you go. There you go. Botipto. That was not my idea. Someone sent me that message. But there you go. That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. Botipto. Oh my gosh. He'll get that. He'll get that. All right. Okay. Okay. Let's continue now. Let's continue. We got distracted by the Durka jihadi from Palestine. God, don't forget, Bebzi's for Palestine. Oh yeah, it is the perfect prank.
گزارشی منتشر شده و راجع به اینی که 2 تا سوپریم تا حالا 10 تا کشتی که از سمت ایران اومده رو برگردوندیم و منتها در ساعت گذشته یک گزارشی منتشر شده و راجع به اینی که 2 تا سوپر نفتکش تونستن از محاصره عبور کنن و وارد خلیج فارس بشن. خبرگزاری فارس میگه یه سوپر نفتکش با عبور از محاصره وارد خلیج فارس شده. رویترز میگه یه دونه دیگه هم که تحت تحریمه با عبور از تنگه هرمز وارد خلیج فارس شده. نفتکش آلیسیا داره به سمت عراق میره. نکتهش در اینه که تحت تحریم بوده. 2 میلیون بشکه نفتم میتونه حمل کنه.
Guys, John B. Seeker is back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Do you have any messages or updates for us? Armin already left. But I'm just playing. So guys, for everyone who's joined, John P. Seeker is from inside of occupied Iran. Yes, drink Bebzi in Palestine on Bluto. Oh my gosh, let's not get started on the Bluto debate. John, we're so happy that you are here. Yes, John Beastkeeper. Yeah. Okay. Nothing much. Please continue. Okay. مراقب خودت باش عزیزم. لطفاً مراقب خودت باش. ما در خدمت هستیم. داریم مراد ویسی رو گوش میکنیم.
لینزی گراهام سناتور ارشد
Oh, he just mentioned Lindsey. Okay, let's go back a little bit.
خلیج فارس شده. نفتکش آلیسیا داره به سمت عراق میره. نکتهش در اینه که تحت تحریم بوده. 2 میلیون بشکه نفتم میتونه حمل کنه. لینزی گراهام سناتور ارشد جمهوری خواه گفته محاصره دریایی نتیجه بخشه و باید ادامه بده. واقعیتش هم اینه که در کل محاصره دریایی مؤثر بوده. جمهوری اسلامی اون نیروی دریایی رو که باید از کشتیاش دفاع کنه که دیگه نداره. یه موقع خامنه‌ای میگفت نیروی دریایی ارتش اسمشو بذارید نیروی دریایی راهبردی و بره اقیانوس‌ها رو بگرده و افتخار جمهوری اسلامی این بود که ناوهاش رفتن اقیانوس اطلس رو رفتند و اینها. فکر کنم حتی شاید نزدیکای کانال پاناما هم رفتن، نمیدونم عبور کردن یا نه. گفتن ما با ناوهامون به اقیانوس اطلس هم رفتیم. الان تا دم دریای عمان نمیتونه بره که از کشتیاش دفاع کنه. چرا؟ چون عمده ناوهاش و عمده شناورهای بزرگش غرق شده یا به شدت آسیب دیدن. اون نیروی دریایی که میگفتن اقیانوس میره الان تا دریای عمان نمیتونه بره. اون نیروی دریایی که تا تنگه باب المندب میرفت در یمن برای حفاظت از کشتی‌ها، الان از کشتی‌های خودش هم در دریای عمان نمیتونه حفاظت کنه. و ما خبری از سرنوشت اون ناوهای نیروی دریایی ارتش نداریم. ناوها و ناوچه‌هاش چی شد؟ آمریکا میگه ما 150 تا ناو و شناور بزرگ جمهوری اسلامی غرق کردیم. در مورد شناورهای بزرگ سپاه یه خبرای منتشر شد، مثلا اون ناو پهبادبر باقری منهدم شد. ولی در مورد این ناوهای قدیمی ارتش که از زمان شاه باقی مونده بودن ما خبر دقیق نداریم، جز دنا و یکی دیگه که در سریلانکا غرق شدن. در مورد بقیهش ما خبری نداریم که چی شد. ولی وضعیت نشون میده نیست اصلا. اگر بود خب برای حفاظت از کشتی‌ها میرفتن دیگه. در جریان جنگ ایران عراق ناوچه‌ها می اومدن کشتی‌های تجاری رو حفاظت میکردن. الان نیست و نیروی هوایی هم نیست برای حفاظت از اینا. ببینید اتفاقی که در جنگ 40 روزه افتاده و به توان نظامی جمهوری اسلامی آسیب رسیده اینه که کشتی تجاری جمهوری اسلامی الان میخواد از بندر ایران بره و از این حلقه محاصره عبور کنه. نه ناو ایرانی هست ازش دفاع کنه، نه نیروی هوایی ایرانی هست ازش دفاع کنه. در جریان 40 روز جنگ پایگاه هوایی ارتش بمباران شده، هواپیماها همه از کار افتادن یا نمیتونن پرواز کنن از ترس آمریکا و شناورها همه از بین رفتن که نمیتونن از این کشتی‌ها حمایت کنن. در حالی که در جنگ ایران عراق هم اون کاروان کشتی‌ها که راه میافتاد هم نیرو دریایی ازش حمایت میکرد، هم بالا سرش F-14 بود که ازش دفاع میکرد. در کل دوره جنگ نفتکشا بین ایران و عراق F-14 از کاروان‌های تجاری ایران حمایت میکردن. اول یه دونه کشتی میرفت عراق میزد، بعد تصمیم گرفتن کاروان کشتی‌های تجاری را بندازن. مثلا در یه ساعتی که شبه بیشتر اینا رو ببرن تحت حفاظت نیرو دریایی و F-14 ببرن. الان نه نیرو دریایی دیگه وجود داره نه.
Okay, guys, to people in my live stream chat, please don't swear. Like don't use crude words because I'm sharing the messages here. So someone said something kind of rude with respect to genitals, and I gave them a 24-hour timeout. Like I just timed them out for 24 hours. Guys, don't swear. Like just don't use rude words in the chat. Like this is it doesn't add anything. Like it doesn't contribute anything to the conversation. Just don't do it. Don't do it. Like this is not the place to come and just like talk about like genitals and stuff. Like I give you a 24-hour timeout. Next time I will ban you. Like I don't care. Just don't do it. Don't do it. Like this is, you know, have productive conversations, right? Because for everyone who's watching, we already agreed, like we made an agreement as a community that you guys appreciate having the chat live stream up so that all of you who are on different platforms, you can see each other's comments, right? More than happy to do that, but the trade-off is that you guys have to be respectful. So, you know, if you want the chat up so that all of you can see what each other is commenting on and, you know, responding to each other, the trade-off is just be respectful. So otherwise I can remove the chat and then you guys don't see what's going on other platforms. So just be respectful. Just be respectful, right? Like just have conversations. And I'm not talking to like you guys. I don't understand what this person is saying. Like, and I'm not talking to you guys because the person that made like the disrespectful comment, I already gave them like a 24-hour timeout, right? So just, you know, just be respectful, right? I mean, the other, like, otherwise, I mean, I could remove the chat live stream and then, you know, you guys can just say whatever you want, but then no one else sees your comments. So
F-14 که از این کشتی‌ها حمایت کنه. همزمان با این اسکات بسنت وزیر خزانه‌داری آمریکا اومده مجموعه ای از اقدامات وزارت خزانه‌داری.
Oh, so you know, someone actually asked a really good question. What can we do if it's possible to help get humanitarian aid? No one is asking for humanitarian aid. What Iranian people in occupied Iran are saying right now is we want United States and America to destroy the Islamic regime. Because, guys, Iran is an incredibly resource-rich country, okay? Iran, just on oil alone, Iran literally makes like over $400 million a day selling oil. Of course, the reason that the Iranian people are poor is because the Islamic regime is stealing all of Iran's resources and finances. So Iranians don't need humanitarian aid. Iranians don't need money. Iranians don't need any of that. What Iranians need is for the United States and Israel and you know any other country who is sympathetic or supporting of the Iranian people, what they need is for the Islamic regime to be destroyed so that the Iranian people can rise up, take the country back, and you know then we can rebuild. So we don't actually need humanitarian aid. We need the Islamic regime to be destroyed. That would be the biggest help. However, what you can do, and I've spoken about this earlier, is you can actually, if you can, if you have, you know, a good internet connection, and if you have unlimited bandwidth or gigabytes, please install Conduit on your computer and run Conduit, because if you do this, that will give people in occupied Iran the ability to access internet. It's safe, it's free, 100% secure. This is the best way to support the Iranian people. So literally just running Conduit on your laptop or computer, first of all, if you have unlimited internet, right? Like if your internet connection is limited, don't do it because you don't want to like, use up all your bandwidth and then you don't have internet access, right? But if you're like, someone like me and you have unlimited internet, this is like this here running Conduit more important and more helpful than humanitarian aid, and you can do it for free. So this is one of the best ways to help Iranian people right now. Yeah. But thank you so much for the question. I really appreciate that. And I love the fact that you care about helping us. It really means a lot to me. So thank you so much. And thank you for being here. Yeah, absolutely. And have your husband look into it. We've spoken about Conduit quite a bit. Like I've been running Conduit on my laptop for the last 3 months. It's 100% secure, 100% safe. But yeah, please have your husband look into it. That would be huge. Like that in and of itself is one of the best ways to like give humanitarian aid to the Iranian people, and it's completely free. But this would help give Iranian people a voice. Yes, I will absolutely post the link in all of the chats once again. So here you go. Let me add this. Let me add the link to Conduit in all of the chats again. So yeah, guys, if your bandwidth is limited, obviously, like don't do that. Like don't do it if your bandwidth is limited. But if you have, unlimited bandwidth like I do, then, go for it. So, and I've been running it nonstop. I have like 22 people connected right now, plus 3 more connecting. So yeah, like my laptop is just running 24/7 and it's 100% secure. But thank you so much for the question. That really means a lot to me. I really, really appreciate that. Very, very thoughtful of you. And thank you for being here. God bless America. All right, let's go back here. Let's go back a little bit.
از این کشتی‌ها حمایت کنه. همزمان با این اسکات بسنت وزیر خزانه‌داری آمریکا اومده مجموعه ای از اقدامات
Ooh, he's speaking about, I think he's speaking about Scott Bessent's announcement yesterday. Remember he had a press conference with Carolyn Levitt?
وزارت خزانه‌داری آمریکا رو برای که گلوی اقتصادی جمهوری اسلامی رو بگیره و خفش کنه توضیح داده. اصلش خب این محاصره دریایی است که واردات صادرات جمهوری اسلامی رو قطع کنن، صادرات نفت هم قطع کنن. ولی اسکات بسنت اومده گفته ما یه سری کار
Okay. It's not Besant, it's Besant. I don't know why YouTube translation is not going well, but that's fine.
کارهای مالی و تحریمی دیگه هم کردیم که به نظرم مهمه کارهایی که دارم میکنم. اون کارا چیه؟
Okay, so guys, this part pay attention to the subtitles because remember how I was saying earlier that this fight is not just like a military operation. There's also like an economic aspect to it, and the economic war is just as important as the military boom boom war.
معافیت 30 روزه رو که برای فروش نفت ایران در نظر گرفته بودن گفتن دیگه تمدید نمی‌کنه. چرا موقعی که دید تنگه هرمز بسته شده و قیمت نفت رفته بالا یه معافیت 30 روزه داد. گفت کسی میخواد نفت ایران رو بخره ما کارش نداریم. 140 میلیون بشکه نفت رفت تو بازار. باعث شد که قیمت نفت بیاد پایین. زیاد نره بالا چون تنگه هرمز بسته بود دیگه. حالا
It's not the red tank that was closed. He said Tangier Hormuz, which means the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know why it showed up as red tank.
آمریکا میگه این معافیتی که نفت ایران رو میتونستید بخرید، نفتی که رو آب بود، دیگه تمدید نمیشه. این یه کار کرده برای فشار به جمهوری اسلامی. یک کار دیگه اینه که به کشورهای حوزه خلیج فارس و به بقیه کشورها از جمله کشورهای خلیج فارس گفته شده اگر دارایی‌های جمهوری اسلامی در بانک‌های شما پیدا بشه تحریمتون میکنه. قبلا مثلا در بانک‌های دبی و قطر و اینا اگر پول جمهوری اسلامی بود و پول سپاه و برای دور زدن تحریما.
Guys, we told you. Qatar and Dubai, like the UAE, have been laundering Islamic regime money for years. Qatar and Dubai, UAE, have been laundering Islamic regime money for years. And they have been, remember guys, they have been pretending to be US allies, right? Oh, don't worry, United States, we're your allies, we're friendly, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, they've been, oh yeah, Dubai. Yes, we've known about Dubai for a very, very long time. Guys, Dubai is one of the most two-faced. Anyways, but yeah, so even Dubai is like one of the biggest launderers of Islamic regime money for the last 47 years. Oh yeah, Dubai. One of the reasons I'll never go to the UAE. But that's besides the point.
آمریکا کاری نمی‌کرد. الان به این کشور حوزه خلیج فارس گفته پول جمهوری اسلامی و پول سپاه و پول پسر شمخانی و این شبکه‌هاشون تو بانکاتون پیدا بشه بانکاتون رو تحریم میکنه. اینم از این. به سیستم‌های بانکی امارات، هنگ کنگ، چین و عمان هشدار داده حق ندارید کمک کنید که جمهوری اسلامی.
Oh, look, the United States warned the banking systems of the UAE, Hong Kong, China, and Oman. Look at that. UAE, Hong Kong, China, and Oman. They're the ones, they're and you know, there's Qatar as well, but that's besides the point. But yeah, these are the major launderers of Islamic regime money. Yeah. Don't even get me started on what Dubai does to, foreign women that the sheikhs hire to go party with them on their yachts. Just look up Dubai porta potty. Look up Dubai porta potty, and you'll see how sick those people are. Anyways, let's continue.
تحریما رو دور بزنه. گفتن کشورهایی که منابع ارزی و منابع درآمدی جمهوری اسلامی رو در بانکاشون نگه دارن تحریم میشن. پول جمهوری اسلامی رو هیچ جوره نمیتونید نگه دارید. به خریداران نفت ایران هم تهدید کرده، گفته نفت ایران رو بخرید شما رو هم تحریم میکنم. این مجموعه اقداماتیه که وزارت خزانه داری آمریکا میکنه و به نظر من مؤثر هست. اطلاعات بانکی شرکت‌های پوششی جمهوری اسلامی در دبی و کشور منطقه رو داره میگیره. دبی قبلا خیلی همکاری نمیکرد. صرافی‌های سپاه اونجا بودن، شرکت‌های پوششی بودن. الان بعد از این جنگی که شد و این همه حدود 1000 موشک و پهپاد جمهوری اسلامی به دبی و امارات زد، حالا اینا و قطریا و عربستانی‌ها، عمدتاً دبی و قطر البته، دارن اطلاعات بانکی جمهوری اسلامی رو
Oh, look, yeah, Saudi Arabia is also involved, but do you see Morad Vaisi is saying it's mainly Dubai and Qatar? Yeah.
در آمریکا. اینی که مثلا در قطر در
Why, guys, remember, why do you think that Dubai and Qatar are giving the Islamic regime's banking information to the United States? That's because Dubai and Qatar have been laundering Islamic regime money for the last 47 years, right? That's why they have the banking information. They have the banking information of the Islamic regime because they have been laundering money for the Islamic regime. Yes, that includes Dubai. Yeah, the UAE. Yeah.
میدن آمریکا. اینی که مثلا در قطر، در دبی، جمهوری اسلامی و شرکت پوششیش چیکار میکردن؟ این شرکت ها چی هن؟ حسابای بانکیشون چیه؟ چه کسانی به نیابت از اینا دارن کار میکنن در دبی؟ آمریکا میگه دبی داره همه اطلاعات رو به ما میده.
Which begs the question. If the United States is saying, oh, Dubai is giving us all this information, where did Dubai get the information in the first place? How did Dubai, or Dubai as we say in Persian, how did Dubai have that information in the first place, right? Yeah. Yeah. How did Dubai have the banking information? Yeah, because Dubai has been a willing partner in helping the Islamic regime evade American sanctions. Meanwhile, they have spent billions of dollars convincing Americans that, oh, we're the country of peace. We just want peace and prosperity. Peace and prosperity, right? Yeah. Keep that in mind.
بنابراین توی این شرایط کاری که مجموعه توان نظامی آمریکا و مجموعه وزارت خزانه‌داری آمریکا میکنن، فشار رو از هر جهت به جمهوری اسلامی بیشتر کرده، از جمله در حوزه اقتصاد. شما بگیر قطع صادرات نفت، محاصره، این فشاری که داره به خریدارای نفت ایران میاره، فشار به بانکی میاره که هر کی پول جمهوری اسلامی باشه تحریم میشه، اطلاعات بانکی رو در امارات داره میگیره و صنایع اصلی جمهوری اسلامی هم از کار افتاده. فولاد رو زدن، کارخونه‌های اصلی فولادش تعطیل شده، پتروشیمیا رو زدن، 85% پتروشیمیا میگفتن تعطیل شده، صادرات نفتش هم قطع شده. از
Guys, I want to make something very clear. I'm not criticizing Arabic people. I'm criticizing government policy. I've said that from the beginning. There's a difference between people and government policy. And on this show, we only criticize governments and government policy. We do not criticize people because people have nothing to do with government policy. We've said that several times, but I'm more than happy to say it again. We will criticize government. So, for example, when I speak about Russia and criticizing Putin and Russia, I'm not referring to Russian people. We actually have a lot of Russian people who watch our show and they support us, right? So I have no issues with Russian people, but we criticize government policy. Like that's pretty much implied at this point. We only criticize government policy. I mean, unless you're like a terrorist, then like you're garbage. If you're a terrorist, we will criticize you too. But if you're just a regular normal person from whatever country, obviously we're not referring to you. We're referring to government policy, right? There you go. It's like how, listen, I criticize the Islamic regime, which is like the government in Iran, all the time. I criticize the Islamic regime all the time. I don't criticize Iranian people. But listen, Armin and I are the biggest, like we call out the Islamic regime more than anyone else. So we're always only focusing on governments and government policy, not the people. Unless you're like a jihadi, then you're garbage, right? Like if you're a jihadi, of course we're going to criticize you. But other than that, like we're only criticizing government. So that's just, there you go.
طریق زمینی هم نمیتونه جبران کنه. من دیروز با یکی از کارشناسای اقتصادی صحبت میکردم، میگفتن اینها 16 تا مرز تعطیل شده، صادرات نفتش هم قطع شده، از طریق زمینی هم نمیتونه جبران کنه. من دیروز با یکی از کارشناسای اقتصادی صحبت میکردم، میگفتن اینها 16 تا مرز زمینی که 16 تا استان مرزی که هست و مرزهای زمینی که دارن مثلا با عراق و ترکیه و ارمنستان، اینا میگفت حد اکثر بشه 10% واردات صادرات ایران رو از اون طریق انجام داد. 90%ش متکی به خلیج فارسه و جایگزینی نداره. از اون ور آمریکایی‌ها دارن به چین فشار میارن که نفت جمهوری اسلامی نخر. ترامپ حدود 2 هفته 15 روز دیگه میره به چین و اونجا فشار.
Oh, Vicky. Okay, so Vicky is saying you're enjoying the Morad Vesi watch party. Thank you. Happy to be here. Can't get my closed captions to show the English. Okay. Let me see. I mean, so maybe this is like a YouTube premium feature then, because I have YouTube premium. So basically, like when I go to like Morad Vesi's live streams, I go to subtitles, and then it's off Persian and then auto translate. And then when I click on auto translate, it gives me the option to auto generate Persian into English. But my understanding is that the auto translate feature only works for videos that are like less than an hour long. So that's why I only try to play the videos that are less than an hour long, because I find that if his videos are more than an hour long, sometimes it doesn't work. Maybe it, like, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, but like this is on a browser. This is also on a browser, so that also could be it as well. Can someone confirm if you don't have YouTube Premium, like if you just have regular YouTube without the premium, are you still able to get like auto-generated captions? I would be interested in knowing the truth about that. Guys, I don't think that the auto-generated feature works on like a phone. It doesn't work, like, because I don't think it works on like my phone, even though I have the app. I think it probably only works on a browser. Okay. Okay, so it's not a YouTube Premium thing. So basically, guys, if you want to watch Morad Vesi, you can't watch him live. Okay, so you can't watch him live. You have to wait for the live stream to finish, and then you have to watch it on like a desktop, right? So you have to watch it on a desktop or on a laptop, and that's where you can get the AI generated feature. But yeah, like if you're on like your phone, it won't work.
میاره به چینی‌ها. آمریکایی‌ها دارن به چین فشار میارن که نفت جمهوری اسلامی نخر. ترامپ حدود 2 هفته 15 روز دیگه میره به چین و اونجا فشار میاره به چینی‌ها سر این. و دیروز هم عرض کردم که این محاصره هم که کردن یواش یواش تولید نفت هم دچار مشکل میکنه، چون اینا هرچه نفت تولید کنن صادر نمیشه، باید انبار کنن. انباراشون هم یه ظرفیتی داره. دیدم بعضی از خبرگزاری بین‌المللی زده بود جمهوری اسلامی با 20 میلیون بشکه نفتی که در آبهای فراساحلی مالزی داره میخواد مقابله کنه.
Okay, so for people who are saying that you're on your phone right now and you can see the subtitles, yes, that's because I'm streaming this from my desktop, right? So you can see the captions because I'm streaming the video from my desktop and I've turned on the subtitle AI translate feature. So that's why you can see the subtitles on your phone, because I'm sharing the video. Like I'm streaming the video from my desktop.
نه خیر، اون مال قبله. آمریکا اجازه داده بود. هنر جمهوری اسلامی نیست. آمریکا اجازه داده بود این نفت جمهوری اسلامی که رو آب فروش بره بخرید، ایراد نداره که قیمت نفت بیاد پایین. این الان دیگه کمکی به جمهوری اسلامی نمیتونه بکنه، چون نفتکشا عمدتاً دیگه نمیتونن برگردن خلیج فارس. نفتکشایی که نفت جمهوری اسلامی رو برده بودن چین و مالزی قاچاقی بفروشن، اونا دیگه به خلیج فارس نمیتونن برگردن. محاصره اجازه نمیده. حالا ممکنه تک و توکی مثل مال دیروز رد بشه ولی کلا اجازه نمیدن. نکته دیگه اینه که تد کروز سناتور جمهوری خواه گفته
No, that AI translation did Ted Cruz's name so dirty. What is this, guys?
نکته دیگه اینه که تد کروز سناتور
Why is it Ted Cruz? No. He didn't even say Ted Cruz. He literally said Ted Cruz. He said Ted Cruz. What is this? Oh no. Oh no, the YouTube AI translation did Morad Vaisi and Senator Ted Cruz dirty.
حالا ممکنه تک و توکی مثل مال دیروز رد بشه ولی کلا اجازه نمیدن. نکته دیگه اینه که تد کروز سناتور جمهوری خواه گفته دستورالعمل پنتاگون زدن نیروگاه‌های برق و هدف مشروع میدونه. میدونید که هفته قبل که میخواست آتش بس بشه ترامپ آماده بود بزنه دیگه نیروگاه ها رو و خیلی از مردم ایران هم اعتراض کردن که این کار خوب نیست، به جای این برو مقامات جمهوری اسلامی رو بزن، به جاش برو ساختار سرکوب بزن. تد کروز الان اومده گفته از نظر پنتاگون
Why is this happening? He's saying Ted Cruz like he's not butchering the name. He's literally saying Ted Cruz. He's just adding an extra syllable. He's just saying Ted Cruz. He's saying Ted Cruz. Why is YouTube AI translation doing Morad Vaisi and Ted Cruz dirty like this?
به جاش برو ساختار سرکوب بزن. تد کروز الان اومده گفته از نظر پنتاگون نیروگاه برق مشروعه. تو این وضعیتی که قرار داره در داخل کشورم وضع جمهوری اسلامی خوب نیست ولی میخواد خوب جلوش بده. این تجمعات شبانه رو میخوام خدمتتون عرض کنم. اینی که وضعش خوب نیست، یه مثالهای من بگم که وضع جمهوری اسلامی خوب نیست که میخواد خوب نشون بده. یه هفته از آتش بس گذشته هنوز رهبر جدید رو نتونستن رونمایی کنن. یه هفته از آتش بس گذشته هنوز خامنه‌ای رو نتونستن چال کنن. دیگه شد 40 خوب.
Guys, this is a really important point, right? This is a very, very important point. So he's saying it's already been 1 week since the ceasefire. They haven't been able to show Mushtaba, right? So where's Mushtaba? Is he alive? Is he dead? What's going on? Also, it's been 1 week since the ceasefire. They still haven't buried Khamenei, right? Khamenei, the supreme dictator, the dead supreme dictator, they still haven't held an official state funeral for Khamenei. And it's been 1 week. So he's calling it out. He's like, what's going on? It's been 1 week of ceasefire. Presumably, the Islamic regime would have used the opportunity to bury Khamenei or, like show Mushtaba, right? Because remember, initially they would say, oh, we're not going to show Mushtaba because it's too dangerous. We're in a war right now. Well, okay, it's a ceasefire. So where the heck is Mushtaba?
برده روز 9 اسفند بوده دیگه. تا 9 فروردین میشه 1 ماه. الانم 27 فروردین 20 روز 50 روزه.
Okay, it's not actually April 27. The months aren't translating properly. Today's the 27th day for Farvardin. So it's like a different month, but yeah. He basically means April 16.
50 روز جنازه خامنه‌ای رو دستشون مونده. نمیتونن دفنش کنن. چرا؟ چون شرایط خوب نیست. اینا میخوان یک مراسم بزرگی بگیرن، مقامات و فرمانده ها باشن ولی میترسن مقامات فرمانده جمع بشن اسرائیل بیاد بزنه.
Okay, so that wasn't translated properly, but what he's saying is that, so the Islamic regime, no, they haven't buried him. That's what we're telling you. They haven't buried the original Khamenei yet. He was boom-boomed on February 28th. They still haven't buried him, right? Because Morad Vaisi is saying they want to have like this huge ceremony. They want to have all the officials. They want to have all the commanders. But, most of them are dead. But the ones that are alive, they want them there. But the reason that they haven't had it yet is because they're afraid that if they hold this big funeral, Israel's going to come and boom them all because they're all gathering in one place, right? So the Khamenei is still rotting in a refrigerator somewhere. And yeah, they're afraid to hold a huge state funeral because, guys, here's the thing. If they hold a state funeral for Khamenei, every single IRGC commander and leader and top official must come out, right? Like they have to because it's the funeral of the supreme dictator. But they know that if everyone comes out and gathers in one place, that's going to be a huge target for Israel, and IDF is going to go in and just boom them. So that's what he's saying. He's saying they want to hold a big ceremony, and then all the officials and commanders and leaders will have to come out because it's Khamenei. But they're afraid of Israel bombing them, which is why they haven't had a funeral yet.
ولی میترسن مقامات فرمانده جمع بشن اسرائیل بیاد بزنه.
So he's saying میترسن اگه اینا جمع بشن اسرائیل میاد میزنه. So it's not remember Israel. It's saying they're afraid that if the officials and commanders gather, Israel will come and hit them. And that's why they haven't held a funeral for Khamenei and they haven't buried him yet. That's why he's rotting above ground.
از اون ور رژه ارتش رو که سالیانه 29 فروردین بود لغو کردن. گفتن شرایط فراهم نیست.
Oh, 29 فروردین. Wait, what's 29 فروردین? April 18. Oh, guys. Okay, so the annual... So Morad Vaisi is saying that the annual military parade, which happens on April 18, this isn't a proper translation because he's saying Farvardin, 29 of Farvardin is April 18, which is in 2 days from now. So they've canceled, the IRGC has canceled the annual military parade because the conditions have not been met. Guys, do you see how insane this is? Like, you have people in the left, right? Like there are like insane people in the United States who are saying, oh, America has lost, the Islamic regime has won. Meanwhile, do you see what's happening on the Iranian side? The Islamic regime still hasn't buried Khamenei because they're afraid of being boom-boomed. Mushtaba is nowhere to be seen. And now they've canceled their military parade. So how are they winning? How is the Islamic regime winning? Do you see the insanity of the rhetoric from the left? This is funny, except this joke doesn't work for Iranians because we have the letter P in our language. This only works for Palestinians and for Hezbollah. It works for Palestinians and Hezbollah. But you know what? We'll assume, because the vast majority of people who are involved with the Islamic regime, they're not Iranian anyway. They're like jihadi, like Arabs. So yeah, no parade for the Palestinians and the jihadis, Durkas.
یک دلیل دیگه که شرایطشون ضعفه اینی که اینترنت رو برنمیگردونن. میدونن که اینترنت برگرده به ضررشونه. اما در مقابل اینا تجمعات شبانه رو راه انداختن که بگن وضع خوبه. یک نمایش قدرتی هر شب راه میندازن.
Guys, so he's talking about the night rallies. Remember how Armin and I have been showing you all of like the Durka jihadi night rallies where they bring out like these people and they're waving the flags and they're like, we love the Khamenei or like whatever, right? So he's referring to those nightly rallies where they bring out, especially like they bring out like the you know, the jihadi women who are not wearing hijab, and they're like, we love Khamenei, blah blah blah, right? We've shared those videos with you. So those are the nightly rallies that he's referring to. Also, they bring out a lot of like the non-Iranians, like the Iraqi Hashtashabi, the Afghan Fatimiyun, like all the invaders as well, right? And Armin has been telling you guys that they have been coming out since the beginning of the conflict to basically stage a show of power every night. So that's what he's talking about here.
با بوق و سر و صدا و پخش نوحه و اونم ساعت آخر شب خواب و زندگی رو از مردم میگیرن که نمایش قدرت را بندازن. ما ویدیوهای زیادی هم از مردم داریم که ابراز شکایت میکنن از این وضعیت. این رو را میندازه در خیابان که بگه من وضعم خوبه، در حالی که اقلیت داره اون کارو میکنه. شما میبینید تجمعات همون میدونه رو هم به زور پر میکنن، در حالی که در دیما موقعی که مردم اومدن بیرون در سراسر کشور دیدیم که جمعیت بزرگ مخالف
that's not Dima. What he means, that should be Day Mah. Day is the name of a month. So he's referring to January. So he's saying, basically what he's saying is, we all know that when we see the videos of these current gatherings that are supporting the Islamic regime, we can see how small the crowds are and how the Islamic regime is barely able to even like fill these public squares. You know, they're trying to fill them by force. But the numbers are very, very small. And then he's like, compare that to the uprising in Day Mah. Day Mah means January. So he's like, compare that to the uprising in January, where you had millions and millions of people coming out against the Islamic regime. So he's comparing the current rallies, which, by the way, the mainstream media, fake stream media, and woke left and communists and jihadis, they're sharing these videos of the current rallies as if like there's millions of people coming out. But as you can tell, like within Iranian media and within Iranian analysis, it's basically a given, right? It's a given. It's accepted as undisputed fact that these rallies are very, very small. So he doesn't have to convince his audience, because we as Iranians, we know. This is why mainstream media, especially in English, is so frustrating, because it's always like, it's fake news, it's lies, it's just, you know, Islamic regime propaganda. And it's just so frustrating for us Iranians, because the issues that we focus on in Persian is night and day compared to like what the mainstream media is saying like in English, which is utterly insane and frustrating. This is why I barely watch like English news, right? Like, it's just, watching English news is absolutely adds no value to me. The only time that I ever watch English news and English media is when I want to know what President Trump and his administration and his team are saying, or, you know, of course, what Prime Minister Netanyahu and his administration and his team are saying, right? That's the only time that I care about like mainstream media in English, because I just want to know what the American administration is saying. But like the analysts or the journalists or whatever, like I literally don't care, because they just don't know. They don't know. Yeah, no, Fox is great. Fox is really, really good.
مردم اومدن بیرون در سراسر کشور دیدیم که جمعیت بزرگ مخالف حکومت یعنی چی. اینا همون میدونه رو هم به ضرب زور پر میکنن. نوحه میان پخش میکنن، پرچم زیاد میارن که بیشتر دیده بشن، سر صدا میکنن با نوحه که بیشتر به چشم بیان، میرن سلبریتی های چاپلوس رو میارن، میرن اصلاح طلبای چاپلوس رو میارن که بگن ما سر پاییم. جمهوری اسلامی سر پا نیست.
Right, so he's referring to the Islamic regime bringing like bloggers and celebrities and blah, blah, blah to make it seem as if there's a lot of support for the Islamic regime. Obviously, that's not true. And he's saying he's calling out the Islamic regime. He's calling out their propaganda.
جمهوری اسلامی فقط با ویران کردن ایران و کشتن مردم میخواد ظاهرا نشون بده که سر پاست، در حالی که از درون به شدت آسیب دیده. به لحاظ اقتصادی بسیار بسیار آسیب دیده، به لحاظ نظامی بسیار بسیار آسیب دیده، به لحاظ توان سرکوب بسیار بسیار آسیب دیده و مهمتر از اینه که مردم ایران پشت سرش نیستن. مردم ایران در جنگ پشت سر آمریکا و اسرائیل بودن، نه پشت سر جمهوری اسلامی.
Do you see that? So even Morad Vaisi is saying in Persian, the Iranian people were behind America and Israel in the war, not the Islamic Republic. So again, right? Like, this is not, like, this is an undisputed fact for us. Like, we within the Iranian diaspora and people inside of occupied Iran, like the Iranian people in Iran and outside of Iran, this is undisputed fact. And yet there are so many propagandists for the Islamic regime who are out there, and they're basically desperately trying to convince the rest of the world that Iranians support the Islamic regime. 100% not true. And it's very frustrating that a lot of this fake stream media is believing the propaganda from the Islamic regime without any like hesitation, right? And look, John Peaceseeker, he's in occupied Iran. He has been cut off from the internet for 45 days. He's finally back after 45 days. We're really, really grateful that he's here. And earlier today, John Peaceseeker said that they support United States and Israel. And now he's saying this is a freedom operation and we love US and Israel, right? So, what happened to the female soccer players? Well, one of them, all her assets have been confiscated and she's currently in jail. Yep. So she was pressured by the Islamic regime to go back because they threatened to murder her family. As soon as she went back, they did this whole song and dance about greeting them all, putting flowers and wreaths across their necks and whatever. And they basically like tried to pretend that, everything is okay. But now all her property has been confiscated. She's in jail. We don't know what's happened to her. Welcome to the Islamic regime. That's what they do. When all eyes are on someone, they pretend like everything is okay. And then as soon as the world's attention turns to another issue, they go after the other people and ruin their lives. And we warned you. We warned everyone. We were like, guys, don't let them go back. Like, keep them back. Force them back if you can. No one listened. Yep. So her life is at risk. Her life is at risk, yeah. And we don't know what's happened to the other ones. They've all gone silent. We don't know if they're dead or alive. We don't know if the soccer players are dead or alive. We don't know. We tried to warn the world.
ولی جمهوری اسلامی میخواد بگه این منم، مردم پشت سرمن، در حالی که اکثریت مردم پشت سرش نیست.
Right.
هدفش اینه با تبلیغات رو جایگزین واقعیت کنه. در حکومتایی که شبه توتالیتریان.
Guys, this is so important. So I just said this. I just said this. He's saying the goal of the Islamic regime is to replace reality with propaganda. And the woke left is eating up this propaganda and it's so frustrating.
تبلیغات رو جایگزین واقعیت کنه. در حکومتایی که شبه توتالیتریان یا توتالیتریان اینجوریه. تبلیغات میاد واقعیت جامعه رو برعکس جلوه میده. یک موقع
Oh, thank you. I think that's Armin's channel. So, thank you for supporting Armin. I appreciate that. I will let Armin know that you're supporting his channel even when he's gone. He owes me. Like, he should split that with me because I'm the one running his channel right now. I'm teasing. Armin deserves all the super chats. Thank you. Thank you for your support. And yeah, everyone, make sure that you support Armin's channel. let's help Armin get to 100,000 subscribers if we can.
در ابتدای حکومت‌های توتالیتری یا شبه توتالیتری من معتقدم جمهوری اسلامی توتالیتر کامل هم نیست، نمیتونه باشه. یه حکومت شبه توتالیتری الان وقت نیست توضیح بدم. حکومت‌های توتالیتر همه چیز رو بر مردم میبندن، توان بسیج کردن مردم دارن، مثل آلمان هیتلری، مثل ایتالیای موسولینی، مثل شوروی کمونیستی. استبدادی ممکنه یک فرد باشه ولی توتالیتری یک سیستم داره دیکتاتوری میکنه. توش ایدئولوژی مهمه، توش تبلیغات و پروپاگاندا مهمه و حکومت‌های توتالیتر ابتدا ایدئولوژیشون طوریه که میتونن میلیون‌ها نفر پشت سر خودشون بیارن، ولی بعد از مدت‌ها، سال‌ها که میگذره، چون واقعیتی که اون وعده هایی که داده بودن که یه بهشت میسازیم، اون بهشته ایجاد نمیشه، منجر به خرابی اقتصادی میشه، منجر به خرابی نظامی میشه. یواش یواش مردم میبینن اون بهشتی که اینا میگفتن نیست، اعتماد مردم به اینا از دست میره. بعد اون دستگاه تبلیغاتیشون دیگه مثل سابق نمیتونه میلیون ها نفر پشت خودش بیاره. اتفاقی که برای هیتلر افتاد، اتفاقی که برای جمهوری اسلامی افتاد، اتفاقی که برای ایتالیای موسولینی افتاد، اتفاقی که برای نظام کمونیستی شوروی افتاد این بود. در ابتدا ایدئولوژیشون میتونست میلیون ها نفر رو بیاره پشت سرشون. در جمهوری اسلامی در دهه 60 هم اینطوری بود دیگه. یواش یواش معلوم شد که اینا جهنم ساختن نه بهشت. اول انقلاب علیه شاه شعار میدادن دیگه، دیو چو بیرون رود فرشته درد. الان مردم ایران میگن دیو خود خمینی و خامنه ای هست. دیدشون نسبت به شاه اصلاح شده، برعکس شده. سال 57 اکثریت اون نسل که بودن مرگ بر شاه میگفتن خمینی فرشته است. الان بعد از 47 سال اکثریت مردم میگن شاه خدا بیامرزدش و مرگ بر خمینی میگن. چرا؟ چون اون بهشتی که، اون جامعه آرمانی که انقلاب میگفت ما بهش میرسیم، اول مردم پشترش بودن که میرسیم، برسیم، اینا اهل دین و خدا و پیغمبرن، یه همچین جامعه‌ای وعده دادن، حتما خوب میشه. ولی مردم اومدن جلوتر دیدن نه. اولا اینا که خیلی از مردم رو کشتن، اقتصاد کشور رو نابود کردن، خیلی از حقوق مردم رو گرفتن. زنها که قبل از انقلاب کلی حقوق داشتن حقوقشون رو گرفتن، حجاب اجباری سرشون کردن، اقتصاد کشور رو نابود کردن، آینده جوونا نابود کردن، آینده بازنشسته ها رو نابود کردن. یواش یواش مردم فهمیدن که این تبلیغات هایی که میکردن، این ایدئولوژی که میگفتن که ما حکومت عدل علوی براتون درست میکنیم، همش دروغ بود. موقعی که این اتفاق میفته و مردم واقعیت جامعه رو میبینن که اون چیزی نبوده که جمهوری اسلامی گفته، یواش یواش اکثریت مردم از اینا فاصله میگیرن. اینا تبدیل به اقلیت میشن، کمایی که الان شدن. موقعی که اکثریت ازشون فاصله میگیره، من دارم تحلیل میکنم این تجمعات شبانه رو چرا دارن راه میندازن. موقعی که اکثریت ازشون فاصله میگیره، میان اکثریت رو مجازات میکنن، میگن ما نمیپذیریم اکثریت از ما فاصله بگیره، انکارش میکنن. میگن اکثریت رأی میده در انتخابات چیزی رو که ما نمیخوایم، میگن خب انتخابات رو محدود میکنیم طوری که اکثریت نتونه اعمال نظر کنه، همون اقلیت خودمون. انتخابات رو میذاریم بین 3-4 نفر که خودمون میخوایم. بین پزشکیان و جلیلی باید انتخاب کنن که هر کدومش رو انتخاب کنن هیچ فرقی نداره. بنابراین در این حکومت ها موقع واقعیت جامعه طوری که اکثریت مردم ازشون فاصله میگیرن، شروع میکنن جلو اکثریت رو میگیرن. اول تو انتخابات جلوشو میگیرن، بعد تو اینترنت جلوشو میگیرن، صداشو میبندن. میگن این اکثریت اگر بیاد تو فضای مجازی علیه ما حرف میزنه، بنابراین ما دسترسی اکثریت رو به اینترنت میبندیم، سیم کارت خونی های طرفدار خودمون رو فقط اجازه میدیم. الان یه سیستمی از اینترنت در ایران داره جا میفته، همین روزام دارن اجراش میکنن که اینترنت رو دیگه کامل قطع نمیکنن، اینترنت رو باز میکنن، میگن فقط به آدم‌هایی میدیم که مورد تایید خودمونه. الان شروع کردن لیست کردن دیگه. به مثلا تاجرها گفتن شما اون افرادی که برای جمهوری اسلامی حاضرن سرخم کنن به اینا اینترنت بدید، به اونایی که حاضر نیستن سرخم کنن بهشون اینترنت ندید. به نمیدونم فلان گروهی که سلبریتی چابلوس بدید، فلان خبرنگاری که برای جمهوری اسلامی دم تکون میده به اون بیاید بدید، اینترنت بهش بدید، ویدیو پر کنه علیه مردم. اکثریت مردم اینترنت ندارن، ولی به این روزنامه‌نگاری که مورد تایید نظام عمل کردش، حالا ممکنه اسمش هم منتقد باشه ولی مورد تایید حرفاش که به نفع نظام الان بهش اینترنت بدید، یه طوری هم بهش اینترنت بدید یا بتونه 20 دقیقه یوتیوب هم بده، در حالی که اکثریت مردم مثلا اینترنت ندارن یه زنگی بزنن به خانواده هاشون، واتساپی تماسی بگیرن. موقع اکثریت با حکومت نیست، حکومت اینجوری میاد اکثریت رو مجازات میکنه، انتخابات رو از بین میبره، اینترنت رو از بین میبره، رسانه ها رو از بین میبره و بعد موقعی که اکثریت رو حذف کرد اقلیت خودش رو میاره به عنوان مردم ایران میخواد جلوه بده. یه اقلیت رانت بگیر طرفدار حکومت که حتما 3-4% حکومت طرفدار داره دیگه، یعنی حکومت میتونه یه میدون رو پر کنه، از این 90 میلیون بالاخره 3-4%ش طرفدار جمهوری اسلامی دیگه، اینا رو میاره تو میدونا شبا. قانونی هم برای اینی که مثلا آقا ساعت 12 شب 9 پخش نکنی نیست که، اینجا که سوئیس نیست که. در یه کشورهای مثل سوئیس و اینا من شنیدم مثلا از ساعت 10 شب بعد سیفون توالت رو نمیتونی بکشی. در مورد یکی از کشورهای اروپایی بود شنیدم، حالا مطمئن نیستم سوئیس باشه، یه کسی گفت سوئیس. از ساعت 10 شب به بعد نمیتونی سیفون توالت بکشی چون مزاحم همسایه میشی. از ساعت 10 شب به بعد 11 شب به بعد نمیتونه صدای موزیکت بلند باشه جز مثلا شبای جمعه و شنبه که وقت تعطیلات. ولی جمهوری اسلامی که همچین قانونی نداره. جمهوری اسلامی میگه من ساعت 12 شب میام 9 پخش میکنم، صداشو میدم آخر، از این باندها و اسپیکرهای قوی هم میگیرم، سوار ماشینش هم میکنم، مردم هم مریض دارن که داشته باشن، مردم هم میخواد بخوابم به من چه؟ میخوام نخوابه مردم. قانون که نداره که به کسی جواب نمیده که. اون اقلیت رو میاره تو میدونا، صدای نوحه هم میبره بالا، پرچم هم میاره که تعداد آدما بیشتر به جلوه بکنه. بعد میله سلبریتی هایی که دنبال رانتن، سلبریتی ورزشی، سینمایی، روزنامه.
Okay, so when he says celebrities looking for rent, he doesn't mean rent. It means more like just like they're looking for funds, like they're looking for like money from the Islamic regime, right? So he's saying celebrities that are looking for like, you know, money or favors from the Islamic regime.
بعد میله سلبریتی هایی که دنبال رانتن، سلبریتی ورزشی، سینمایی، روزنامه نگار، فعال.
So he's saying like celebrities, athletes, yeah, basically grifters. So the Islamic regime gets like all the grifters, whether they're like celebrities, or like athletes, or, you know, movie stars, or, you know, artists, or, you know, whatever, right? Like he brings them all together, and like the Islamic regime pays them to like promote their propaganda.
سیاسی همه رو میاره. میگه مثلا تو قبلا من انداختمت زندان، زندانی بودی، ولی اگه الان بیای سمت من بهت فضا میدم کار کنی.
too much صالحی.
زندانیای سیاسی جمهوری اسلامی رو میارن، اصلاح طلباش میبرن روی سن، میگن برای این اقلیتی که ما آوردیم.
It's not Senate. It says they take these like former political prisoners that they have now bought out, and they take them to the stage. They take them to the stage, not the Senate. Like Too much. Too much Salih. Yeah.
تو بیا از ایران صحبت کن، از ملیگرایی صحبت کن. خب اونم برای که رانت جمهوری اسلامی رو داشته باشه این کارو میکنه. در بین مردم نفوذی نداره ولی کار تبلیغاتیشون میکنن. فلان چهره سینمایی رو که در کشتار 18 دی سکوت کرده میاره میگه تو.
Someone's telling me to get hot tea. All good. Nargis Mohammadi. Nargis Mohammadi.
بیا از من حمایت کن، من فلانجا جبران میکنم. مگه نبود در 1401؟ در 1401 آقای باقری، آقای دایی از مردم حمایت کردن، حکومت اذیتشون کرد. نیما نکیسا از حکومت حمایت کرد، گذاشتنش مدیر عامل ذوبان اصفهان. 150 میلیارد 150 نمیدونم 1000 میلیارد چقدر عددش یادم نیست، کلی ضرر داد در ذوبان. مهم نیست، حکومت میگم این جبران چاپلوسیشه. الان اینی که تجمعات شبانه است این اقلیته، اکثریت اونی بود که در 18 و 19 دی بود. این صدایی که در تجمعات شبانه میاد صدای اقلیته، صدای اکثریت رو با اینترنت قطع کرده. تظاهرات اکثریت رو به گلوله میبنده ولی تجمع شبانه اقلیت رو میگه ماشین را بنداز تو خیابونا، بلنگو هم بذار، مردم هم خواب هستن، اصلا مهم نیست. این اقلیته، این تجمعات شبانه صدای اقلیت.
Right, so guys, like keep in mind, Morad Vaisi is saying that, someone is asking, is this the longest day that I've spent on my channel? No, the longest day that I spent on my channel was February 28 when I started broadcasting at 2:30 a.m. because that's when I found out from Petipto that Israel and the United States have attacked the Islamic regime. So I started broadcasting at about 2:30 a.m. and we went until 8 p.m. So yeah, February 28 is probably the longest day that I've ever broadcast. And yeah, it was like a 2-part show. Day 63. Yeah, day 63. What a wild day. Guys, day 63 was insane. And I wasn't even supposed to go live, but I remember I just posted something and then for some reason a bunch of you were also awake and then all of you were under my post and you were like, are you going to go live? Are you going to go live? And I was like, oh my God, I was half asleep because I'd only had 2 or 3 hours of sleep. And I was just like, what do I do? I was like, oh my gosh, I need to go live. So I went live and thank God bless Petipto, because Petipto was there with me. So at least I wasn't alone. And I was just and then, Armin came on 3 hours later. Guys, if you ever want to watch a memorable Iran Revolution live episode, go watch Day 63 Part 1. Go watch Day 63 Part 1. Oh my gosh, it was, sometimes I've actually rewatched Day 63 myself at least 2 or 3 times. The first part anyway, because I'm just I'm still in shock sometimes. I just have to go back and watch it and be like, did this actually happen? And I'm like, yeah, it did. Oh yeah, Armin's reaction was great. Armin started crying. That was everything that we were hoping for. It actually happened, right? So, oh my God, yeah. Day 63. Anyways, but listen, but going back to what Morad Vaisi is saying, so what Morad Vaisi is saying is that all of these nightly rallies that you're seeing in occupied Iran right now, every night, that's all propaganda. That's a very small minority, and most of them are coming out because they're being forced by the Islamic regime, and it's a small minority, and it's just propaganda. The vast majority of Iranians are against the Islamic regime, right? Like it's an undisputed fact among us.
در شهرها همه دارن گزارش میدن که با این ایست بازرسی ها و اینا یک حکومت نظامی را انداختن. و جالبه در این تجمعات شبانه اون مدلی که خودشون میگن بی‌حجابی کامله اجازه میدن. ژینا مهسا امینی رو به خاطری که یه ذره موش از زیر روسری بیرون بود بازداشت کردن، کشتن، ولی شما الان توی این تجمعات شبانه ببینید. بنابراین مسئله حجاب نیست.
Do you see? So he's basically saying what we've been saying. So he just said, like, in 2022, they murdered Mahsa Jina Amini because she wasn't wearing her compulsory hijab properly. Like, the poor girl was wearing hijab, but she wasn't wearing it properly, and a little bit of her hair was showing, and they beat her to death for it. But now look at these nightly gatherings, right? Look at all these Islamic regime hoes, literally Islamic regime hoes, who are out there without any hijab, and he's calling out the hypocrisy. He's like, see, do you see what they're doing now? Like, they're using these Islamic regime hoes to pretend as if everything is normal or blah blah blah, right? So even like Morad Vaisi is calling this out because we all see it, and yet you have these like idiotic people in the mainstream media and in the West who are like, oh, look at these women, oh, Iran must be free, so all the people who are fighting against the Islamic regime are lying. Meanwhile, they're falling for the Islamic regime propaganda, what we are trying to call out.
مسئله اصلا برای حکومت حجاب نیست. مسئله اینه که چه کسی با من موافقه، چه کسی با من مخالفه. اگر کسی با من موافق بود میتونه بی حجاب کاملا بیاد 22 بهمن بیاد تجمعات شبانه بیاد. مسئله اصلا حجاب نیست برای حکومت. هدف نشون دادن کنترل جمهوری اسلامی بر خیابان هاست. میخواد بگه اون میلیون ها نفری که اومدن اون بر خیابان کنترل نداره، من با این تجمع شبانه کنترل دارم، در حالی که این کنترل بر خیابان حساب نمیشه. اون موقعی که اون قیام میلیونی دوباره برگرده همه اینا رو جارو میکنه با خودش میبره. و برای اینکه تجمعات شبانهش مکمل پیدا کنه رفته بیگانگان آورده. زینبیون پاکستان، فاطمیون افغانستان، هشت شعبی عراق، حتی دیدم از ترکیه هم آوردن دیروز.
I told you guys, they're bringing in Pakistanis, Iraqis, Afghanis, and people from Turkey, right? So in order to fill the streets, they're bringing in foreigners. Literally, Iran is occupied by foreign jihadi terrorists. It's common knowledge amongst us, and yet you never hear about this in mainstream media.
رفته بیگانگان آورده. زینبیون پاکستان، فاطمیون افغانستان، هشت شعبی عراق، حتی دیدم از ترکیه هم آوردن دیروز. مکمل این اعدام ها رو افزایش دادن، توقیف اموال رو افزایش دادن، بازداشت‌ها رو اضافه کردن و رادان در نیروی انتظامی و اجرایی هم در قوه قضاییه مدام میان مردم رو تهدید میکنن، میگن اموالتون رو میگیریم، سخت میگیریم، برخورد بکنیم، عفو نمیدیم، تخفیف نمیدیم، شدت مجازات به خرج میدیم. دارن مردم رو میترسن. و کسانی رو ما داریم گزارش میگیریم، یک کسانی از بازداشت شده از زندان میان بیرون به دلایل مختلف میمیرن. ما یه گزارشی داشتیم از خرم‌آباد که میگه اومدن بیرون یه علائمی از بیماری دارن و یه قرص‌هایی رو به شکل اجباری بهشون خوروندن. بعد
Okay guys, so this is actually something really horrifying. And we have known about this for a very long time, but you don't hear about this in the mainstream media. So one of the ways that the Islamic regime murders Iranians, especially people that they have arrested, is while they are in jail, the Islamic regime will force them to take certain pills for medical reasons, or they will inject them with unknown substances. And what these pills and injections do is it doesn't kill them right away, but what happens is, like, right before they're released, they inject them, or they force them to take pills, and then a few days later they die under, you know, mysterious circumstances or whatever. So this has been going on for a very, very long time. Very similar to like the tactics that Nazis used for their prisoners. The reason that the Islamic regime does this, yeah, KGB does this, 100% KGB tactic, Nazi Germany tactic. The reason that they do this is because this gives the Islamic regime plausible deniability, right? So this way, they can murder hundreds of thousands of people, but the, you know, human rights organizations will not pin it on the Islamic regime because we can't verify that they were murdered by the regime because they died under, you know, mysterious circumstances. But we literally know of no autopsies. It's an Islamic dictatorship. There's no autopsies in a dictatorship. No, of course not. Of course not. Yeah, guys, this goes on all the time. So when we talk about the hundreds of thousands of people murdered, it's not just the people who are directly murdered, it's indirectly, because this happens all the time, right? So Morad Vaisi is just reminding people, yeah, and this is happening right now. This has been happening for 47 years. It's absolutely horrific. But when we try to talk about this, when we try to explain this in English, we're shut down and we're told that we're lying or, you know, whatever, right? Listen, no, guys, I want to be very clear. This is not a stupid question. No, Matt, this is not a stupid question. And guys, everyone in the chat, I will not tolerate anyone making fun of Matt for this question. First of all, there are no stupid questions, okay? No stupid questions whatsoever, because a lot of people are learning. And the reason that this is not a stupid question is because for people who have never experienced living in a brutal Islamic dictatorship, it is completely unfathomable, right? It's unimaginable to think that something like this is actually happening, because this is such pure evil. Like the evilness, the pure evilness of what the Islamic regime has been doing to Iranian people for the last 47 years. It's unfathomable to people who are just becoming aware of this, okay? So, no stupid questions. Matt, that was actually an excellent question. I'm glad you asked that question. Please continue asking questions. I'm more than happy to explain and expand, because you're absolutely right. In a normal, democratic, secular, Western democracy, right? In a normal country where you have human rights and you have checks and balances, 100% you would have an autopsy. You would have an autopsy, and there would be an independent medical investigation, because that's what you expect in 2026. That's what you would expect in a normal, modern, civilized society, right? So of course, for anyone who has never experienced living in a brutal dictatorship like the Islamic regime, it's difficult and hard to imagine that something like this can happen. But unfortunately it does. So no stupid questions. And Matt, yes, 100%. People in the past have challenged it. And do you know what happens when they challenge it? They're put in jail and they're murdered. So this is why no one can openly or publicly challenge this, because anyone who does, they're murdered as well. They're silenced as well by the Islamic regime. So yeah, so guys, when President Trump said a few days ago that no one understands the hell that Iranians have been living through for the last 47 years, he's not exaggerating. President Trump understands exactly the hellish nightmare that we Iranians have experienced for the last 47 years. And the Islamic regime will do anything to survive. So yes, they're literally poisoning. They're poisoning Iranian freedom fighters. And guys, keep in mind, most of these Iranians are very young. They're young people. Most of them are between the ages of 14 and 25. These are the people that they're murdering. They're murdering our future generations. So yeah, listen to this. Listen to how horrifying this is.
خرم‌آباد که میگه اومدن بیرون یه علائمی از بیماری دارن و یه قرص‌هایی رو به شکل اجباری بهشون خوروندن، بعد اومدن بیرون دچار بیماریایی شدن و جونشون از دست میدن. نمونه خاص داریم از
You see that? So right before these prisoners are released from the jails, they're forcibly given pills. Who knows what the pills are? And then a few days later, they get sick and they die. And that's how the Islamic regime gets rid of its protesters with plausible deniability, so that when we speak about it, they can like, well, it wasn't us. This person just happened to get sick and die. Yeah. Yeah. This is what the Democrats are defending, by the way. This is what the Democrats are defending. Yeah. This is what the Democrats are defending.
اما یک موضوع دیگه هم خدمتتون بگم، بعد بریم پرسش پاسخ. و اون اینی که این الان وقت نمیشه بهش مفصل بپردازیم، خبرشو میگم بعداً میپردازیم. جمهوری اسلامی دنبال اینه که در مناطق کردنشین و کردستان جنگ را بندازه، برای که مسئله اصلی رو تبدیل بکنه به مسئله تجزیه طلبی و اینا. بیاد بگه که این بحث تجزیه طلبی و بعد از آتش بس تا حالا 16 تا حمله پهپادی به مقرهای حزب دموکرات و کموله در کردستان عراق داشته. در مجموع 719 تا حمله پهپادی و موشکی بهشون داشته، 18 تا کشته داشته. جمهوری اسلامی در خیزش زن زندگی آزادی هم اینطوری بود. دوست داشت که یک جنگی را بیفته در مناطق کردنشین تا توجه مردم ایران از مسئله سرنگونی منحرف بشه. بحث این بشه که آقا کشور، جمهوری اسلامی بگه کشور داره تجزیه میشه و اینا، منحرف کنه توجه مردم. الان هم داره همین کارو میکنه. من بعداً راجع به مفصل صحبت میکنم. اینی که این همه حمله میکنه، ضمن اینی که میگه که کشور عربی من میزنم اونا پدافند دارن، اینا هم زیاد پدافند ندارن، من میزنم دیگه. جمهوری اسلامی دنبال اینی که توجه ها رو از موضوع اینی که ملت ایران و همه ایرانیا دنبال سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی منحرف کنه و یک جنگی در کردستان را بندازه، بگه که بحث تجزیه طلبی منحرف کنه توجه مردم ایران. این اون کار رو داره میکنه. باید حواستون باشه ظرف 48 ساعت گذشتم 8 تا حمله به اقلیم کردستان عراق کرده جمهوری اسلامی. یه خبر دیگه هم بگم از لبنان و بعد بریم سراغ پرسش پاسخ. امروز قرار جوزف اون رئیس جمهور لبنان و نتانیاهو صحبت کنن. بعد از 34 سال سران لبنان و اسرائیل میخوان با هم صحبت کنن. لبنانی‌ها هنوز تایید نکردن ولی ترامپ گفته امروز صحبت میکنن. اگر اتفاق بیفته تحول مهمیه. جمهوری اسلامی تلاش میکنه از طریق حزب الله و امروز قالیباف زنگ زده نبی بری متحد حزب الله رئیس مجلس رو تحولات لبنان کماکان موثر باشه. از اون ور آمریکا داره کاری میکنه که دولت لبنان با اسرائیل کارو ببره جلو که حزب الله خلع سلاح بشه و لبنان و اسرائیل هم برن به سمت قرارداد صلح. این دوتا مقابله در لبنان داره انجام میشه. در مجموع برای ما هم به عنوان مردم ایران مهمه، چون اگر جمهوری اسلامی رو از لبنان بندازن بیرون و حزب الله رو خلع سلاح کنن، جمهوری اسلامی ضعیف‌تر میشه دیگه. بریم سراغ پرسش و پاسخ با دوستان.
Oh, Morad Vaisi is drinking tea or something. Where's your bubbly? You should have a bubbly.
با توجه به توقف صادرات پتروشیمی و نفت ممکنه ترامپ کاری بکنه که تا بازار کنترل بشه. همین کاری که مذاکره با جمهوری اسلامی میکنه برای کنترل بازار بخش مهمش. خیلی ها معتقدن آمریکا منتظر اون دوتا ناوگانش برسه و ناوگاناش برسه رفتارش تغییر میکنه. خیلی ها معتقدن این تمایلی که برای مذاکره نشون میده داره زمان رو مدیریت میکنه.
Just a quick FYI. So now he's going to like his super chats here. Oh my god, who said what? You think he's drinking scotch? Like what? He just has like a big mug of scotch and he's just like downing scotch. That's terrible. He's not doing that. Oh my gosh. Don't do Amamora dirty like that. That's terrible. That's terrible. But okay, guys. So now so guys, this is also going to be very informative for you because this is going to give you an opportunity to get some input and insight into the kinds of questions that Murad's viewers are asking him, right? So not only pay attention to his answers, pay attention to the question, because the question will let you guys know what are Iranians thinking about right now? Like, what are Iranians concerned about, right? What are the main priorities for Iranians when it comes to what's happening? So keep that in mind.
بعضیا میگن بازار نفت رو کنترل میکنه، بعضیا میگن نه زمان رو داره مدیریت میکنه. هر دوتاش هم میتونه باشه. هم داره تلاش میکنه بازار نفت رو کنترل کنه، هم زمان بخره تا اون افغانا برسه. یه کاری برای نت بکنید. این وضعیتی که مردم ایران توش گرفتار شدن که صدای اکثریت قطع شده و ابتداعاً تصور بر این بود که یک کمک فنی تکنیکی ممکنه در راه باشه، ظاهراً هنوز اون کمک فنی و تکنیکی که ممکن بود از طریق ایلان ماسک بشه به جایی نرسیده. من میدونم که کسایی که فعالاً دارن پیگیری میکنن ولی متاسفانه هنوز به جایی نرسیده. چقدر امکان وجود داره توافق شده باشه ولی هنوز به دلایل دیگه مثلا طرفداراشون نگن اینو. ظاهراً یک جزئیاتی رو دارن با هم بحث میکنن ولی اختلافات اساسی میگن هنوز سر جاش هست. خیلی 50-50 شرایط. هر لحظه ممکنه بگن توافق کردن، هر لحظه ممکنه بگن مثل 2-3 سال گذشته جمهوری اسلامی کوتاه نیومده و برمیگردن به شرایط جنگ. من خودم معتقدم یه 10-12 روز دیگه که ناوهای آمریکا اون دوتا ناوگان دیگه هم میرسه و یه هفته بعدش مجموعاً مثلا 20 روز، الان مثلا 27 فروردینه تا مثلا 20 اردیبهشت، اگر تا 20 اردیبهشت آمریکایی‌ها برگشتن به جنگ یعنی اینکه میخوان بجنگن. اگر نه توافق نشد و تا 20 اردیبهشت هم برنگشتن به جنگ، یعنی آمریکایی‌ها نمیخوان دیگه بجنگن، محاصره میکنن دوباره روشای دیگه، اونجا تعیین میشه.
Okay, that's not May 20th. Let me just translate that. May 10. So it's not May 20th. It's actually May 10. It's just different translation for the month.
کاندویت رو دوباره بگید، بعضیا وصل میشن. لطفاً اگر
Guys, do you see? So we, like Armin and I, well, mostly me, I have been telling you guys, reminding you guys, download Conduit, install Conduit, run Conduit, because that's a really important way to help Iranians in occupied Iran. And now one of the super chats that an Iranian gave to Morad Vaisi is, please remind everyone to install and run Conduit. And now Morad Vaisi is now basically saying, guys, please remember, run Conduit. Yeah, I have 24 connected peers plus 2, well, 23 now plus 2 connecting. So yeah, so like Conduit is one of the best ways to help.
کسانی میتونن از این طریق کمک کنن که هموطنان داخل کشور به اینترنت دسترسی پیدا کنن، حتما این کارو بکنن. خیلی کمک میکنه به سایفون که برای این کار، برای دور زدن فیلترینگ، موقعی که از کاندویت استفاده میکنید خیلی کمک میکنه غیر مستقیم که این مسئله فیلترینگ دور زده بشه.
See guys, this is why Iran Revolution Live is the best live stream to watch, because everything that Armin and I talk about, I'm telling you guys, it's the exact same thing that people are talking about in Persian, right? So we're here to be the bridge. We're here to be the gap. Like, we're here to bridge the gap between like Iranian media and the rest of the world, right? So there you go. Literally everything that like Armin and I have talked about today, Morad is now, he even brought up Conduit. Guys, that's insane. Like, we've literally been talking about Conduit all day, and he brought it up, right? And he brought up Conduit because that was a super chat from one of his viewers, because again, this is how important Conduit is for to help the Iranian people.
چرا پاکستان در جهت آتش بس تلاش میکنه؟ هم دلیل ملی دارن، میخوان موقعیت بین‌المللی خودشونو در مقابل هند.
Remember we were talking about Pakistan and we're like, why is Pakistan, like trying to like make the ceasefire relevant, like work? And then Armin and I were like, well, that's because Pakistan is just desperately trying to make itself relevant geopolitically, because Pakistan is literally irrelevant. Morad Vaisi is saying the exact same thing. He's saying Pakistan is just trying to like strengthen their international geopolitical position against India, right?
تقویت کنن چون هند بیشتر مورد احترام در دنیا.
Yeah, India is more respected because it's a real country. Pakistan is, yeah. No disrespect to Pakistani people, but I mean, there's issues. There's issues with the government.
اینا میخوان به لحاظ ملی این کار کنن. هم شهباز شریف میخواد موقعیت خودش رو در مقابل بقیه بازیگرای سیاسی تحکیم کنه. مارشال آسم منیرم به هر حال میخواد موقعیت خودش رو از اینی که هست بیشتر تحکیم کنه.
Right, so it's basically just a power play.
من دوستم تو ایرانم و میگه گوگل کار میکنه الان. به نظر میاد یک غیر از اون که جمهوری اسلامی داره به طرفدار خودش داره اینترنت میده، خب به نظر میاد با این روشایی هم که هموطنای دیگه همون دارن کمک میکنن یه دسترسی‌هایی هست، ولی کلاً به شکل عمومی هنوز اینترنت قطع.
Yeah, guys, never forget, Pakistan was literally hosting Islam, like Osama, whatever, Osama bin Laden. Oh, Oh, look, we have like some weird user in here that's like glory for Iran. Like, ew. Ew. Why is Twitch so weird? Guys, I basically just use Twitch as a backup. Like, don't be weird. I'll just ban you. Ew. Weirdo. All right, let's go back to... Ugh. Literally, I only have Twitch because of what happened to me on YouTube, so it's literally as a backup.
اگه توافق کنن اسرائیل حمله میکنه. اگر آمریکا توافق کنه نه، اسرائیل حمله نمیکنه. به نظر اسرائیل توافقی که آمریکا انجام بده نمیره بشکنه. بین سراغ روش‌های دیگه. در گذشته هم یه روش‌های دیگه داشته. ولی آمریکا هم توافقی نمیکنه که اسرائیل رو خیلی عصبانی کنه. آمریکا توافقی نمیکنه که کشور عربی و اسرائیل رو خیلی عصبانی کنه. اوباما چون این کاری میکرد. ولی ترامپ خیلی از این فاصله نمیگیره. نمیخوام بگم تمام نظرات اسرائیل و کشور عربی رو اجرا میکنه، ولی به نظرم توافقی نمیکنه که ناراحت شد. خیلی ممنون و متشکر. ببخشید سوال کمتر شد جواب بدیم. امشب تلاش میکنم بیشتر سوال جواب بدیم.
Okay, so that was Morad Vesi's morning live stream. I mean, I have a Truth Social account. I don't use it for anything. I basically use my Truth Social account to like follow President Trump and see what he posts, and that's about it. Like I don't use Truth Social for anything else. Okay. Let's see. All right. Okay, guys. I'm now going to go to Morad Vesi's evening live stream because I haven't watched this yet. So I'm probably going to... Oh my gosh. Yes, I will play the evening live stream for you guys. Am I on Rumble? Yes, I'm 100% on Rumble. I am currently live streaming on Rumble. So, yeah, okay, now we're going to go to Morad Vesi's evening analysis. So, there you go. Because I would be watching this anyway if I shut off the live stream. So, yeah, we'll watch it together. I'll probably... تو هتل رفته. ببین انگار داره یه جایی میره. من کجا بدونم کجاست؟ من که نمیدونم کجاست. حتما داره یه جایی میره دیگه. حتما داره یه جایی میگه. ولی خب بهتره که نپرسیم. برای امنیت خودش بهتره که نپرسیم کجاه. ولی آره انگار تو راه حالا داره یه جایی میره. شاید مثلا یه مصاحبه مهمی داره. من چی میدونم کی هتل رفته؟ مگه من بذار همین الان بهش یه تکست میفرستم بهش میگم عمو مراد کجا رفتی؟ چون که شما تلفنشو ندارم. من کجا میدونم داره چی کار میکنه؟ Alright, let's watch عمو مراد. Let's watch عمو مراد. Okay. So he finished live streaming this like an hour ago. I know. لازم نیست عذرخواهی بکنید. داشتم یه کمی حالا مسخرتون میگم. داشتم سر به سرتون میذارم. نه مسخره. داشتم سر به سرتون میذارم که یه کمی بخندید. It's okay. It's okay. So jeez, what is this person? Why are you still here? Like, how do I block you? Ban. Oh, maybe I have to ban the person. There you go. Oh, I see. I have to ban the person in order to like... Oh, I have to ban them on Twitch in order to like prevent them from posting. I see. All right. Okay, let's get started with Amu Murad's evening live stream. And as the Iranians noticed, yes, it looks like he's in a hotel somewhere because he's not with his usual background. So, guys, so you have to remember, so he is the top, he's the top analyst for Iran International. So he's always like traveling the world because he does like high level interviews and stuff, right? Who is this person? Weird. Okay, let's continue.
درود بر شما. بامداد جمعه 28 فروردین 2585 در ایران و شامگاه 16 آوریل 2026 در شرق آمریکا. ژنرال قاسم منیر فرمانده ارتش پاکستان دیدارش رو با مقامات جمهوری اسلامی کامل کرد. با عباس عراقچی وزیر خارجه دیدار کرد. قالیباف که رئیس مجلسه ولی این روزها در ایران فراتر از رئیس مجلس نقش ایفا میکنه. با علی عبداللهی فرمانده قرارگاه خاتم الانبیا و با پزشکیان. و جالب اونجایی که با علی عبداللهی دیدار کرد.
Okay, so it's not the doctors, it's Pezeshkian. So the last name of the president of the Islamic regime is Pezeshkian, which, you know, Pezeshk means doctor. So this is just a weird AI translation. So apparently the guy from Pakistan also met with Pezeshkian, who is the president of the Islamic regime. So not with doctors. The guy from Pakistan did not meet with doctors.
تصویر بقیه فرمانده ها مات شده بود و علی عبداللهی بعد از مدت‌ها در دفترش حاضر شده بود که اینم از خاصیت‌های آتش‌بسه که از زیر زمین اومدن بیرون و در دفترشون حاضر میشن. همزمان شهباز شریف نخست وزیر پاکستان هم بعد از دیدار از عربستان و قطر به ترکیه رفته تا موضوع تمدید آتش‌بس و تلاش برای توافق بین جمهوری اسلامی و آمریکا رو پیگیری کنه. اما مهمترین خبر شاید خبری باشه که ترامپ اعلام کرده. ترامپ گفته جمهوری اسلامی تقریباً با هر چی که خواستیم موافقت کرده. گفته جمهوری اسلامی پیشنهاد داده به ما که برای 20 سال غنیسازی رو متوقف بکنه. در مورد غنیسازی که شرط اصلی آمریکا بود، ترامپ میگه جمهوری اسلامی گفته که 20 سال متوقف میکنیم و در مورد اورانیومی هم که در درون کشور بود 10 تن اورانیوم، ترامپ گفته جمهوری اسلامی قبول کرده که این اورانیوم رو تحویل آمریکا بده. جمهوری اسلامی هنوز نسبت به این دوتا خبری که ترامپ اعلام کرده واکنش نشون نداده. نه راجع به اینی که جمهوری اسلامی قبول کرده که 20 سال تعلیق غنیسازی داشته باشه، نه اینی که اورانیومش رو تحویل آمریکا بده. تا اینجا جمهوری اسلامی چه در دوره که خامنه‌ای زنده بود چه بعدش با این دوتا مخالفت میکرد. همیشه میگفت من غنیسازی اورانیوم متوقف نمیکنم، ذخایر اورانیوم هم تحویل نمیدم، برنامه موشکی رو هم متوقف نمیکنم، حمایت از گروه‌های نیابتی رو متوقف نمیکنم. ترامپ گفته ممکنه مذاکرات شنبه و یک شنبه برگزار بشه دور بعدش و گفته مطمئن نیستم آتش‌بسی که چهارشنبه تموم میشه نیاز به تمدید داشته باشه. یه نوع مخالفت با تمدید آتش‌بس. چرا؟ ترامپ چون میدونه که چهارشنبه مهلت آتش‌بس تموم میشه و 4-5 روز باقی مونده، داره شدید فشار میاره از این طرف که میگه من آتش‌بس رو نیازی نمیبینم که تمدید بشه. معنیش اینه که اگه جمهوری اسلامی توافق نکنه حمله میکنیم دیگه. و این یه فشاری رو بر جمهوری اسلامی وارد میکنه که شرایط آمریکا رو بپذیره. و ترامپ میگه جمهوری اسلامی تسلیم شده و پذیرفته که غنیسازی رو متوقف کنه و اورانیوم غنی شده رو هم بده. ولی خود جمهوری اسلامی هنوز حرفی نزده. غیر از ترامپ، پیت هگزت وزیر جنگ آمریکا گفته جمهوری اسلامی اگر توافق رو
Wait, guys, sorry. I was dealing with a troll on the Rumble chat. What was it? What was the AI? What was the AI mistranslation? Let me go back. Wait. Cuz like it makes sense to me when I'm listening, but what was it? Rome? All right, let me just go back a bit. Okay. Sorry. I'll just go back to
از عربستان و قطر به ترکیه رفته تا موضوع
Okay, it's definitely okay. So Rome's proxy groups. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see what he actually said. All right.
تمدید آتش بس و تلاش برای توافق بین جمهوری اسلامی آمریکا رو پیگیری کنه. اما مهمترین خبر شاید خبری باشه که ترامپ اعلام کرده. ترامپ گفته جمهوری اسلامی تقریباً با هر چی که خواستی موافقت کرده. گفته جمهوری اسلامی پیشنهاد داده به ما که برای 20 سال غنیسازی رو متوقف بکنه. در مورد غنیسازی که شرط اصلی آمریکا بود، ترامپ میگه جمهوری اسلامی گفته که 20 سال متوقف میکنیم و در مورد اورانیومی هم که در درون کشور بود 10 تن اورانیوم، ترامپ گفته جمهوری اسلامی قبول کرده که این اورانیوم رو تحویل آمریکا بده. جمهوری اسلامی هنوز نسبت به این دوتا خبری که ترامپ اعلام کرده واکنش نشون نداده.
Guys, so this is a really important point. Remember when we heard this from President Trump today? I said to Armin that I'm going to keep an eye on Araqchi and Ghalibaf's X accounts to see if they post anything. No one's really said anything. And then we were monitoring Durka News Network and they didn't say anything either, which is very bizarre because you would think that if President Trump was not saying the truth, you would have thought that the Islamic regime would have reacted by now and denied it, and yet they haven't said anything. So that makes me think and believe that someone has agreed to no enrichment at all, right? And now they're internally panicking.
نه راجع به اینی که جمهوری اسلامی قبول کرده که 20 سال تعلیق غنیسازی داشته باشه، نه اینی که اورانیومش رو تحویل آمریکا بده. تا اینجا جمهوری اسلامی چه در دوره که خامنه ای زنده بود چه بعدش.
So he's saying that up until now the Islamic regime has completely opposed having like 20-year limit or handing over uranium. But today when President Trump said that the Islamic regime has agreed to hand over the uranium or whatever, and then they've also agreed to like completely but yes, that's exact. So that's what he's saying. So what Morad Vaisi is saying here is that President Trump said that the Islamic regime has agreed to no enrichment ever, and to him it's very interesting and surprising that the Islamic regime still has not put out a statement to counter what President Trump said today, because in the past, the Islamic regime has constantly opposed this, right? So he's saying it's very strange now. President Trump said that the Islamic regime agreed to no enrichment ever, and the Islamic regime has been silent on this. They haven't pushed back, they haven't countered it. So he's giving an analysis of that. He's not questioning President Trump.
با این دوتا مخالفت میکرد همیشه.
Right? So he's saying when Khamenei was alive, he would always disagree with this and he would say, no, we're going to do enrichment. We're going to continue enrichment and we're never going to hand over our, uranium.
میگفت من غنیسازی اورانیوم متوقف نمی‌کنم، ذخایر اورانیوم هم تحویل نمیدم، برنامه موشکی رو هم متوقف نمی‌کنم، حمایت از گروه‌های نیابتی را متوقف نمی‌کنم.
Oh, wait. Okay, Rome's proxy groups. Wait, let me see.
هم تحویل نمیدم، برنامه موشکی رو هم متوقف نمی‌کنم، حمایت از گروه‌های نیابتی را متوقف نمی‌کنه.
گروه‌های نیابتی. حمایت از گروه‌های نیابتی. That's what it is. Wait, let me just do this properly. حمایت از گروه‌های نیابتی. It's basically just, I will not stop supporting our proxy groups. Our proxy groups. I don't know why it's Rome. There at no point does he say the word Rome. He basically says, so Khamenei is saying we will not stop supporting our proxy groups. Not Rome. Not Rome. How do you even get the word Rome from that?
هم متوقف نمی‌کنم. حمایت از گروه‌های نیابتی را متوقف نمی‌کنم.
Like I don't even hear the word Rome in there.
ترامپ گفته ممکنه مذاکرات شنبه و یک شنبه
Yeah, I know it is confusing because given that like the Pope is involved now, you would think that this is something to no, absolutely nothing to do with Rome or the Pope. It was just like a weird AI mistranslation.
گذار بشه دور بعدش و گفته مطمئن نیستم آتش بسی که چهارشنبه تموم میشه نیاز به تمدید داشته باشه. یه نوع مخالفت با تمدید آتش بس. چرا؟ چون میدونه که چهارشنبه مهلت آتش بس تموم میشه و 4-5 روز باقی مونده، داره شدید فشار میاره از این طرف که میگه من آتش بس نیازی نمیبینم که تمدید بشه. معنیش اینه که اگه جمهوری اسلامی توافق نکنه حمله میکنیم دیگه.
Okay, that's not if the Republicans don't agree. So this was because he said it really quickly. He says Jomhuri Islami. Listen to him. He says Jomhuri Islami, which means Islamic Republic, but the AI translation just says Republicans.
تمدید بشه معنیش اینه که اگه جمهوری اسلامی توافق نکنه حمله میکنیم دیگه.
So what he means is that if the Islamic Republic doesn't agree, we will attack them. This is supposed to be Jomhuri Islami, but he says it really quickly, so the AI translation did Republicans. No, nothing to do with Republicans. He's not talking about a rift between President Trump and the Republicans. No, not at all. He's referring to the Islamic Republic. So he's saying if the Islamic Republic doesn't agree to President Trump's terms, President Trump will attack the Islamic regime.
و این یه فشاری رو بر جمهوری اسلامی وارد میکنه که شرایط آمریکا رو بپذیره و ترامپ میگه جمهوری اسلامی تسلیم شده و پذیرفته که غنیسازی رو متوقف کنه و اورانیوم غنی شده رو هم بده، ولی خود جمهوری اسلامی هنوز حرفی نزده. غیر از ترامپ، پیت هگزت وزیر جنگ آمریکا گفته جمهوری
Pete, okay, how did the AI translation get Pete close from Pete Hegseth? What? How? How do you get Pete close from Pete Hegseth? He literally says Pete Hegseth. He literally says Pete Hegseth.
از ترامپ پیت هگزت وزیر
He says Pete Hegseth. You could hear him clearly say Pete Hegseth.
حرفی نزده. غیر از ترامپ پیت هگزت وزیر جنگ آمریکا.
How do you get Pete close from Pete Hegseth? All right, like guys, the AI translation is doing us dirty here. Because he says Hegseth, he says Pete Hegseth. He doesn't even mispronounce it. He doesn't even add any extra syllables. He says Pete Hegseth.
غیر از ترامپ پیت هگزت وزیر جنگ آمریکا گفته جمهوری اسلامی اگر توافق رو نپذیره نیروهای ارتش آمریکا آمادن که حمله رو از سر بگیرن. گفته امیدوارم جمهوری اسلامی عاقلانه تصمیم بگیره و قبول بکنه. وزیر جنگ آمریکا گفته محاصره جمهوری اسلامی هر چقدر لازم باشه ادامه پیدا میکنه. یک جلسه خبری مشترک داشت پیت هگزت وزیر جنگ با ژنرال دنکین رئیس ستاد مشترک و ژنرال کوپر فرمانده سنتکام. اونجا پیتگزت گفته که
So they get like other people's names right, but now it's like General Cooper, but it's Pete Close. Duncan. Oh no. Pete Close.
ما جمهوری اسلامی رو زیر نظر داریم. گفته محاصره راه مسالمت آمیزتریه و گفته اگر عاقلانه تصمیم نگیرید ما آماده به شما حمله کنیم. ژنرال دنکن فرمانده ستاد مشترک آمریکا گفته ارتش آمریکا آماده است هر لحظه حتی فوری بهش بگن جنگ رو از سر بگیره. همزمان سنتکام تصاویری از ناو USS تریپولی منتشر کرده، ناو آبی خاکی که تفنگدار داره که در حال پیاده شدن از هلیکوپترن روی عرشه مثلا یک ناوی تمرین میکنن یا نبرد نزدیک رو خونه به خونه رو دارن تمرین میکنن. انتشار این عکس‌ها معنا داره.
Guys, that's what I say. Remember every single time I share like a post from CENTCOM and I'm like, guys, there's a reason that CENTCOM is sharing this information, right? Like CENTCOM is sharing this info because they want to put the world on notice, right? Like they want the world, and especially the Islamic regime, they want the Islamic regime to know how prepared CENTCOM is, right? So for example, this is what Morad Vaisi is talking about right now. So CENTCOM put out this photo. U.S. Marines conduct live hoist training on the flight deck of America-class amphibious assault ship USS Tripoli. Tripoli and its 3,500 sailors and embarked Marines are executing the mission to blockade ships entering and departing Iranian ports, right? So, Morad Vaisi is saying exactly what Armin and I have, well, mostly have been saying, that CENTCOM doesn't just put random photos, right? Like, CENTCOM is not like some influencer where they're like, oh, look at us. Like, we're just going to randomly post this photo for no reason, right? Like, there's a reason that they're doing this. There's a reason that they're doing this. And yeah, this is a very good theory. Yeah, it's to troll about the uranium. Yeah, I mean, that could very well be it, right? So yeah. So even Morad Vaisi is saying, guys, CENTCOM is putting out these photos and this messaging for a reason. For a reason.
در وسط مذاکرات میانجیگری پاکستان معنیش میشه که اگر تسلیم نشید حمله میکنید. ایروانی نماینده جمهوری اسلامی در نیویورک گفته که ما با احتیاط خوشبینیم به مذاکرات. گفته که ما اینا قبلا مذاکره میکردیم ما حمله میکردن، اطمینانی بهشون نداریم ولی محتاطانه خوشبینیم به مذاکرات. همزمان با این در یه تحولی که مرتبط با بحث آتشبس بین جمهوری اسلامی و آمریکاست، در لبنان آتشبس به دست اومد. رهبران لبنان و اسرائیل موافقت کردن برای آتشبس 10 روزه و آتشبس از حدود 2 ساعت و نیم پیش شروع شد. سخنگوی وزارت خارجه جمهوری اسلامی گفته توقف جنگ در لبنان بخشی از تفاهم آتشبس بین جمهوری اسلامی و آمریکاست با وساطت پاکستان. حالا اینجا چند تا نکته تحلیلی رو میخوام خدمتتون بگم راجع به اینی که احتمال توافق و احتمال از سرگیری جنگ. هم احتمال توافق هست، هم احتمال از سرگیری جنگ. هیچ کدوم از اینا قطعی نشده. در گذشته هم بارها با هم مذاکره کردن، گفتن پیشرفت بوده، بعد آخرین لحظه گفتن نه شکست خورده. در جنگ 12 روزه گفتن مذاکرات خوب پیش میره، منجر به حمله شد. در جنگ 40 روزه اخیرم داشتن میگفتن مذاکرات خوب پیش میره، منجر به جنگ شد. در اسلام آباد هم که همین دیروز پریروز هفته قبل مذاکره کردن، گفتن که مذاکرات خوب داره پیش میره، بعد یه دفعه ونس گفت نه ما به نتیجه نرسیدیم و مذاکرات شکست خورد. بنابراین این خبرهایی که الان میگه، ترامپ میگه که برای غنیسازی رو برای 20 سال متوقف میکنن و اورانیوم غنی شده شون هم به ما میدن، این چیزیه که ترامپ میگه. جمهوری اسلامی هنوز راجع به این صحبتی نکرد. باید منتظر بشیم ببینیم که اصولاً با هم دوباره مذاکره میکنن یا نه و اصلا به توافق میرسن یا نه. خبرها بالا پایین زیاد داره، همچنان که در سطح بالاترش سیاست خیلی بالا پایین داره. این خبرها خبرهای نهایی نیست و باید ببینیم که به چه نتیجه منتهی میشه. اما مردم ایران به این قضیه توافق احتمالی و به قضیه محاصره چجوری نگاه میکنن؟ من امشب میخوام یه خورده راجع به این توضیح بدم، یادداشت برداریه که کردم. اکثر مردم ایران از آتش‌بس ناراضی بودن. میگفتن آمریکا و اسرائیل باید ادامه بدن، ساختار سرکوب ضعیف بشه که به مردم ایران فرصت بده قیام کنن، جمهوری اسلامی سرنگون کنن. چون اکثر مردم از آتش‌بس ناراضی بودن، الان هم به اعتقاد من اکثر مردم از توافق ناراضی هستند اگر بشه. آیا جمهوری اسلامی میتونه از طرف مردم صحبت کنه؟ نه. آیا اون اقلیتی که از طرف جمهوری اسلامی سیم کارت دارن میتونن از طرف مردم صحبت کنن؟ نه. من معتقدم اکثریت مردم حرفشو در 18 و 19 دی گفته. مخالف جمهوری اسلامی هستند.
So it's not 18th and 19th centuries. He says the vast majority of people spoke out and gave their opinion on the Islamic regime on January 8 and 9. So remember, January and 8 and 9, for those of you, those of the OGs who have been with us from the very beginning, January 8 and 9 is when we had the huge uprising where millions of Iranians around the country rose up. And then January 8 is when the Islamic regime shut down the internet, and then within 2 days slaughtered over 42,000 people across the country.
و موقعی هم جمهوری اسلامی اینا رو کشت، طرفدار مداخله بین‌المللی بودن در جهت حمایت از مردم ایران.
Right? And then what he's saying is that on January 8 and 9, when the Islamic regime massacred all these Iranians, the Islamic regime claimed that this was an international invention, right? So basically the Islamic regime claimed that this was a Mossad operation and Mossad and CIA operation that they quelled, right? And unfortunately, that narrative is still being pushed by bots and trolls, which is very, very, very sad and disgusting and unfortunate.
هولوش 47 روزه مردم ایران اینترنت ندارن، صداشون قطع. اون چی که به ما میرسه اکثریت مردم مخالف آتش بسن و مخالف توافق بین جمهوری اسلامی و آمریکا. نه اینه که مردم ایران طرفدار جنگ باشن، نه طرفدار جنگ نیستن، ولی با چیزی مخالفن که منجر به بقای جمهوری اسلامی بشه. مردم ایران آتش بس رو و توافق احتمالی رو فرصتی میدونن برای بقای جمهوری اسلامی، به این دلیل باش مخالفن. نه اینی که ذاتاً با آتش بس یا توافق صلح بخوان مخالف باشه. نه، مردم ایران که جنگ طلب نیستن. مردم ایران از این زاویه با آتش بس و توافق احتمالی مخالفن که میگن هر چیزی که منجر به بقای جمهوری اسلامی بشه ما باش مخالفیم. توافقی که به معنای بقای جمهوری اسلامی باشه اکثر مردم باش مخالفن. اولویت آمریکا با اولویت مردم ایران ممکنه فرق بکنه. من بارها اینو توضیح دادم. مردم ایران با آمریکا و اسرائیل یه جای همسوان، یه جایی ممکنه همسو نباشن. مردم ایران با حمله آمریکا و اسرائیل به جمهوری اسلامی همسو بودن، با کشتن خامنه‌ای همسو بودن، خوشحال شدن. با کشته شدن فرمانده ارشد سپاه خوشحال شدن، همسو با آمریکا و اسرائیل بودن. با زدن توانایی نظامی جمهوری اسلامی مردم ایران با آمریکا و اسرائیل همسو بودن. با کشتن فرمانده و ضعف انهدام ساختار سرکوب مردم ایران موافق بودن، همسو هم بودن با آمریکا و اسرائیل. در اینی که توان هسته‌ای جمهوری اسلامی هم ازش گرفته.
I don't know why Austria was mentioned. He never mentioned Austria. That should be Israel. It's not Austria. It's Israel.
توان هسته‌ای جمهوری اسلامی هم ازش گرفته بشه. مردم ایران هم با آمریکا و اسرائیل همسو هستند. در اینی که توان موشکی بالستیک جمهوری اسلامی ازش گرفته بشه، مردم ایران اینا موافقن. در اینی که جمهوری اسلامی در قضیه نیابتی آمریکا و اسرائیل بهش فشار بیارن، تسلیمش کنن، با اینم موافقن. جایی که مردم ایران با آمریکا تفاوت دیدگاه دارن، تفاوت اولویت دارن، اینی که آمریکا میگه من اگر توافقی باشه که معناش این باشه که هسته‌ای جمهوری اسلامی رو ازش بگیرم، غنی‌سازی نکنه، اورانیومش هم بگیرم، بتونم به لحاظ موشکی هم یه محدودیتی روش بگذارم و بتونم به لحاظ نیابتی هم محدودیتی روش بذارم، آمریکا میگه این طبق منافع ملی من جواب میده. اون دوتا اصلی هم براش مهمه که غنی‌سازی نداشته باشه، اورانیومش هم ازش بگیرن. اون بقیهش در رتبه‌های بعدیه.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a very fair point, and guys, this is one of the reasons why Iranians are holding, you know, rallies and demonstrations around the world, because the biggest fear that Iranians have is that the United States will say, okay, you know what, the Islamic regime has agreed to no nuclear enrichment, they've agreed to all of our terms, and you know, okay, fine, so we'll make a deal with them. That's the biggest fear that Iranians have, right? So what he's saying is that where the, you know, interests and policies of the Iranian people don't align with Americans is where, you know, in a scenario where President Trump's administration might be willing to allow the Islamic regime to continue as long as they agree to all of their terms. Meanwhile, the Iranian people don't want the Islamic regime to continue. The Iranian people want the Islamic regime to be completely eradicated off the face of the earth because the Islamic regime is evil, and Iranians are saying you cannot negotiate or make a deal or trust the Islamic regime because they're not a trustworthy government in any way, shape, or form. So that's basically what he's explaining. Now, again, like he's not saying that this is what America is going to do. What he's saying is that this is where there's you know, a difference in opinion between Iranians and Americans. He's not saying that this is what President Trump's going to do. He's just explaining the difference in policy alignment. So he's basically saying like Iranians agree with the conflict, they agree with decimating the Islamic regime's navy and air force and military, you know, they agree with like getting rid of the uranium and like all that stuff. They agree with destroying the missile bases. Where there might be a difference in opinion is, you know, Iranians want the Islamic regime 100% destroyed, whereas within the American administration, there is some talk that, you know, maybe they could be left alive if they agree to everything. So he's just pointing out the differences, and that's fine.
آیا مردم ایران اینجا با آمریکا همسوان؟ مردم ایران بله، ولی در اولویتش نه. مردم ایران اینه که آمریکا جمهوری اسلامی تسلیم کنه در قضیه هسته‌ای، در قضیه اورانیوم هم تسلیمش کنه، مردم ایران خوشحالن. اونجای اولویت مردم ایران با آمریکا فرق میکنه که مردم ایران میگن توافق رو جمهوری اسلامی برای این میخواد که بقا داشته باشه. آتش بس بهش فرصت میده که بمونه. توافق که هزاری هم اسمشو بذاری تسلیم به جمهوری اسلامی فرصت میده که بمونه.
Right? So Iranians are saying this ceasefire and any like extension is allowing and enabling the Islamic regime to survive. So the disagreement here, the policy disagreement, is Iranians are saying we don't want a ceasefire, we don't like the ceasefire because we want America and the United States to boom boom and destroy the IRGC. So by giving them a ceasefire, you're allowing them to recuperate. And remember, John Peacekeeper, Peaceseeker, who was, here earlier, he was basically saying, he's like, we don't want to cease, and he's in occupied Iran. We haven't heard from him in 45 days. He said, we don't want a ceasefire. We just want America and Israel to continue and destroy them.
مردم ایران از این زاویه باش مخالفن.
Yeah.
مردم ایران از این زاویه با آتش بس و توافق مخالفن. توافق احتمالی. هنوزم نهایی نشده. اولویت آمریکا
To be fair, I don't think that President Trump is going to extend anything either, because President Trump is not the kind of person to extend. He has never extended anything ever. So I don't think there's going to be an extension. However, what Morad Vaisi is doing is he's explaining the concern that Iranian people have, and where, there's a potential difference in alignment, in policy alignment, right?
Cool.
And guys, you have to remember, a lot of Iranians are not as are not as experienced in translating Trump, right? So yeah, that's all it. He's basically just describing the differences.
توافق به معنای تسلیم کردن جمهوری اسلامی در قضیه هسته موشکیه، ولی اولویت مردم ایران سرنگون کردن حکومت جمهوری اسلامی. این اون جاییه که مردم ایران و آمریکا اولویتاشون با هم متفاوته. مردم
And guys, that's a fair point to make, right? So the priority of the Iranian people is to overthrow the Islamic regime. The priority of the American administration is to ensure that the Islamic regime does not ever pose a threat to Americans ever again. And that's fair, right? Like, it's totally normal to have different priorities. Now, of course, those priorities can align and help one another, right? So this is where it's, this is where these goals align, because America, by ensuring that the Islamic regime will never pose a threat to Americans ever again, right? That means that they will weaken the Islamic regime to such a point that the Iranian people can then reach their priority, and their priority is to overthrow the Islamic regime, right? So one sort of feeds into the other. So this is where priorities that are different can still be aligned, right? And ultimately, regime change and revolution can only be the priority of the Iranian people, right? Because it's the concept of self-determination. But we're sort of seeing everything lining up, right? So the stars are aligning here. Yeah, listen, 100%, I agree with you. The regime has to go to ensure that they don't have nukes, right? Like, 100% agree. The only way to ensure that the Islamic regime is never going to be a threat to the United States is to overthrow them. But regime change cannot be the ultimate goal of the United States. Regime change is the goal of the Iranian people. Oh my gosh, I have a troll. Let me get rid of the troll here. Like, jeez, Boro Gomsho, like, what is, like, why are you being so weird? Wait, which country are you from anyway? Like, you joined in March, and now you're coming into, like, my chat and being like a weirdo. Look. Like, don't be so weird. You don't even speak English properly. Like, go learn English before you come and you want to, like, troll me on X. Like, weirdo. Like, stop having metas. Anyway, so yeah, like the ultimate goal of the Iranian people is regime change. But the stars are aligned because the United States and Israel have recognized that by weakening the Islamic regime, they already know that doing so will ensure that the Iranian people, this time when they go out to overthrow the regime, they can actually be successful because the regime is now so weak that they can't fight back and they won't be able to, take out their machine guns and slaughter, over 40,000 Iranians in 2 days, right? So that's what he's sort of referring to here.
ایران میگن بدون سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی هر توافقی و هر محاصره‌ای از نظر مردم ایران ناکافیه. مردم ایران میگن محاصره باید منجر به سرنگونی بشه، نه اینکه منجر به توافق بشه. مردم ایران میگن توافق چون منجر به سرنگونی نمیشه از اون جهت باش مخالفن. هم توضیح میدم، هم دیدگاه مردم ایران رو به توافق احتمالی، هم دیدگاهشون رو به محاصره، که با کجاهاش موافقن، با کجاهاش مخالفن. آمریکا ممکنه بگه که من غنیسازی جمهوری اسلامی رو 20 سال تعلیق کنم، اورانیومش هم بگیرم، برای من موفقیته. مردم ایران میگن موفقیت فقط سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی. آمریکا میگه برای من دستاورده، مردم ایران میگن این دستاورد نیست. مردم ایران میگن سرنگونی دستاورده. همین چیز رو با سرنگونی میسنجن مردم ایران. درست؟
Sorry. Okay, so Kova is saying if US and Israel can focus on toppling the regime, they can get better result. Okay, what do you think? What do you think they're doing right now? They're literally focusing on toppling the regime. They're literally focusing on weakening the regime to the point that the Iranian people can overthrow it. No one can topple the regime except for the Iranian people. Don't forget what King Reza Pahlavi said. King Reza Pahlavi said that the Iranian people started the revolution and the Iranian people will finish the revolution. However, having outside help to weaken the Islamic regime, that will speed things up. So the Islamic regime is already going to be overthrown. It's just a matter of how soon. How soon is that going to happen, okay? And ultimately, no one can topple the regime except for us. Because if anyone topples the regime, aside from the people of Iran, then they will take away the legitimacy of our self-determination. So we are going to be the only ones who overthrow the Islamic regime.
میگن هدف اصلی و نهایی مردم ایران سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامیه، مخصوصا بعد از کشتار دیما.
Yep.
هسته‌ای
So he said especially after the slaughter of January.
موشکی و نیابتی که در خبرها اینقدر برجسته است، میگن آمریکا در مورد هسته‌ای و موشکی و نیابتی داره به جمهوری اسلامی فشار میاره تسلیمش کنه، این برای آمریکایی‌ها اولویت داره. برای مردم ایران این مسئله اصلی نیست. برای مردم ایران مسئله اصلی سرنگونیه.
Okay, so Kov is saying, I agree. What I'm saying is Trump and Bibi can talk to Pahlavi, plan it properly. Listen, I'm not a part of King Reza Pahlavi's team. I'm not a part of his team. I'm not in contact with anyone on his team. I have no idea what's going on behind the scenes between President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, and King Reza Pahlavi. If there's something going on behind the scenes, none of us are going to know about it. Like, they're going to keep that under wraps, 100%. No one's going to know anything until it's all over. So we don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. And if there is any communication, you can be 100% certain that they're not going to tell us or anyone else about it, right? They're not going to tell us. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't know what's going on. But if something was going on, they wouldn't tell us. Because guys, remember, I was in politics. I was in politics for 10 years. I was an elected official for like 7 years, right? If something is happening behind the scenes, no one's going to tell you anyway. So I have no idea if something is happening or not. All I'm saying is that if something was happening, we wouldn't even know about it. So I can't answer that. I can't answer that. If people are getting frustrated as to why, like, I don't know, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu aren't speaking with King Reza Pahlavi, Because why? Why would they put that out publicly? It wouldn't even make sense to do that right now. Like, I don't know what's going on, but if something was happening, my advice would be don't talk about it. Oh, wait, guys. Look. Wait, who said he was drinking scotch in the last video? Look, now he has a big cup of vodka. No, I'm joking. I'm teasing. We're not going to do Amu Murad dirty like that, but there you go. There you go. I still have my bubbly. Is that vodka or water? No, I'm teasing. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. It's obviously water.
برای مردم ایران چگونگی سرنگونی
Oh no! خیلی بدین. عرق داره عرق سگی میخوره. Oh my gosh. Look at this.
برای مردم ایران این مسئله اصلی نیست. برای مردم ایران مسئله اصلی سرنگونیه.
اینو همین الان اسکرین شات میکنم برای عمو مراد میفرستم. بیا. اینو همین الان برای عمو مراد میفرستم. بهش میگم ببین عمو مراد، ببین ایرانی‌ها تو چت من دارن چی میگن راجع به شما؟ دارن میگن داری عرق میخوری. No, we have a lot of respect for Morad Vaisi. We have a lot of respect for Morad Vaisi. He's drinking water.
برای مردم ایران چگونگی سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی و زمان سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی الان مهمترین سواله.
Guys, for the record, the pointy finger is allowed when you're speaking about Islamic regime terrorists, right? So in this scene, he's speaking about how the Iranian people are going to overthrow the Islamic regime. So yeah, pointy finger is allowed. Guys, I do the pointy finger all the time when I'm speaking about like terrorists, and I did the pointy finger for like Chunky Yogurt and others, and Marandi Charandi, right? So yeah, this is totally 100% allowed. No, guys, the pointy finger curse is only when you're threatening Israel, right? The pointy finger curse is only about Israel. Here, this is about the Islamic regime, so this is 100% legit. I do it all the time.
برای مردم ایران چگونگی سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی و زمان سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی الان مهمترین سواله. با هر ایرانی که ما صحبت میکنیم در خارج از کشور و یا پیام داخل کشور رو میگیریم، همشون میگن جمهوری اسلامی کی سرنگون میشه و چجوری سرنگون میشه. آیا این دفعه سرنگون میشه؟ این سوالایی که مردم میپرسن از ما. مردم ایران اولویت اصلیشون سرنگونیه. اصلا راجع به چیزای دیگه سوال نمیپرسن. هر کی ماها رو میبینه سوال میکنه، میگه کی سرنگون میشن. خواست ملت ایران سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی و اولویت اول برای اکثریت مردم اینه. جنگ و مذاکره و آتش بس رو با مسئله سرنگونی میسنجن. آتش بس به خودی خود برای مردم ایران خیلی مهم نیست. میگن چه نسبتی با سرنگونی پیدا میکنه. توافق به خودی خود برای مردم ایران مهم نیست. ممکنه خبرش هم بدن. مردم ایران میگن با سرنگونی چه نسبتی پیدا میکنه. جنگ درست عوارض داره، کشته مجروح داره، خرابی داره، اینا ممکنه حتی مراکز سپاه منهدم بشه، فرمانده هاشون کشته بشن. برای مردم ایران اینو با سرنگونی میسنجن. فرمانده های سپاه ممکنه کشته بشن و مردم خوشحال بشن، ولی در تحلیل نهایی مردم اینو نسبتشو با سرنگونی میجنگن. از مرگ خامنه‌ای خوشحال میشن ولی نسبتشو با سرنگونی میسنجن. سوال مردم ایران هر جوری مثل آهن ربا هست که یه تیکه آهن نزدیکش میگیری سری جذب میکنه. سوال اصلی مردم ایران اینه که هر چیزی چه نسبتی با سرنگونی پیدا میکنه و چون 47 سال این حکومت مردم رو
Yeah, so basically what he's saying is that, like, you know, the Iranian people are happy about everything. Like, we're even happy about Khamenei's death 100%, but the main question is, how is all of this impacting the overthrow of the Islamic regime, right? Because yes, Khamenei being dead is great. The Navy being destroyed is great. The Air Force being destroyed is great. You know, all the like injured and like, you know, dead IRGC people, that's fantastic. But the main question is, okay, how does this contribute to the overthrow of the Islamic regime? Because ultimately the top priority of the Iranian people is to overthrow the Islamic regime. So that's, he's saying, like, all of this Iranian people are putting in context of how is this going to affect overthrow and regime change.
سرکوب کرده. بارها مردم قیام کردن و هر بارم که قیام کردن جمهوری اسلامی اومده خونین سرکوب کرده، از جمله در دیما. مردم دیگه هیچ چیز دیگه رو تقریبا پیگیری نمیکنن. مردم اونی رو که پیگیری میکنن سرنگونیه و اکثریت مردم هم میخوان اینو. اکثریت مردم سرنگونی میخوان. این حرفا رو گوش نکنید که میگن آقا مثلا از کجا متوجه میشید اکثریت مردم سرنگونی میخوان. ما از رو 18 و 19 دی متوجه میشیم اکثریت مردم سرنگونی میخوان. جرأت هم ندارن انتخابات بذارن که معلوم بشه اکثریت مردم چی میخوان. جرأت هم ندارن همه پرسی بذارن که اکثریت مردم چی میخوان. اکثریت مردم 18 و 19 دی داشتن میرفتن که جمهوری اسلامی رو سرنگون کنن. از سایه ترس از سرنگونی دستور دادن که همه مردم کشته بشن. و دیدم چند روز پیش یکی از فرمانده‌های سپاه بود، الان تو ذهنم نیست که کی بود، شاید یادم بیاد، گفت که ما آقا مجتبی رو با این میسنجیم که در 18 و 19 دی وارد میدان شد و دستور سرکوب داد. معلومه دستور سرکوب از طرف مجتبی بوده. مردم ایران همه چیز رو اینجوری با سرنگونی میسنجن. اصلا مسائل دیگه براشون مهم نیست. نه اینی که مردم ایران مردم غیر عادی باشن که مثلا مثل بقیه مردم دنیا نتونن زندگی کنن، مسائل دیگه براشون مهم نمیشه. نه، مردم ایران به این درک درست رسیدن که اگر میخوان همه مشکلات حل بشه برن سرچشمه، جلو سرچشمه‌شو بگیرن و سرچشمه‌ش جمهوری اسلامیه. اگر این حکومت بره همه مشکلات حل میشه. اگه میخوایم سیاست خارجی خوب داشته باشیم، پاسپورت خوب داشته باشیم، ریالمون معتبر باشه، مردم رو نکشن، حق انتخاب داشته باشیم، نمیدونم مدرسه خوب داشته باشیم، بیمه خوب داشته باشیم، سلامت خوب داشته باشیم، پولمون رو به لبنانیا ندن، سال 2 بار مجبور نشیم به جنگیم، همه اینا مردم میگن آقا علت العللش جمهوری اسلامیه. جمهوری اسلامی سرنگون بشه همه اینا حل میشه. و من معتقدم همینطوره. من معتقدم جمهوری اسلامی بره عمده مشکلات مردم ایران به محضی که سرنگون بشه 60-70% مشکلات حل میشه در سال اول. بقیه‌اش هم با این کارشناسای خوب اقتصادی که داریم در داخل و خارج میشه حلش کرد. مردم ایران، دارم نسبت مردم ایران رو با توافق احتمالی میگم و با محاصره، دوستانی که دیرتر رسیدن، مردم ایران تقریبا اطمینان دارن که جمهوری اسلامی بعد از توافق احتمالی با آمریکا، حتی اگر هسته‌ای و موشکی و نیابتیشو کوتاه بیاد و تسلیم آمریکا بشه، ولی به احتمال زیاد در مقابل مردم کوتاه نمیاد، چون جمهوری اسلامی عادتشه در مقابل خارجی کوتاه میاد ولی مردم خودشو میکشه. مردم ایران میگن این، فرض کنیم رسانه ها اومدن گفتن، تحلیلگرام اومدن گفتن آقا جمهوری اسلامی در قضیه هسته‌ای تسلیم شد، غنیسازی رو داد رفت، نمیدونم اورانیوم رو داد رفت، موشکی رو داد رفت، نیابتی رو رفت، اصلا همه اینایی که شما میگید درست. ولی برای مردم ایران این معنیش بقای جمهوری اسلامیه و مردم ایران اینو نمیخوان. و مردم ایران میگن این اگر بمونه ایران رو ویرانتر میکنه و مردم رو بیشتر میکشه. بارها این اتفاق افتاده. جنگ 12 روزه که جمهوری اسلامی ایران توش میکرد، به محضی که فهمید جنگ تموم شده، یه ذره زیر پاش سفت شده، 10,000 نفر از مردم رو تو خیابانا کشت. جمهوری اسلامی اینه و مردم ایران خوب میشناسنش، میگن این باید نابود بشه. نابود نشه با آمریکا توافق میکنه، بعد میاد سراغ مردم، دوباره سرکوب مردم، روز از نو روزی از نو. به اعتقاد مردم و به اعتقاد من، جمهوری اسلامی حتی اگر قادر به تحمیل حجاب اجباری مثل گذشته نباشه، حتی اگر گشایش اقتصادی رخ بده بعد از توافق احتمالی، ولی این جمهوری اسلامی همون جمهوری اسلامی، هم انتخابات آزاد رو نمیپذیره، هم اینترنت رو باز نمیکنه، هم فضای مجازی رو میبنده، هم دست از سرکوب بر نخواهد داشت. چون میگه من تلاش کردن منو سرنگون کنن، نشد، آمریکا زور کرد، تسلیم آمریکا شدم، ولی تسلیم مردم خودم که نمیخوام بشم. جمهوری اسلامی حتی اگر تاکتیکی در مقابل غرب کوتاه بیاد، چون من معتقدم تاکتیکی کوتاه میاد نه راهبردی، منتظره اگر توافق احتمالی هم بشه، منتظره که ترامپ و نتانیاهو برن دوباره همون آش و همون کاسه. هیچ تضمینی نیست.
Sorry, so this is a very like famous saying in Persian. It wasn't translated properly. He says, so basically, sorry, oh my gosh, wow. Okay, so what he's saying is that the Islamic regime is waiting for President Trump and Netanyahu to, finish their terms, and then it's going to be the same old song and dance, right? So basically the same old song and dance is that the regime is trying to survive, so that they want to survive President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu's terms, and then once Trump and Netanyahu are gone, it's going to be the same old song and dance, which is basically, they're just going to continue doing their terrorist jihadi durka stuff.
که دست از برنامه اتمیش در دراز مدت برداره، دست از برنامه موشکیش برداره، دست از حمایت از نیابتی‌ها برداره. ممکنه یک کاغذی امضا کنه، ولی دست از این کارا در نهایت بر نمیداره. منتظر میشه ترامپ و نتانیاهو برن، بعد دوباره برگرده بود. و جمهوری اسلامی در قضیه هسته‌ای و موشکی و نیابتی تسلیم آمریکا بشه، دست از اذیت کردن مردم ایران بر نمیداره. جمهوری اسلامی از فساد و توزیع رانت بین وفادارای خودش دست بر نمیداره، حتی اگر توافق احتمالی بشه. دیگه از این بدتر برای جمهوری اسلامی ممکن نبود دیگه. هم جنگ شد، هم مذاکره کرد برخلاف حرف خامنه‌ای، هم خود خامنه‌ای کشته شد، هم فرماندهاش کشته شدن، هم دارن عقب نشینی میکنن اینجوری که ترامپ میگه. ولی جمهوری اسلامی میگه من بمونم و سقوط نکنم همه اینا میارزه، به بدنامیش میارزه. جمهوری اسلامی حرفش اینه، میگه بدنامی داره من اورانیوم بدم و تعلیق غنی سازی بعد از این همه جنگ و کشتار و خامنه‌ای کشته شد، فرمانده‌ها کشته شد، یه نسلی از فرمانده‌های سپاه ور افتادن، بعدش من دوباره تسلیم میشم. جمهوری اسلامی میگه بدنامی داره، ولی برای که بمونه این بدنامی رو احتمالش هست بپذیره. من نمیخوام بگم توافق میشه، میخوام بگم جمهوری اسلامی مهم براش اینه که سرنگون نشه. اما جدای از مخالفت مردم با این بحث آتش بس و مذاکره و توافق احتمالی، حتی اگر توافق نشه و محاصره ادامه پیدا بکنه و تحریم‌ها ادامه پیدا کنه بدون حمله به جمهوری اسلامی، محاصره ادامه پیدا کنه بدون حمله به جمهوری اسلامی، مثل وضعیت عراق بعد از 1990 بشه، اینم به ضرر مردم ایرانه. یعنی محاصره بشه جمهوری اسلامی ولی آمریکا بهش حمله نکنه، اینم به ضرر مردم ایرانه. چرا؟ چون جمهوری اسلامی میمونه، فقط شرایط زندگی مردم سخت‌تر خواهد شد. مردم ضررشون میبینن. اینا که خودشون به خودشون سخت نمیگیرن. سطح زندگی کاهش پیدا خواهد کرد اگر محاصره بشه و حمله نشه. کاهش سطح زندگی مردم رو شاهد خواهیم بود. از بین رفتن تدریجی زیرساختار رو اداره خواهیم دید. فرسودگی امکانات کشور رو خواهیم دید. کاهش سطح سلامت رو خواهیم دید. از دست رفتن امید به تغییر رو خواهیم دید. بدتر شدن اوضاع رو خواهیم دید بدون سرنگونی اگر محاصره ادامه پیدا کنه و اینا حمله نکنه. بنابراین چه توافق بشه، هر نوع توافقی که جمهوری اسلامی تهش بمونه به ضرر مردمه، محاصرم ادامه پیدا کنه ولی به جمهوری اسلامی حمله نکنه به ضرر مردمه، ایران مثل عراق بعد از 1990 میشه. اونی که به نفع مردمه اینی که شرایطی فراهم بشه که ساختار سرکوب تضعیف شه و مردم قیام کنه. ما از آمریکا و اسرائیل نمیخوایم به جای مردم ایران جمهوری اسلامی رو بندازن. کسی اینو نمیگه. مردم ایران میگن طوری باشه که اینی که اسلحه دستش مردم رو سرکوب میکنه ضعیف بشه، ساختار سرکوب ضعیف بشه که مردم ایران بتونن قیام کنن و ضربه نهایی رو بزنن. جمهوری اسلامی این همه هزینه برای مردم درست کرد. 2 تا جنگ، بمبارانا، تحریم. ممکنه عقب نشینی کنه و توافق کنه. من نمیدونم. 50-50 است. دفعه قبلم خیلی رفتن جلو بعد آخرش گفتن توافق نشده. امروز هم ممکنه. هم ممکنه توافق کنن به معنی تسلیم جمهوری اسلامی، هم ممکنه توافق نکنن محاصره ادامه پیدا کنه، هم ممکنه توافق نکنن علاوه بر محاصره جنگ هم دوباره از سر گرفته بشه. این جنگ هم از سر گرفته بشه. هر سه تا وضعیت ممکنه. توافق، محاصره بدون جنگ و اثرگیری جنگ. و این همه هزینه درست کرد جمهوری اسلامی برای مردم، برای کشور، ولی آخرش هم به اینجا رسید. صدها میلیارد دلار بودجه رو برباد دادن. صدها میلیارد دلار در تأسیسات هسته‌ای خرج کردن، برباد رفت. دهها میلیارد دلار در شهرهای موشکی خرج کردن، برباد رفت. دهها میلیارد دلار در نیروی دریایی سپاه خرج کردن، برباد رفت. دهها میلیارد دلار برای نیروهای نیابتی در غزه و لبنان و عراق و یمن خرج کردن، برباد رفت. دهها میلیارد دلار برای حفظ بشار اسد خرج کردن در سوریه، برباد رفت. هم از سوریه اخراج شدن، هم دارن از لبنان اخراج میشن. 47 سال هزینه کردن برای نابودی اپوزیسیون. این همه ترور کردن، شخصیت‌های مختلف اپوزیسیون رو کشتن. 47 سال تلاش کردن خانواده پهلوی رو بدنام کنن، به شاهزاده رضا پهلوی حمله کردن. سنگین‌ترین حملات تاریخ ایران در این 47 سال به خاندان پهلوی شد، ولی الان خاندان پهلوی مورد توجه مردمه. برنامه جمهوری اسلامی برای شکست دادن اپوزیسیون به هم خورد. اکثریت مردم اعتمادشون رو نشون دادن به شاهزاده رضا پهلوی و در اوج محبوبیت ملی. میخوام بگم اینا 47 سال هر کاری کردن، نتیجهش برعکس شده، شکست بوده. فقط یه ساختار سرکوب باقی مونده، میگه ما سقوط نکنیم بقیهش مهم نیست. در حالی که ببینید چه بلایی سر ایران آوردن. 47 سال تلاش کردن ایدئولوژی اسلامگرایانه رو بر مردم تحمیل کنن، با انواع و اقسام شیوه ها و مربیای تربیتی در مدارس و حجاب اجباری در اداره و گشت ارشاد در خیابان ها و
Guys, I'm so sorry. I have to end the live stream because it's almost midnight and I have a bunch of interviews tomorrow morning. I actually didn't even realize how late it was. But yeah, so I do have to call it a night. But you guys can if you want, you can watch the rest of it on your own. Just make sure that you watch it on your browsers. Because of course, if you want the translation, like the AI generated translation, you have to watch on our browser. Sorry, guys. I have to go. Guys, I have 3 interviews tomorrow. I have at least 3 interviews tomorrow. My first one is like first thing in the morning as well. Sorry. Yeah. I have like 3 interviews tomorrow, so I do have to go get some rest. I'm gonna have to finish watching the rest of this tomorrow, but don't worry, guys. I will play a few songs before I go. But thank you everyone for joining day 110 of Iran Revolution Live. As always, I'm Israel Chai. God bless America. Payanda Iran. And Javid Shah. Oh, you guys want the YouTube link? Yeah, sure. Here, let me send you the YouTube link right now. All right, let me put it in all the chats here. Here, I'm putting it in all the chats right now. And then here it is on X, and here it is on Rumble. Okay, guys. As always, see you tomorrow for day 111. God bless America. I'm Yisrael Chai, Payanda Iran, and Javid Shah. Enjoy the music. I will play a few songs for you. Good night, all. I'm sorry. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's so easy. I'm so sorry. All right. Okay. Real songs. Real songs. All right, good night for real.
Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Is dead.
امشب شب خوبیه خنده رو لمحای ما هیر و جوون تو میدون هی میرقصن بی هوا دلش میخنده همه با هم هیدر هیدر خامنه ای پر پر هیدر هیدر خامنه ای پر پر وای بسیش ترور شد خامنه ای کشته شد وای بسیش ترور شد خامنه ای کشته شد بوق ماشین سوت همسایه شب شده مثل رویاست دوره ترس تموم شد خامنه ای کشته شد هیچ کسی دیگه اینجا از اون سایه نمیترسه هر کی دستشو آورده بالا از ته دلش میخنده همه با هم هیدر هیدر خامنه ای پر پر هیدر هیدر خامنه ای پر پر مای بسیش ترور شد خامنه ای کشته شد پای بسیش ترور شد خامنه ای کشته شد هیدر هیدر خامنه ای پر پر هیدر هیدر خامنه ای پر پر پای بسیش ترور شد خامنه ای کشته شد پای بسیش ترور شد خامنه ای کشته شد
You guys wanted it. You guys got it. All right. Good night, guys. Good night. For real this time. For real. For real. For real.
غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما تاریخ ما ترسید گر فرا گرفته.
Wait, oh my gosh. Okay, wait, guys. Someone asked me, okay, do I believe in the flat earth theory? No, I'm a flat mooner. I believe in the flat moon theory, guys. The moon is flat. Remember, the moon is flat. I'm a flat mooner, not a flat earther. Like flat earther is the biggest scam. Everyone here, we're all flat mooners. The moon is flat, guys. The moon is flat. Remember that. All right. The moon is flat. All right, guys. Good night. Remember, flat moon, flat moon.
ایران غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما تاریخ ما ترسید گر فرا گرفته. گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر هن ای پسر برخیز و با ما شو همگام. تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد. در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. حلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی. تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع پیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های ملی از هر آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشور و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم. نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی. نه گیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم. بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان حمل می‌کنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلق کان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریگ،